No way. You're fucking with me. There's no way that's what the ice cream is. Warning, this video contains offensive material and does not reflect my personal views.
This video was edited by cartoons, the nerds.
This is just an old cartoon. Yeah. This is the ice cream inside. Okay. Wait. This is crazy. Wow. That's crazy.
A lot of people like Trump. I think it's very neurotic cases, a lot of things. A lot of people like Trump. Trump says he's very last week. He said erase your history, you forget your history. I'm just saying, like, all those statues around you. Can we have what happened? We don't have any remembrance to what happened.
It's true. I've always said, books are the easiest to destroy. They go first.
Something there was some place we could go to look up anything we wanted.
Conservative side of me that doesn't find statues.
Pictures of racist statues.
He's a pure Christian. I mean, that would haunt Jeremiah if he had anything. What are you talking about? Every week.
No, the guy who thinks every statue is a single statue is confusing.
It's true, and they're actually changing that. Did you see that? They are changing. I swear to God, it was breaking news when I pulled into Watts, and I'm not even kidding. The Bob's Big Boy, they're changing something. I'm gonna look this up. Right? Look how sad. That's just ridiculous. Like statues in general are going to be canceled. They're not going to make any more statues. What are you going to have as a statue now? Just babies? A bunch of baby statues? Big Boy restaurants replace iconic mascot with obscure character named Dolly. Fox News 7 hours ago. Watch the tears flow down my man's face.
Unless she's Asian. This is the first time Red has said in his life, this is a not for Asian.
That's not going to say it. But then, oh, that's the headline, so that's great. Yeah, they're changing it to Dolly. Bob's
Red's like, are they thinking auditions for this statue?
Why? What's wrong with it? I'm going to tell you right now. According to the news outlet, Big Boy restaurants. Sometimes even big boys have to move on. Big Boy restaurants recently announced the arrival of a new chicken sandwich to its menu to celebrate the new height at the restaurant. Dusted off a forgotten character from its history, Dolly replaced the Big Boy as the restaurant's official mascot. That's Dolly, by the way, right there.
This is just an advertisement for a chicken sandwich. It was like IHOP when they changed it to Popeye. Whatever.
Dolly, a character that was featured in the Big Boy comic book series from the 1950s, will now be the company's permanent mascot.
Smart saying.
Why do you say cockapoo like that? Like it's not very new to me. It's not conversation. It's the local news of where the headquarters is. I'm just kidding. You're right. It's a temporary change to the chicken sandwich. Oh, man, you got me upset. What's that? I'm out of here. I'm going home.
we see Red Den on the loose news circling Mount Big Woman's electric bike in a little sleigh.
Now, honestly, I was thinking about like going with a buy all those statues.
Red Man was about to drive that Tesla to the news station.
Red Man's gonna protest no justice, no peace inside.
No justice, no peace.
Still got it. I love you, David Lucas. We have fun here tonight. There goes David Lucas, everybody. We're gonna keep it moving along here. It's all happening. We're flying through it. We're going back to the bucket.
I was gonna say that was the dumbest thing ever.
No, I really did think I misread it. That I was gonna say, what's that fake cartoon character? I know. That's great. Compared to the real character. Alright, this is exciting. This is this young man's first time ever on the show. He was recommended to us from the great Michael Lair. He was featured in a Michael Lair video last week. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds and an interview featuring Martin Morrow, everyone. Here we go. His Kill Tony debut, Martin Morrow.
Thank you. It's an honor to round out the diversity portion of the show. Like David, I'm also from the South. I'm originally from Birmingham, Alabama, and I get asked all the time where I've been called vegan or the most. And surprisingly, in my 21 years of living in Alabama, it was actually more within 10 minutes near Chicago. It was in Wrigleyville, which was my first mistake. And this white guy was there, and he's buying up shots for everybody in the car. He puts his arm around my shoulder and he goes, "Hey, I'm more of a nigga than you'll ever be." This man's being shot. And I was very upset by this. I wanted to fight him, but I couldn't. I had a shot to take. And I realized that moment that my alcoholism definitely trumps my feelings on racism like that. Sure of that. But then a buddy of mine came in, a little white guy. He's from like the south side of Chicago. Bald head, red hair, very angry. He was like, "Hey man, why do you look so sad?" I go, "Oh, I got over there from New York." He goes, "Don't lower your hands." The thing I learned is that if a white guy from the south side of Chicago tells you to go handle something about racism, don't believe it. He's going to make it way worse. Because then he goes, "Hey, you know how many nigga over there? No, you call my friend a nigga." He said, "No, that chick over there, you call a fucking nigga? Huh? You know, nigga, you and me outside right now." For the first time I've ever been confused by racism. I was like, this needs to change.
Look, yeah, Martin Morrow. Welcome. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Man, can I just say the band sounds so good with the return, especially of Grover Chris. I mean, what that adds to a saxophone and drums, having a little bass behind it. It really fucking kills the dying cat. It's like it numbs the. It's like when they give you a numbing shot before the big shot of something. Like it's like a deal of small pitch instead of a pumpkin.
It's the only band in show business that gets reprimanded for playing their instruments. Oh, wow, look at these idiots over here doing their job.
We were complimenting you guys.
Oh, yeah, this sounds like a dying cat, the saxophone man in the corner.
Who said that? I didn't say that. I mean, you have a keyboard, right? Anyways, it was nice meeting you.
Yeah.
Okay. Welcome, Martin. So how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 2 years.
10 years. And you're originally from Chicago?
Alabama.
Oh, that's right. But comedy-wise, did you start there?
I started now.
Okay. And you came straight to LA from there?
Alabama, New York, Alabama, Chicago, Alabama. In Chicago.
That's a lot of Alabama. You're like Forrest Gump. You go around the world, back to Greenville, then out again.
Yeah, a lot of dance.
That'll do it. Hey, wow, you're very quick. It's still got on the buttons over there. Jeez, ever since the Box Big Boy thing happened, I forgot how to handle this. Interesting. What part of Alabama? Birmingham? And are you like in the city of Birmingham? Or are you in a cool little suburb?
Like right outside of it, Roebuck.
Yeah, I have a friend from, where's Willie from?
I don't really, he went to the same college.
You're not a tiger.
Yes.
Huntsville. What's the name of that city that we had a little fucking suburb? It was,
So myself,
So close. That's the one. That's somebody else. What made you realize it?
I wanted to start my career as a feature at best. So
that's great. Did you enjoy New York? Like the comedy scene in New York's pretty nice. You get a lot of spots and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of like, I was 21 when I moved there, so it was, I did like the Ring of the Cable out there.
The best place ever.
Yeah, because I lived in Queens, so I just trained on the scene.
Did you ever go to a skate fest when you were in New York?
No, I was there in 2010, so before skate fest. But I would love to now if I had the money for skate fest.
That's just like an ass.
Yeah, no, never
10 more years or so. Yeah. No, no skate fest quite a bit. No fest of any kind, it seems. How did you meet Michael there?
At Second City. He was like the cool kid before me. Like he would get high between shows and stuff.
I've asked a lot of people about who never went to Second City and said that, Michael there is known in Second City as being one of the biggest assholes in Second City, like a Toronto crowd. Heflin, Alabama. Do you know about Heflin?
Not a goddamn thing.
Oh, okay. So what do you love about Birmingham?
Good food. That's about it. There's not really like a lot to do there. It's like, now it's growing. It's like a weird hipster art community. Like a bunch of people moved from Brooklyn to Birmingham. They kind of turned into this like kind of thing.
A lot of racism there.
Yeah.
What's like one of the more racist things that's happened to you? The most racist stuff that's happened to you been in Alabama, New York, or Chicago?
I'd say a tie between Chicago and Alabama. But I think the worst racist stuff happened in Alabama. Like there was one time I was doing a show and this guy came in, he had a cowboy hat on, and I said, "Oh, you look like Sam Elliott." And he said, "Shut up, nigger," like that.
Oh shit!
And he flashed his gun at me, and I was like, "All right, no one can do anything about this." He's like, "No one did anything." So I just left.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you been pulled over a lot in your life? Like, do you feel like that? You feel you're treated weird when you're pulled over?
Yeah, but then I wear glasses, so I think that's when they come.
That's the secret, Glasses are like, when a cop sees it, it's like, oh, okay, jeez, put that in the lens.
Yeah, well, you're gonna get me, man. I'm just gonna read a book.
That's right. I love it, man. All right, so now, how long have you lived in LA?
A little under 3 years.
Okay, what do you do for work?
I'm a copywriter.
I thought you were going to say you're a cop for a second. You kept rolling copywriter. What exactly a copywriter? Like you just make sure you type in people's copyrights when they ask you for one?
I do tweets and stuff for different companies.
Copyright.
Yeah, W-R-I-T.
Gotcha.
The R-I-G-H-T.
Gotcha. Okay.
So I got to tweet it, Nicki Minaj once.
Oh, yeah. When you tweeted her?
I made up fake rap lyrics about Walmart, and she was like, yeah, she was really into it.
Oh, that's cool. Do you meet any other cool celebrities while you're in LA? Or bad celebrities?
I went to Jeff Ross's house once. I think we were there. Yes. And so, but I was like, I shouldn't be here. And I remember, maybe it's like 3 years ago. 20-something, and he did it, whatever. They were playing Cisco, and it was a truce. And I was like, I wonder what Cisco's up to right now. And everyone was like, this guy fucking sucks. Stop talking.
And you looked at Tony. Well, you were high on insurance there as a deal.
Yeah, it was cool. I like that. Yeah. We're here.
Fuck yeah. Alright, well that's cool. That's fun. How'd you end up getting to Jeff Ross's party? Like, someone took you or something?
Yeah, a friend of mine was like, hey, you want to go to this thing? She didn't say where it was. And then we ended up going. I was like, all right. It was like two. I feel like it was out of a tank.
Were there other cool comedians there?
Oh,
wow. Jeez, must have been one of those Sunday services videos up there or something. Very Christian. I love it. Any other?
like you're very upset with me for calling out that you were there too.
No, it's good.
I frequently was.
Yeah, everybody here has been to a Jeff Ross party except for Redson.
Oh man.
He's not invited. He doesn't invite people shaped like that. It's Broadway.
Oh, okay. Nice to see you. Well, I hope that you find
We don't very often take ownership for that showing up just swimming.
I guarantee you there are way worse looking dudes there.
Maybe at the party you were at. I wasn't at the party. I mean, did they come and they were got those special skills or talents of any kind?
I play trombone.
Really?
Yeah.
We have an extra trombone there.
Maybe check your phone.
Wow. Do you have a trombone?
I did. I bought one off the top about a year ago. So yeah, I got this back home.
Back home here in life?
Yeah, in my apartment.
Do you practice in your apartment?
I do every now and then.
Neighbors ever complain?
No, they're like old, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I said, how long have you been playing? Since the 6th grade.
Absolutely. A guest band member. You watched it happen here. Right nearby.
It's really awful.
Hell yeah. I mean, hey, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. You're trying to have fun. Absolutely. One big boy closes, another one opens. There he goes, Mark Morrow, everybody. Thank you so much, Martin. Fuck yeah. We're going to keep it moving along. This is it. The final bucket pool. Ladies and gentlemen, I happen to know who is left in the bucket. There's only one name left. This is the final piece of paper that I'm pulling. And they are absolutely Kiltony royalty. I have been hit up via social media relentlessly the past 2 or 3 weeks. Because you know them as the stars of Season 1, Episode 1 of The Floor is Lava. It's been a long time, ladies and gentlemen, all 3 of them. I present to you the great Jersey triplets. Hell yeah. The triplets. Jersey triplets.
So we've been bowling a lot since the last time we were here. We've been bowling. We just got hair transplants. Actually, because we've been bowling at different rates, like we have different phases now. Yeah, like I have a marriage phase. I have a relationship phase. I've got to sit on my phase. Yeah. One night, we broke quarantine about a month ago to go to Lake Havasu, Arizona. Which, if you haven't been in Arizona, it's just a retired young man. Lake Havasu, Arizona. The people tan there. Listen, the people have been tanning there for about 15 years too long. They all got this leathery skin. They kind of look like baby tobacco pouches. We went out there with some partying. It's like, there's going to be some young college girls, get some pussy or something. And we went to the party channel, and it was literally just all people that were flashing. Like, I've never seen boobs unwrapped out of a bikini before. It looked like CBS receipts coming down. The artifacts do the guys are the same exact way. The guys are the same exact way too, man. Their balls just dangle from the bottom. They have those big hacky suckers, they're like fishing pores, yeah. That's basketball I thought I'd do one night. Thank you for having us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited return of the Jersey triplets. The Jersey triplets. The Jersey You guys have your own mics. You guys have your own theme song. I'm so excited you guys are here. I think it's been over 4 years. Really? It's been that long? You can tell you guys have improved a lot. Yeah, since last time. You're getting a little risky.
We could have gotten worse. We could have gotten worse. We legitimately did just get hair transplants.
Really?
Different shapes.
That's incredible.
So, you guys, it's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, so we just
Oh, you guys are adorable. I feel like your parents almost named you guys that. On Tuesday, this is Wednesday, on Thursday. You guys are adorable.
we got pictures of 2.5 weeks ago.
My goodness, That's awesome.
That's why he's got like red scabs and stuff in there.
Well, you guys are adorable. You're all good. Did that all happen after Fourth Lava? Is that something in the diet? When you guys fell in the water, your hair just started
Netflix money. Yeah, the Netflix money. The only thing that happened a little bit after that, but yeah, we got embarrassed.
Yeah, I actually rewatched it today after I hit you guys up and invited you to come on because I wanted to talk about that. It's very interesting. I mean, literally every single fucking day since that came out, there's people.
It's a show. Right? It's like a game show. It's kind of like a real game. You can't touch the
And it's a really big deal because Netflix it's really just them jumping into the game show field for the first time. They're doing it at 1,000 miles an hour. They're pushing it hard right on their front page, and that's their whole marketing thing is they have the ability to sort of shove shows right down your throat. And the Fourth Lava is one that they're certainly doing. You guys got beat by a group of pastors.
Pastors and then mom and her two twin some 18 years old. Yeah, we got feed because we're short. Legitimately, right? 5'4".
Yeah, low centers of gravity. Everything was slippery. Which one was the one that slipped on the bottom step that didn't swing hard enough? Yeah, that was you.
Like it's not so music to my face.
Oh man, you really are those things sort of soft? Are they foamy?
It's like in between.
Yeah.
A little hard.
Yeah.
I landed on my arm, so it wasn't bad.
Right.
I got turned into a meme.
And then the big one, a little linebacker boy was stuck on the triangle, the pyramid, for like what it felt like an hour and a half.
It was about that long. They cut it down a lot. Yeah, it was pretty simple.
Spinning around up there. So here's a few of my questions. One is the liquid. Is it warm? Is it cold? Does it taste like anything?
It's pretty warm. It's a good temperature. It's kind of like orange chicken, like that consistency, that sauce.
Okay.
Kind of like that.
All right.
It tasted like the sweet and sour sauce too. It was kind of thick.
Oh wow. If it's just covered in sweet and sour sauce, then in that case, I mean, sign me up. Red Man's bed is lava.
Hey, that's where we're going for the last 3 months. Our DMs have been blowing up. People either despise us, or a few of them like us, but it's mainly the gay guys that have been sliding in our DMs.
Really? Welcome to my world, gentlemen.
We got one of the pictures I got was just some guy's asshole. He's like, do you like boy pussy?
Wow. Yeah, he wants to be your lava. Wants to be your gay lava.
We're thinking about starting an OnlyFans because we have so many gay folks. Like, the gay OnlyFans are any of them. Deshaun is like he's a power.
Oh, yeah.
Totally. Like, if you look, he's a big
Look at that whole domination. Incredible.
So I think we're gonna sell out his boy pussy and see what we can do.
Yeah, you don't have to do like gay shit. You can just be like shirtless and stuff. Like clean the house and be like suntailers on each other.
Yeah, do the splits, do that kind of stuff.
Yes. But if you guys decide to do the triple suck off with one another, I mean, then you guys are gonna get rich.
A little triangle.
Yeah.
Triangle silver.
Yeah.
You should come and do it if you want to do it with us. We can photo together.
Yeah. You know what? Let's get rich. We'll look like triangle. Yeah, that's it. I'll be the convince. Or the
You would be right in the front, I think.
yeah, you do the cheating leading the way. Right. And have a bunch of Fursy.
First you try to get up and down.
Certainly. So, not a lot of people know this, but your fourth brother is here. This is William Fursy.
Hey, how's it going, y'all? My name is Jackson Reynolds. I love these guys. We were in the army together. We were doing spec ops. They were the 3 twin brothers. I was the redheaded stepchild.
Okay, hand them back the microphone.
Yeah, that's what they want to touch it up their way.
Yeah, now we have, there you go. So you have one more thing to say?
There was a time in 2005 we were all in Afghanistan, just sort of dreaming of better times. St. Louis was open, but no, seriously, 2 of our buddies got killed. We are in a box. Me and the Marcy twins.
Okay, there you go. They're the triplets, and they're the Percy triplets. There goes Jackson, Argyle, Stein. Everyone, for those of you wondering who that was, it was Jackson, Argyle, Stein. I saw you guys on TikTok a lot. You're taking over Netflix TikTok.
It's a new floor. I'm at home, so we've been here, of course.
That's cool. There was a part where I was thinking about having you guys do some trickery here today. We don't have a camera operator. It's going to have you guys jump from chairs into tables and whatnot. I mean, it certainly is. You guys must feel right at home here.
Is that something that you think now when people recognize you? Like, oh, you jump around on things for us. We haven't done that yet.
No?
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been surprised at our comments.
Right. Because they're like, you guys weren't funny at all. But you were. I thought you guys were hilarious. I loved it. And I think the whole Tony fan base did too. You guys were really silly.
Subreddit was a little rough. We went on the subreddit. We're trolling that.
Oh, yeah, you want to go on
good half a word shit.
Yeah, you don't want to go to the thread.
I don't mind. I like it.
Right, of course. Speaking of being shit on, I mean, you guys could do that in your OnlyFans and get rich.
That's true. That's what we charge them. I feel like we need to twice a year. That's why we start off. So we have to get shit on each other's feet. $50. Then you could, the higher up you go, the more you raise the money. Shins is 35, kneecaps 40, thighs 45. And then there's a huge jump if you shit on each other's penises. But then it goes lower again through the midsection and increases again on the face. Yeah, I mean, I'm game. You know, I have a good ass. So you guys have those tears and candles.
Catherine disapproves.
I got a question.
Go ahead, Joel.
As a fellow balding man, did you guys ever just think about just like shaving and just letting it go? What was the decision behind it? The fact that we're already short, we don't want to be bald as well. So you can't be balding triplets. And his was the worst by far. He got more hair grafts than we did. Is this the thing where they cut it off the back of your head? That's like what Joe Rogan did. This one, they literally suck out the follicles like individually, and then they replant them. Sorry, the back of the head looked like a beehive.
How long's a little bit?
Let me show you one.
How long's a little bit?
It was, he loved it 2 weeks. We got it 2.5 weeks ago. So
Was it painful?
they done the shit out of you, so it's not like that bad.
Okay.
Jesus.
Wow, that's frightening.
So it sounds like a lot of pores and a lot of blood. Yeah, in the back of your head.
Holy shit.
Did it hurt when they picked out the... no, they gave us like 3 Valium, and then they numbed your hurt pretty good. I mean, our head's bad for 2 whole days. I mean, flushing. It was the first time I ever did drugs. I'd never done any drugs.
What did you think? What were your thoughts?
I puked pizza immediately out of my nose.
You puked pizza?
Yeah, I puked it. We had see me came for lunch, and I shot it after putting some pizza on my nose.
Damn. When you were on these drugs, I think you think Tony is a bad person. There you go. That's what happens. If you know me and you take drugs, you see that I'm a bad person. But thank you guys so much for coming. This was incredible. A lovely appearance. And we love you guys. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Am I missing anything?
Subscribe to our TikTok at Percy Triplets.
Percy Triplets.
Percy Triplets on everything. Thank you guys so much.
Check them out on the floor is lava.
Yeah,
I was excited to find out the temperature and everything of the lava, and I'm glad I got to ask you guys. All right, indeed, there they go, the Percy Triplets, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting moment right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is this final regular's first time back at the Comedy Store in a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the great and powerful Michael Lair, everybody. Here we go, Michael Lair. store in a long time, the great Michael Lehrer, everyone.
Welcome to Michael Corona, the Corona version of Crippled Heartthrob comedian Michael Lehrer. I thought draw dog and Mac would grow this morning. Thank God no floppy disk. Full hard drive, baby. A Roomba vacuum gave me herpes. She sucked it off the bathroom floor, I think. If you think my voice sounds weird, you should see my cock. It is made of Legos. I'm a strange one. I do not like food. Maybe it's because I have to call the Navy SEAL Team 6 if I want to take a shit. I cannot be canceled for me too, because your typical jailhouse Wi-Fi cannot accommodate my needs. The one thing bots and humans have in common: a junk drawer full of RCA cables. My body is just a vessel. I am now in the Matrix, and the rumors are true. Keanu is homosexual. Got my dingleberry suckled by a chair-rigged coffee maker this morning. It's a conflicting experience. Chair-rigged suck is so good, but they so bad for the environment. What is the deal with vocal cords? I mean, these fucking cunts shut the fuck up already. You know, when I got this incurable disease, I was pretty bummed out. But after watching these little white ladies yell Black Lives Matter at African American police officers, maybe I am the lucky one. Thank you very much. That is my time. I'll be playing all weekend non-stop. And the giggling.
Does such a person have the ability to decommission and negate idolatry? On one hand, the public will not be real public.
Wow. Thank you. I mean, holy shit.
Only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry.
I thought you were doing a ventriloquism thing.
Anyone who's if you're the church of an and this guy is in the Jewish. He's not Jewish.
I mean, I hope that's not the case, but I must say that you are in a bubble right now.
He has the full option to go ahead and negate it. You must see what I'm not going to say only someone who worships it can negate it. Someone who doesn't worship it.
You mean the Bulgarians? Yeah, and you can't get sick. You can't get the coronavirus, is what you're saying, so you're being
actual boss of the so that's a lot of things. I'm working in the show. I see the city and the city around. If I look at
you get sun out the patio. That's why you're an absolute assassin, super creative, always dialed in. A hot streak of murder every single week. Always
So go ahead and engage in collective commission with us. Committed, however, again, once a year ago, ain't no only open to but again,
you can do it. Are you doing it? absolutely. Wow, that's so cool. Hell yeah, that's like if someone, got hit in the head with a baseball and they got to participate in the Special Olympics. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Absolutely. That's fucking awesome. Your episode of Jeremiah Wonders came out. That was great.
There's a lot of he's had one himself, and he had one his friend. And a lot of my shit, and a lot ultimately, right? Ultimately, again, ultimately.
Yeah, that's right.
My shit in there, and now worship, so who is evil?
Wow, you guys right. I mean, I know what you ride, but what do you ride? Furby. There you go. That's some of that classic info. I think Jeremiah is going to be into Easter seals. Hey, I've been getting a lot of messages saying you guys are me because I'm missing. If I fucking find out, I will kill everyone. Right. No, well, I mean, I will say that it does add to the compelling nature of the story that you happen to have started stand-up extremely late. We found you on the show with a debilitating disease. I mean, I'm saying that, honest, you want the honest answer. Well, I mean, I don't know if I would have made you a regular if it wasn't for the ALS. If you get up and start walking right now, I'll lose my mind. Oh my goodness. I heard a rumor that, tell me if this is true at all, but I heard a rumor through the grapevine that you're currently involved in a lawsuit. Wait, what? Okay, how are you the original king of Queens? I did not know my Bible. You're gonna break the blood. Getting excited. Eyes are getting weary, your body's getting light. Sitting here and driving on the way for rich tonight. Is this the theme for the King of Queens? Oh my God. Some of us are.
bigger. Hence, you need technology. That's a good thing. That's a good thing.
Isn't the nanny also from Flushing?
Well, that's what I mean.
Well, I mean, why are you suing Fran Drescher then? What about that voice, I'm noticing that, noticing this week, I understand you're really pushing up against that plastic really hard. I'm noticing that I understand you a lot better. You've been drinking a little bit less.
What is the definition of a kosher? If your kosher is someone again, who eats not sharks, who is accepted
Oh shit! Is that that's a part of the development of your disease? Oh my goodness! How bad is the sharding bit?
All of the mitzvahs except for one. He's not doing that.
Maybe you should think about sleeping in that plastic tube that you're in. Red band. Come on, that's a far noise. How's your son doing?
He's great. I don't want my father
Yes, we did. So really? Really? Yeah, that sounds horrible. But now you're our starship trooper, Michael, and we absolutely love you. Thank you so much for being here with us live on this, the return to the Comedy Store. Follow Michael Lair at Michael Lair Comedy. Everything Michael Lair has amazing merch for sale. Here comes the drawing from Ryan J. Email coming right at you. Oh my goodness gracious. How in the world did I forget that? Get a little bit closer there, Ryan. Let's see what you did here tonight. How cool that is. You did it. There's actual trains. There was a lot of train jokes. A lot of it had to do with me getting butt fucked, as with every Monday's episode. Yeah, it's incredible. He's been auctioning off artwork. It's all at RyanJAbelt.com. He's the house artist. He draws every single episode. And that's tonight's episode, the return to the Comedy Store. I hope the people in the parking lot had a good time. There's a lot of things here, a lot of things switch, the wires, this, that. There's so many different variables here at the Comedy Store. Some things are old, some things are new. Special thanks to Danny Lucas for coming in and running the mothership for us. Big boards, all the power and the neon that happens here. And yeah, the fun times continue. My weekend in La Jolla for this weekend just got canceled today. They closed the bars in San Diego today. Jeremiah Watkins is going to Tempe, Arizona, July 30th. Literally a 600% increase in COVID in the past week, but you are scheduled to go there. Yeah, it's not going to happen, but get tickets immediately. July 30th and 30th. I mean, there is literally no chance that happens, but he's coming. So if you're in Tempe or Phoenix and you want to go out and you want to see a show in a public place with a roof, the Tempe Improv, July 30th and 31st. Jeremiah Watkins. What else, Jeremiah?
Thank you. Awesome. Denver
has a chance.
Denver has a chance. Tempe has a chance as well. As for is, I guess, with Jeremiah last week, Michael there had a great conversation with him on Jeremiah Watkins last week. And Jeremiah, that's what gets on Menlo. And I think you to the Comedy Store for being open and allowing us to do this great show.
I can't think Michael said we're using him. You're using us.
No, I get mad.
Of course you do, because people are bad ones out there. Yeah, we couldn't add another straight white male regular if you didn't have ALS. You are technically correct. It doesn't change the fact that you're hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're all using each other here. The great
Great to see you.
Rama. Thank you guys. Thank you. So good to be back. We fucking love you. Bruce Wayne of Kilton. Back again. Joel Jimenez was here tonight. He's at Mostly Sorry with the new Mostly Sorry podcast.
Tomorrow we premiere 5 within these live chats. Me and David Deary.
Thanks again for David Deary.
Miss him also. He's back.
Yeah, he's back. David Deary's back. Thanks to everybody. Charlie from Vito's Pizza, the Brucey Triplets, Martin Morrow, Keely Oliver, David Lucas, William Montgomery, Michael Laird, Ryan J. Emo, Gino, who kept us afloat in Better Box Studios. We will never forget that. That's for sure. Colette, everybody. Mitch Murrow, and Martin Morrow, and Cackles, and the Brucey Triplets. We did it. Thank you to everybody who came in the parking lot for this, the first show back from the pandemic, the world famous comedy store.
Now what it is, to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, but to rent his rights from his righteousness. You know what it says? לנסוע בנו, ושם לשבוס הבשוח, ולבאת הראשוס. עוד לא תהיה רעית, תהיה לנסוע בנו, שכל שתהיה רעית ולנסוע. טוב, what is this thing? It's going to be like that is a deep shots. That is a deep shots. Or at least public deep shots. Without delicious, all we need to do is
Coming live from the world famous comedy store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. You know where Tony is.
Yeah, here we are again, live from the world famous Brian Redman. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, Tony?
Good to be here. Happy to be here at the comedy store yet again for another episode of Kill Tony. We have a fun show lined up for you as always. We just ate some delicious Vito's pizza. and I'm very excited to have that in my house. The great Ryan J. Emails is here, ladies and gentlemen, drawing tonight's episode live right here at the Comedy Store. I'm all jacked up on amazing caveman coffee.
Gotta get that new tea they got. It's so good.
The hibiscus tea over spice and kicks it up to a whole nother level. Get all that at cavemancoffeeco.com. Type in the promo code Kill Tony, save some money. RayJAvil.com has every print available of Kill Tony ever, and it's also being auctioned off as of late. So follow him on social media at RayJAvil. So yeah, exciting stuff. Right, man. A lot of wild stuff happening.
Good job on the fight companion, man. That was a great episode. You and Joey Diaz.
Very exciting to fill in for the COVID brothers, Brendan and Brian Callen.
Brian Callen's almost dead.
Yeah, it affects the people in that age range very deeply.
75.
Yeah, so they were doing meet and greets after some shows in Texas. Meathead and greets, perhaps, is what it could be called. Meathead and greenhead, perhaps we could call it. Yeah, that was a good time to not do meet and greets.
No doubt. Because just going to Texas alone is pretty dangerous.
You know, if you want to get a photo with your favorite comedian, now's a good time to learn how to Photoshop. You know, just put yourself in there. You can view your favorite comedian right in front of Mount Rushmore. Or perhaps an ocean, or perhaps you really have Stonehenge behind you.
Yeah, we're going to do it in Zoom.
Yeah, I have a picture of me and George Carlin outside of the Comedy Store. Yeah, I got a recent picture with Robin Williams. Anyway, exciting stuff, and as always here on Kill Tony, we always have the coolest sponsors, and I am so excited to talk about this one tonight, because our newest sponsor, Lucy Nicotine, is a company founded by former smokers like us, who are finally making tobacco alternatives that don't suck. It's 2020, get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, throw out your tins of dip, and go get some Lucy Nicotine gum or lozenges that actually taste great. Now, I still vape sometimes, but I've cut way back thanks to Lucy Nicotine gum, and as you know, I used to smoke cigarettes continuously up until 2 years ago. Both of my parents smoked when I was growing up. My dad's still a heavy smoker at 72, and it just runs through my blood, man. I'm sure they were both smoking when they made me, when they were banging it out, so I have nicotine deprivation just in my blood, so the nicotine means a lot to me, and Lucy gum is a fun way to get it through my system, healthier, better way.
Yeah, you know, it's almost like a habit that you're constantly wanting to fidget or do something with your mouth, and, you know, those jewels, I'm always constantly puffing on it, and eat it. The great thing about this gum is it tastes great, and once you have it in your mouth, you just kind of chew it once in a while, and it just kills all cravings. I love it. I used to not be able to eat or chew this gum because of the taste. It does taste amazing. I have the wintergreen.
Yeah, I have the cinnamon. It is unbelievable. It is incredible. A subscription to Lucy comes directly to your door each month, so simple. It's 2020. Lucy has delivery down. This is the real deal. Use the promo code KILLTONY and you get your first trial order of gum or lozenges at the lowest price they're allowed by law to charge you. The government has rules against giving nicotine away for free. The team at Lucy is working with us and our partners to get you your first trial order of gum for right around $1 and lozenges at $2. Go to Lucy.co, use promo code KILLTONY at checkout, and get rid of your old cigarettes or vape today. And so it continues. Another episode of Kill Tony live from the Comedy Store begins now. We have 4 pre-selected sign-ups in the bucket. Recommendations from people close to the store, and one new comedian and one that we met during the quarantine that we said should come to the Comedy Store and sign up when things get back, and they are back, so we're going to meet them tonight. However, before we get to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen, there is a band on this show. Every week they come in to meet different characters. We never know what they're going to be and what they're going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I do present to you right now the best stand band in the land. It is the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Jet Ski Jesse Johnson, I'm so excited about this. This is the first time we've had all four band members in over 4 months. Can you believe that? Incredible world, perfectly spaced out, a perfect 6 feet apart, and we are back. What's your name, head flight attendant?
My name's Gavin. You can call me whatever you want.
Gavin? Gavin, okay. And this young lady, hello, how are you?
Hello, I want to thank you for flying Kill Tony. My name's Sandra. I want to remind you, in the unlikely chance that we do crash, that red band can be used as a flotation device.
I love it.
It's just that we can also use Tony because he is also full of hot air.
Oh, there you go. Very good. What's your name, little Mexican blonde?
Excuse me, my name's Dylan, and I'm here to serve GUINNESS.
Okay. There you go.
I'm being informed that my name is actually Daryl right now, so it's there.
Wow, this is that high elevations.
Getting it.
That's right. And how about you, bass player?
Oh, man, Tony, my name is Chris with a K. I'm the lead bartender on the plane.
Okay.
I've been stealing for years.
Oh, my goodness. All right. Well, okay, we have flight attendants here tonight, Southwest flight attendants. Very excited about this, and let's have some fun, shall we? You guys want to grab your instruments, because we're about to get this party started right now, and we're getting it started with a bang. Normally, this guy is what we would consider in the business a closer. However, we're going to have some fun tonight and get the episode started with him. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, the Dark Lord of regulars in the history of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Michael Mayer. Everybody, here we go! Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Mayer. Everyone, here we go. We're gonna move up there. It's very important, that part. Alright. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Mayer.
Sports Illustrated just had their first transgender swimsuit model. She got the job by reading that the other models by using her manpower. Holly Berry said she won't play a transsexual. Hopefully she plays that waitress again. It's a doggy from Billy Bob Thornton that was hot as fuck and she won an Oscar. That's when the partner you brought to the party. Speaking of party, shout out to Go One Medicated Power for making my boys feel like they can lick all day. Living in the moment, no regrets. One regret, I wish my generation had as much passion as this generation for eating us.
Man, sounds great tonight. Ace of Spades from Motorhead with our very own Motorhead himself, Michael Mayer, getting things kickstarted here.
Yeah, that was awesome. Even better than the band, the fucking audience.
The audience. Yeah.
Yeah, the audience rocks. I love you guys. Fuck yeah.
Well, yeah, Michael fully hallucinating that there's an audience in the room right now. This is exciting that ALS medicine must be fucking bumping right now.
Man, it's so good. I'm fucking it's so awful.
You get your ALS medicine in an alleyway?
Wow, that's Medicaid.
Oh, okay.
You know, HMO.
HMO. I noticed you have like a spray bottle. Is that for your nurse/girlfriend?
No, because of my homework, my disease, I get overheated a lot.
I love it.
Thank you. Yeah, but I've been working on my physical therapy because the thing is, I can't walk, but I can stand. So I'm working on standing for a set, and I'm in crazy good shape. Hold on.
Oh shit, you about to try to stand up right now?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, fuck.
No, I got water socks.
Oh, there's some water socks, exactly.
They so nice.
That's what the water socks are for, in case the Alexa socks.
No one else clipping me. So,
Oh, water socks.
Michael, are you purposely wearing your glasses like Weekend at Bernie's for
Weekend at Bernie's was my comedy impression. Cause I knew I'd be dead before I finished being
How long are we allowed to do that to your body after you pass away? We're in a Weekend at Bernie's. You know, how long? Like we get like 2 months with your corpse or something?
on what Patreon you signed up for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I got you fucking.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm sharp as a tight still. Let me smile.
You are sharper than text. You are. Today. And so it continues. Another episode of Kill Tony live from the Comedy Store begins now. We have pre-selected sign-ups in the bucket, recommendations for people close to the store, and one new comedian and one that we met during the quarantine that we said should come to the Comedy Store and sign up when things get back, and they are back. So we're going to meet them tonight. However, before we get to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen, there is a band on this show. Every week they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be and what they're going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I do present to you right now the best stand band on the land. It is the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Jet Ski Jesse Johnson, Gomez, Jesse Johnson. I'm so excited about this. This is the first time we've had all 4 band members in over 4 months. Can you believe that? Incredible. We're all perfectly spaced out, a perfect 6 feet apart, and we are. What's your name, then, flight attendant?
My name's Gavin, but you can call me whatever you want.
Gavin? Gavin, okay. And And this young lady, hello, how are you?
Hello, thank you for calling Kill Tony. My name's Sandra. I want to remind you, in the unlikely chance that we do crash, that red band can be used as a flotation device.
I love it. And
Miss Justin, we can also use Tony because he is also full of hot air.
oh, there you go. Very good. Absolutely. And what's your name, little Mexican balloon?
Excuse me, my name is Dylan, and I'm here to serve hot nuts.
Okay. Very
I'm
good.
being informed that my name is actually Daryl right now. So it's Daryl.
Wow, that high elevations.
Getting it?
That's right. And how about you, bass player?
Oh, hey, Tony, my name is Chris with a K. I'm the lead bartender on the plane.
Okay.
I've been stealing for years.
Oh my goodness. All right. Okay, we have flight attendants here tonight, Southwest flight attendants. I'm very excited about this, and let's have some fun, shall we? You guys want to grab your instruments? Because we're about to get this party started right now, and we're getting it started with a bang. Normally, this guy is what we would consider in the business a closer. However, we're going to have some fun tonight and get the episode started with him. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, the Dark Lord of regulars in the history of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Michael Blair. Everybody, here we go! Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Blair. Everyone, here we go. That's very important, that part. There you go. All right. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Blair.
Sorry for the delay. Oh, Sports Illustrated just had their first transgender swimsuit model. She got the job by being that the other models by using her manpower. Holly Berry said she won't play a transsexual. Only she plays the waitress again. Gets a doggy from Billy Bob Thornton. That was hot as fuck and she won an Oscar. Dance with the partner you brought to the party. Speaking of party, shout out to Goldman Medicated Powder for making my boys feel like they can lick all day. Living in the moment, no regrets, one regret. I wish my generation had as much passion as this generation for humanize.
Man, the band sounds great tonight. Little Ace of Spades from Motorhead with our very own Motorhead himself, Michael Blair, getting things kick-started here.
Yeah, that was awesome. Even better than the band, the fucking audience.
The audience. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, the audience rocks. I love you guys. Fuck yeah.
Oh yeah, Michael, we're fully hallucinating that there's an audience in the room right now. It's exciting. That ALS medicine must be fucking bumping right now.
Man, it's so good. I'm buying it. Highly. It's all flavor.
You get your ALS medicine in an alleyway? Wow.
That's medicated.
Oh, okay.
You know, Asian love.
HMO. I noticed you have a spray bottle. Is that for your nurse/girlfriend?
No, because of my disease, I get overheated a lot.
Oh, that's wow. I like that.
Thank you. Yeah, but I've been working on my physical therapy because the thing is, I can't walk, but I can stand. So I'm working on standing first. I'm in crazy wheelchair.
Oh shit, are you like trying to stand up right now?
No, I got water socks.
What are water socks exactly?
They so nice.
Look at those things. That's what the water socks are for, in case he collects some socks. In case water socks.
Michael, are you purposely wearing your glasses like Mickey's parties right now?
We cannot breathe with my coming here. Because I knew I'd be dead before I finished breathing.
How long are we allowed to do that to your body after you pass away? We're gonna weekend at Bernie's you. How long? Like we get like 2 months with your corpse or something?
Well, it's what Patreon signed up for.
Okay.
I got you fuckers.
I like that.
I'm sharp as a tack still. Wait, let me snap.
You are sharp with the text.
Wow.
Jewish deli.
Alright. Hey, I love those Jewish delis. All closed Hey, we hate Jews. This Chinese fucking virus is terrible.
Oh my god, alright. Wow, we got to see what fucking level 30-second city gets you right there. That is some of the best. That's some of the best improv I've ever seen in my life. Fuck you, Jewish delis. That is a big fuck you. COVID took care of them, didn't
Maybe I should go for Christmas, but I might not have wheels. I might just be an edible drug addict. Don't cross your fingers.
Yeah, I will definitely crush my fingers and You learned how to do magic?
Can I show you?
Oh, please, if you're gonna do a magic trick right now, I'll lose my mind. What's an ace of spades, Motorhead? It seems like you do. Alright, here we go. Oh, here he goes. Oh, it's happening. Oh, shit. It's toilet paper. Oh, no. He's making that come out of his penis, I do believe. This comes that hard.
This is my favorite magic trick I've ever seen.
This is clearly a side effect of ALS.
You can't smell balls without ALS.
That is an incredible magic trick. It seems as though he's pulling white plastic out of his penis, which the craziest part of this magic trick is that is covering his penis and he still has his pants on, so it's crazy. It's going through his pants and there it is, and he did it all while laughing very hard. Most magicians don't laugh that hard during their own tricks, but yeah.
Promo Chris sent is that his hospital bill receipt.
Promo Chris.
He deserves us all for this medal.
Oh my god, that is so fucking funny. My god, you are a man of so many talents, Michael. It is absolutely incredible. Now you can add comedy, improv, magic, yes. And you're doing something with film as well, right? What do they suggest to you, Jewish deli? Disabled. Do you have an idea what you're going to do? Yeah, definitely. That's all you. So you're going to do a monologue tomorrow? And that's for Easter seals? Easter seals? Let's talk about that set a little bit. Were you talking about? I lost a part of this. You were talking about Angelina Jolie. Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed that part. I got back up at Gold Bond Power though.
I was using Gold Bond recently, and I guess my balls got so sweaty that it just made like a
Oh wow, that's completely fucking.
Mark bags at your seat.
This episode is sponsored by Vito's Pizza. Look at your Vito pizza.
Oh my god, when do you put the Gold Bond on yourself or you have someone do that for you? You put that on yourself. I picture your balls just look like the table from Scarface, just a big white pile of fucking powder. You have a $1,000 monthly room outlet? Oh, Gold Bond budget. I thought you said robot budget. Yeah, you're doing good. This is great. I love the look. I love everything that's going on here. So now that I know it was Halle Berry, what did you say?
I said Halle Berry is turning around and playing trench in the person. And I hope it's that she plays that girl waitress again. Where's the doggy from Billy Bob? Cause it was harvest fun and she won an Oscar.
And then when you say this generation eating ass better than our generation, so like you're talking about the people that are kids now, I don't know. I really don't see. I don't think it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Well, I mean, it just I feel like this future generation, they're being raised with iPads and things like that.
Yeah.
I don't know what the kids are doing nowadays. How do you know this? Wow, look at that. It's got a little bit of that Delio right under your face.
I think it's true because they're watching the all the craziest porns to help, the kids are looking at playing with
You're absolutely right. That's a really good point. Ass eating's like just fucking, that's first base for the shit.
ass eating is the new missionary.
Yeah, man. So what's next? I wonder where do we go from here? If they're desensitized to that level. How's it going out in the parking lot, Mike? Everything's good? 2 thumbs up. Shout out to the audience that's live in the parking lot right now joining us. It is wild times here at the Comedy Store during this new normal. They're calling it So, Michael, you eat ass and you've had your ass eaten, is that correct? Which one do you prefer the most, eating ass or having your ass eaten? Modern day, Michael, they're getting your ass eaten. I'd imagine there has to be a little bit of cleaning that goes on before it can be eaten.
I don't know if you noticed, but when he stood up, there was a hole cut out of the seat of his chair.
Oh, wow. Why never again? You didn't like it? What did it do for you?
I just noticed something Michael does I've never noticed before. A lot of times he has his hand out, just like Yoda from the Millennium. Little baby Yoda with his hand out.
Wow, I actually felt something when you did that. I felt a little tingle. Oh my God. Whoa! God, that is incredible. Do it one more time. Hold on 1 second. Okay, give us a second. Okay, do it one more time. You're really good at sound effects. Oh, okay. He's not doing anything. None of this is working. Stop. Everybody stop. Michael, anything else? He's making a funny face. Fred Rover? We wouldn't change a goddamn thing. Lights out, later, everybody. There we go. That's a way to get the party started here tonight. With the beautifully great comedy stylings of Michael Laird. Everyone loves that. There's a little switch to the batting order for you tonight. Starting out with our cleanup hitter, power hitter, right from the get. We have some wacky signups tonight. I'm excited to see what happens here. A lot of new faces.
Are there comedians that are in the bucket actually in here?
They are, a couple are in the back there, and the others are outside patiently waiting.
So that's like 20 seconds.
Whatever happens, happens. But your first comedian, we met him over the quarantine. This guy is a roast battle extraordinaire. This is one of my favorite roast battlers. He's probably already on his way to the stage. If there's a 20-second delay, ladies and gentlemen, this is definitely one of our favorite people that we met over the quarantine. A true California native, the one, the only, Los Digits, everyone, for his first time live in the main room of the Comedy Store. I'll be back again, leaving on a jet plane. Yeah. Here he comes. Los Digits, everybody. Here he is. Right there, right there, right there. Here he is one more time for Los Digits.
Should I start moving it now? Now you can tell I'm Mexican as fuck. Yeah, those Mexicans don't really keep jobs, man. We got a lot of fucking jobs. We don't really see all. See, I've been fucking working at the taco truck out here in LA. It's hard out here in LA to fucking jobs. In LA, man, you gotta be skilled on some weird ass shit, man. I got fired for not flipping tortillas right. And that's kind of like fucking disrespect to my own fucking family back then. I was raised in the family, you know. I was fucking a tortilla flipper for ages, man. When this bitch told me not to flip a tortilla, she said, go home. I said, what the fuck, bitch? How do you not know how to flip a tortilla? See, I don't know if there's a tortilla college out there that's teaching this kind of shit, man. But I want to be a boy because when I flip tortillas, man, see, there's a lot of bit about tortillas. Because, see, I got more filled with tortillas, man. So there's a lot of shit, you know, a lot of compassion when it comes to tortillas, man. And I hate cats, man.
There you go, Los Digits with 60 seconds and a little bit of change. Stay right there, Digits. We're going to interview you now. That set was incredibly Mexican. That was so Mexican. That made Joel Jimenez look like a blonde flight attendant named Daryl. That's how Mexican that was. A lot of tortillas in that set.
Yeah, man, I fucked it up. I'll do some other shit.
Like, is that a true story?
That's a true story, man.
You fired me. You wouldn't flip the
Because I didn't know how to flip a tortilla right, man.
How are you doing?
Right there, Rabbi, man. I'm working at a taco truck in downtown LA, man.
What did they tell you that you were supposed to do? Use some of
That I was slow, man. I was like, what the fuck? What's the science behind this? Like, ain't no science, man. I was fucking fast as fuck.
Is that what you, I feel like you wore that inside the taco truck sunglasses all now?
Well, that's pretty much what you keep doing.
Everything's good, dude. Excited to have you on the show.
Actually, bro, man, I wasn't feeling this bad, so I just fucking, man, that $5 beer died, so
Wow, what are they selling for $5?
like, food, get some
Coors Light. My goodness, $5 only for a drink at the Comedy.
originally booked.
I love it. That's incredible. They are turning $4.99.5 profit for every There he is, Joel. Have you ever met Los Digits before? You guys are both Mexican. You probably smoked in the same car at some point.
Exactly. How did you know that?
Okay.
Sorry, I'm already.
Digits, what's your living situation during this quarantine?
Staying alive,
Yeah. You by yourself?
yeah, we're right off. downtown LA, dog. But I'm flying like back and forth, dog. I'm like just working out there in the valley, in the Coachella Valley, and I'm staying out there with my brother and then going back to downtown.
So that's cool.
I'm up here for a couple days.
What's your brother do?
My brother, he's a fucking IT or some shit. He's a pretty good band. Yeah.
Awesome, bro.
That's cool.
Just
Do you have a girlfriend right now?
Man, not at the moment. I don't know. I don't like that guy. Can I get those digits?
This is Gavin. He's a gay flight attendant. Gavin, what would you do to digits if you had a chance?
Oh my goodness. Hey, in Spanish, we call it trouble.
So, how about your love life? What's that been looking like, digits?
I mean, it's alright. You know, I get some here and there.
You on like the dating sites or something like that?
No, I got my real life shit.
What do you do when you go up to a girl? Like, what's your opening pickup line?
What's up?
Oh, I like that. I like that. Sometimes you gotta talk down to him, let him know who's boss. Call him right away. Third word.
Yeah, you can't let him have that high horse, so come on.
Somehow you're harder to understand than Michael Lambert.
I can do my improv.
I think you have been weird.
Can I get a suggestion? I heard tortilla. Okay, I'll get that. You want to get a tortilla?
Digits, you ever get in trouble with the police?
Yeah, man, a couple times.
Yeah, like
there's white graffiti, right?
Oh, that's right. I talked about that. Yeah. You ever do any famous graffiti that we could see around town? You ever draw like Kobe Bryant or anything like that?
I never that. But I've read it on billboards. You probably see it everywhere.
Yeah, I think so. During the looting a few months ago, I think I saw some of your work.
Yeah, I got shoes for sale too, man. Oh, what are you talking about?
Love it, bro. What else about you? What else do you know any magic tricks or anything like that? Do you have any like special skills or talents?
Yeah, actually, I used to do magic. Yeah, it's 20 hour 100. It only works with like
That's fun, dude. That's exciting. What kind of car do you have?
Camry, dog. 2000 something.
2000 and something.
Mechanic, look like
You don't know how to fix cars. If something happened to it, what would you do? You call AAA a lot? Yeah, absolutely.
Have you modded out your car? Oh, yeah, that's done. I ended the season and dropped lower.
You got like neons inside your interior.
Nah, man, I'm not a reader.
Number 2.
You're a fan of the Raiders, right? And the Dodgers. Raiders, you like the Diaz brothers? Those are your favorite fighters?
Oh, yeah.
Name another sport. This is my talent. You name a sport, I can tell you digits. Favorite athlete, Salt. I'm gonna go with Mexico. Yeah, nailed it. Very few special skills and talents. If I was a guest on the show, there you go. If I was on the show and somebody asked me what my special skills and talents would be, I would say that I could tell you any digits favorite athletes. Do you sleep with something like a teddy bear or a special Really? I fucking knew something in my gut made me ask this question. You are like you are a caricature of a wild Los Angeles Mexican man. You sleep with a pit bull. What's the pit bull's name?
It's actually fun, but see, I named him Bud, but now I mean, you can't even
And
He's
he's
sweet
sweet.
because
Technology, that's
I
a good
named him
coach.
Blood just because
That's a good coach.
and then I was
But
like,
that's what I mean.
so
Come
it's called
say,
like
proszę Kiba, ona trzeba mieć coś, proszę Kiba, ona trzeba mieć coś, come say, your coach is
Is buddy good with other dogs? You ever take him to the dog park? Oh, Jesus. I feel like this is a bad dog. Does he wear the same sunglasses that you do? Tendons, I love you, man. You are hilarious. You are a serious man. Alright, cool. Well, I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Digits live from the Kill Tony and the maker of the comedy store. Thank you, Digits. Fuck yeah. The great Loose Digits. Fuck yeah, man. I think we have lift off. We have reached altitude. You can now take off your seatbelts. Chroma so far with a joke of the night, the long receipt joke coming out of Michael Laird's, what was that? Why'd that come on? Oh, your seatbelt.
He has accepted himself all of the mitzvos.
Okay, pull another name out of the bucket.
He's not doing
Ladies and gentlemen, this is this guy's first time on the show. I found him, I discovered him in David Lucas, one of David Lucas's videos. He is here tonight to make his Kill Tony debut. 60 seconds and an interview from Jason Rudello. Everybody, here we go. Yeah. I just want to fly so high, way up in the sky. Yeah. Oh boy. Baby, put your arms around me, baby. There really is a 20-second delay. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the Kill Tony debut of Jason Rudello. Riots, pandemics, Will Smith marriage problems. These are issues that I will not be discussing, but instead I'll tell you about my amazing wife. I know it's hard to believe I'm married. I just makes shitty TikToks for a living or masturbates to Ed Sheeran music. I'm the marriage guy. I met my wife in Kazakhstan, and Kazakh people they look Asian. They speak Russian, so they're the holy grail of electrons for Red Man. Am I right? Come on! Violence Asians. Juicy Asian, big tits bouncing, Oriental, anal, fucking, 5.5-inch deep throat. Asian mom teaches daughter how to suck cat. Alright, there's Jason Rudello, everybody. Can I just say real quick that sounds like a nightmare in Asian that speaks Russian, something beautiful when the most accents in the room. The Russians? You don't like a Russian accent? No, that just makes me. You like them on a man? Oh yeah, it's okay. A man seems like it fits, you know, like a dangerous man, you know, like a James Bond spy. But a woman, you finally found what kind of dude Red Man's into. Yeah, I would be like you. Yeah, what about Red Man? What Chris said, what about a Russian woman with an Asian face? Now that I can get into. I love it. So Jason Rudello, first time on the show. You are the first person in the history of the show that was born without a forehead. Now, did you know that? Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. There's one back there.
like,
like your
water
style,
fucking
dude. I like
amazing.
Lady gave me that note too.
For a second, I thought you had a bicycle
She
helmet
says,
on, but
it's down with, like,
that's
SF,
that. Now you moved it back. I see there's a little something there.
water,
So,
again,
yeah, I like his hair.
it's actually positive.
It looks just like mine. Appreciate you. Was that it?
That doesn't tell you us. That doesn't just tell you us.
Well, those videos like that was
Telling us. You shout about it, but you
See it now.
see it from your
It's more for the visual. Johnson, listeners. Yeah, I had no idea. I literally turned around like, what the fuck? And then I saw. Jason, fuck yeah. How old are you, dude?
25.
Heck yeah. So is that you? Dude, that's the future. So let's go back. Let's ask a question from earlier. Michael Lair brought up this generation. Are they eating ass? Are you eating ass? And at the other end,
Absolutely. The ass eating part of my ass eating.
right. Covered in hair. Sure, it's covered in hair. I see your forehead. I can't imagine. Butthead.
now you just got this.
There you go. You know what that sound means? It's covered in hair. But you eat ass, huh?
Occasionally, yeah.
Yeah.
When I'm in the mood. Has to be a spicy night.
What do you mean by spicy night?
You know, honestly, it's not a spicy night. It's drink a soda. Yeah, exactly. Special occasion, you know.
Not on the table. It wasn't even an option. That was consistent. Bad decision. Nowadays, it's like the most exciting thing you can do. It's like proposing to the girl, basically. It's like, I will eat your ass.
With a clench up on your tongue.
Oh, God. Every man does it. That makes me feel
I'm in that workshop.
I love it. Can you show us what it looks like, what your face looks like when you're eating ass? Oh, wow, okay. Alright, that's pretty good. You got that?
He knows.
I like it. So, Jason, you're 25, you're born and raised here in Los Angeles?
Sir, currently residing in Studio City. Yeah, close to the valley. Studio City.
Yeah, Studio City. You'll leave that studio shitty. What do you do for work?
Professional dancer slash choreographer.
Get the fuck out of here.
Sort of, yeah.
Are you serious? Can we get a little sample?
Hang on a sec.
Wow. Wow. Oh, wow. God damn, that is incredible. How long have you been doing that for?
Since the age of 13.
Wow.
Yeah. Me too.
Yeah, can we see some of your dance moves?
Me and Jeremiah, we can do this. I need you. Yeah. Anything that you do. And I love it. That is exciting. Gavin dancing to the song I Need You from Jeremiah Watkins.
You can check it out on his YouTube page. It's a great song.
Debuted this week. Number 2,045,000 on the Billboard chart. I will say this. Is that song might be one of the catchiest goddamn songs. I can't stop singing in my head. And I always have to make the face that you make when you say the I word. There's this face that you make me go. He makes the same face that he did in his Black Lives Matter video that he did. Serious. He gets serious. Jeremiah can be one of the silliest people in the world, and he can get serious like a motherfucker. That will never not break me. It's right in my fucking back.
My meter's up.
Oh, no. Oh, shit. He actually is wait, we're in the sky right now. Where to go? Here's your job. He literally does have to put money in his meter. Fun fact for you listeners.
We should talk about that because, like, before the show started, he goes, "It's a 2-hour meter," and he goes,
And we're all in the room, scattered around at the part of the show where we're eating pizza, all 6 feet away from each other. Thanks to our great friend Charlie from Vito's Pizza. He brings pizza every single week, multiple pizzas of different kinds. We're all addicted to pizza. Everybody knows that. Anyway, and at one point, while we're all just sort of, getting ready, but, mentally preparing, Jeremiah goes, "Tony." And I go, "Yes, Jeremiah." And he goes, "My meter's up at about 8:50. What should I do?" And I'm literally like, "What the fuck? Put money in here? Like, have any one of the 70 people here put money in here?"
It's like 5 minutes before we started the show. Just put 2 quarters in.
Yeah, or 2 hours worth. Really, just any amount of money. Really, just do anything.
I like that we're talking about this right now while he's walking through the audience and everybody's looking at him like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
He's probably stopped and watching this right now, being projected on the back wall of the Comedy Store. He's like, "Who are these guys?" All right. I love it. So, Jason, you're on this show for your first time. What's something else that we'd be interested to know about you? A fun fact about Jason Rodello that would surprise us. Your dancing has me very surprised. How did you learn how to do that? How does that come up in your life?
Yeah, so initially I started dancing from a Chris Brown music video that inspired me from the beginning. It was like a dancing vampire, it's called Wall to Wall.
Yeah, on the wall.
And then, there, I saw the reaction I got from my friends, and it was just a feeling I couldn't escape. So, anyone doing comedy or something they enjoy doing.
Yeah, that's super cool. You blew people's minds like at weddings and big events and shit.
Absolutely. Even bigger, man. I can teach classes. International thing. That's how I met my wife. I mean, I can get into it if you like.
That is so cool. And your wife took a dance class from you?
Yeah, she owned a studio from the area that I met her in a different country. That's all right, man. I think you would learn to dance.
I put that accent, man. That's the only thing that turns me crazy. Russian accents take you off that job. Look at any beautiful Russian model, the most beautiful woman in the world. And the second she opens her mouth, like, it's hard,
Red Man only likes Russian dudes and Russian salad dressing. Those are the only 2 types of Russians. Russians, what? That's basically Thousand Island.
Yeah, what's weird about French salad dressing?
What's weird about it?
It's like ketchup.
Well, it's not. It's not like ketchup. I like it. I don't know what flavor it actually is, though. What is the flavor of French? No, it's not. It's not ketchup and mayo cheese.
It's kind of like sweet and sour chicken, but
yeah,
something's
it's
missing.
close to that. David, do you know the answer to this? Yay! I had a feeling he's getting closer to sweetness than anything else. Jason, how do you know David Lucas? I saw you in a couple of his videos.
This is how
I know it wasn't from a dancing class.
Absolutely not. It was, I saw him. I got into the show during the quarantine, surprisingly, and I just fell in love with him. Watching every episode, like, from the get-go.
I can't believe we made a fan during the quarantine.
During the quarantine, fresh off the queue. And then one day,
Can you almost get back the 30,000 fans we lost?
oh yeah, I can.
So French dressing is a creamy ketchup-based dressing.
Get the fuck out.
I had no idea.
That's right.
It's made of oil, vinegar, ketchup, and sugar.
Ketchup is in the pizza.
Wow, that is
What is the
What
halacha?
would you choose?
Would you like to
I mean, I only really remember French dressing from like old-timey salad bars. Like that would be the one that I picked
Yesterday's that we
long ago. Talking about Ponderosa. Remember Ponderosa? Yeah, I know Ponderosa. They have those in Vegas. Wow, French dressing and fries might be good. Yeah.
themselves will be lesser.
All right.
So yeah, David in Studio City. Yeah, I've heard he just read about all of it, and I stopped him. But you know what? I knew how to not keep it like creepy. I was just like, hey, but Lucas. Oh, it's Kiltony. I have a fan. Hey,
Oh, wow, that's so cool. So you actually recognized him from Kiltony? Oh, well, there you go. Fuck you. All right, Jason, it was nice to meet you. Thanks so much for coming on.
Thank
Fun
you.
times, ladies and gentlemen. Jason Rodello, everybody. There he goes.
Put your arms around me, baby. Put your arms around me, baby. I just want to.
Yeah. All right. 2 bucket pulls. That means we are ready for another regular, ladies and gentlemen. It is that magical time of the show where we get to see one of our favorite joke writers, one of the literally probably definitely the greatest roasting regular in the history of the show. One of my favorite people. Just a great comedian, a great guy. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, David motherfucking Lucas, live in the flesh at the Comedy Store. Here he is, the real deal, David Lucas.
The most scariest thing about the coronavirus was not getting pneumonia. The scariest thing for me was losing my sense of taste and smell. Like, when they tell me I can fry chicken and not smell a motherfucking thing, I got that mask back on. But I don't hate masks. Like, oh no, that mask will make women look so goddamn good. Like, as soon as you cover up her mouth and her nose, that bitch is attractive as fuck. Like, I think we need to keep masks for another 10 years. I might fuck around and get married. This bitch can't say shit. She can't even breathe that good.
No, take the job. Take the job. Get the money and tell her what you should be doing.
I ain't scared. I want to get coronavirus just to lose weight. You know what I'm saying? I lose like 20, 30 pounds. Maybe I need to get coronavirus for like 6 weeks. That's my new diet plan and shit.
Let me see that.
Fuck yeah, David Lucas. Absolutely.
That shit went fast as hell with no audience. I timed it out. It was a minute and 15. Then I come here. That shit was 45 seconds.
That was quick sometimes. When it's gonna go down. It was sad, fun stuff. All about the corona. I believe it. I don't think you're one of the guys that would lose your taste and smell. Let's check in with Sandra here, because Sandy is fresh off of actually having the coronavirus. And from what I understand, you just lost your sense of smell.
Just my sense of smell.
That's it.
Sometimes I would remember smells and I wasn't sure if I was smelling it or just remembering.
Wow. That's weird. You said you didn't lose taste, but you can't smell it. You can't taste certain things.
But I could.
Right. Yeah, it's like, makes no sense.
They no sense. I still can't really smell.
Really? Wow.
You might be Mustang.
I can reach.
You can breathe.
How should you do that?
You know how you got it? You can't say because it seems like you didn't get it from any of us because we almost.
But yeah, because none of us had it. Right?
Nobody from the cast.
Welcome to another episode of Dr. Red.
When Red Band found out I got it, his first words were, "You're a dirty girl."
I think I said something else. I don't think I said more.
Dirty.
34. Wow. Well, we know that you didn't get it from any lunch. So, wow, this is interesting. On a very ass-eating, heavy episode of Kill Tony, it got started with Michael Lair. I think we're finding out that now, with no sense of smell, perhaps Sandy, the flight attendant, has now been eating ass.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Gobble, gobble, gobble. Everybody knows that. Turkeys and ass eaters. That's the noise that they make. Gobble. Have you eaten ass before?
No, but if I lose my taste, I might go in there.
Tony eat ass with a knife before.
Oh, come on, David.
I'm getting that shirt and all that type of shit. I taste better when he eat ass.
Goddamn right on the jump.
Let's hear it, Bob.
Go ahead, Gavin.
Oh no, when I went to go refill my meter on the way out, David kind of shouted at me. He goes, "Hey, Edward, fill my meter too." And I was like, "Yeah, it's only erect."
Wow. You really had to put money in your meter,
Yeah,
kid.
because we didn't work at the same time. So I'm like, hey, bro, you take your ass out there. I'm about to go next. Put my shit in there too.
Damn. Look at that. What do you ever put any of your chocolate coins that you keep on you at all times in the meter?
Maybe get your ass somebody else.
I know. They melt. You can't put those in the meter.
You gotta pay a deal, don't be for that shit to turn on. You gotta put a
That's a real reach.
cord in your bed. You know what I mean? The deal don't pop up.
All right, I'll ask you this. Yeah, that's actually true.
Tony got your chain. That's the real chain.
What's your sleeping situation? You sleep in a food truck or something like that?
Get the fuck up out of there. You sleep in a sleeping bag naked.
Sounds good, actually. Yeah, I mean, that's actually really cozy.
Tony sleep next to a phone constrictor.
That's actually true. I would know a instructor. His name's Buddy. I just named him Buddy.
Like you a name a snake into.
Okay. All right. Not all of us.
No audience here. Goddamn, this shit. I just want to roast you.
Not all of us are lucky enough. I mean, do you have any pets?
My kids.
Oh yeah. You have one of those pet kids.
I got an STD kid.
Damn. Why don't there stuff? Did you just have a new kid recently? Is that I heard a rumor that you had a new baby? Someone said I can't even hear that kid. Oh.
You said I know pet I think that's take care of shit. Another mouth to feed, hell no.
Right, especially with your mouth to feed, that's a lot. Dildo. Alright, so what else is going on, David Lucas?
Shit, that shit changed the last bitch.
What were you doing in that hallway when you met Jason Rodelli?
I was at my brother's house. My brother lived in the same building. So I went over there. So I was going to check on him.
How many brothers do you have?
Just one.
He lives in Studio City. What is that?
He's on track.
Oh shit, damn, so he sells CDs at Hollywood Highway.
Shit, his mother paid more rent than me, bro. He's selling something.
Damn, you don't know exactly what he does, he just tells you.
T-shirts. He got t-shirts. All vintage t-shirts.
Oh, right.
So with an equal. Something like that, yeah. But so what he really does, like he goes to, like, you know, we got hella places out there that sell like secondhand clothes. So he'll go get them, like take them to the dry cleaners and sell them at the store for like $150.
Damn.
And he buy them for like $20.
Damn.
Because everybody doesn't have access to that across the United States, but in LA, we got a whole bunch of these motherfuckers. Shit all this now, they turn it in and then they can sell them online.
It's a profitable business. Your brother's flipping clothes like digits flips tortillas. What's that? What do you wear? What is that tie-dye?
This is for real spread.
Oh. Okay. How much does something like that run?
Like 85, 90.
Even for your size? It's not more?
Fucking Wi-Fi cable.
That shirt is actually the sleeping bag that I sleep naked in. So nothing's changed since last week. Except for you may or may not have had a new child.
I had a new child last week. I can guarantee that. I'm having. If I damn that.
Wow, I feel like that's a true rumor. How exactly? It might be. I don't know. This is one of the more suspicious moments in the history of David's life.
Black man, y'all not the white guys in the white community. Like, why y'all don't assume black man again?
They come out like puddles. They can't form.
And you know, Michael ain't got no right. He got a woman that's gonna make him a kid.
He's not doing new kids at all. Michael does? Why would he have to? He doesn't have a vagina.
Oh, he works down there.
Shit. He needs to board the flight first, obviously. You had sex with a midget?
No, nigga, you didn't listen. I said I've never been on an airplane with a person in a wheelchair. I've been on a plane with a midget.
I've been on a plane with a midget before as well. Were you with me on that? Is that one? I know I just must have told you about it, but
You tell me anecdotes. I just listen.
anyway, there is a comedian who is a midget, and one time we were on the same flight, and he was actually one row ahead of me, which, you know, street cred is you always want to be in front of people. And I remember he was, hey Tony, he was in the row in front of me, and across the aisle, and I remember being like, fuck, I can't believe he has a better seat than me, right? And then right as I was, like a minute after I was jealous of his better seat, he stood up on the chair and adjusted the air vent like it was changing a light bulb, and I'm like, you know what, I'm not jealous of anymore.
It just actually give me anxiety.
I will never forget that moment. And you have not held in a laugh in your life until you see a midget turning on a fire and standing up on a chair.
They put me on the plane. I've been like,
Oh, I know. I almost had to throw up in one of those bark bags. It was incredible.
you ever notice that midget women always have fat asses?
Dude, they are natural hogs. Yeah. I mean,
The best flashlight ever.
if I was like in the desert, like by myself, if I was in the desert by myself, like 3 hours into a mushroom trip, like a hot midget appeared out of nowhere, I don't know, I might do something.
You don't think that'd be hot? Just like, I guess.
What would you do? What would you do?
I am back with feet that bitch first.
Everyone had thought about it. It just heard like that.
You think midgets are like kids?
Well, I mean, that's what I was thinking. Like, I was imagining her like riding me, but then it'd be like, oh, be like this little kid. I don't know.
Oh my god.
Just disgusting.
And I think I have that. As much as it seems funny, whatever you have.
That's not how Redman made having sex with a midget even more gross than everything else.
Redman always supposed to live shit. That big microphone trying to attract kids.
Oh, come on.
My favorite purple microphone. I thought
Some Fisher Price and that shit.
I had a purple pink shirt on. I don't know what you're talking about.
Bro, you got two dolphins kissing on an animal.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to be able to wear this hat until somebody released a comedy special.
I love what Tony like, okay, so I got this shit.
Love it, absolutely. We do. You are turning more and more into a big bundle of cotton candy every second that you stand there.
Getting stronger too, bro.
I love it. You've been working out? What have you been doing? Lifting food up to your mouth? All right, David, so much fun. Good to have you again here, Lucas, everybody. On to the next one we go. Alright, your next comedian, this is also his first time on the show. this young man I met a few days ago here at the Comedy Store. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for him. It's Malsha, everyone. Malsha. Here we go. Malsha, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, you. Malsha. Step back from that ledge, my friend. 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 Step back, my friend. All right, here he is.
So the other day I was walking around Hollywood, and I was walking by this alley, and I heard some noises, and I went in there just to check it out. And this buff-ass prison rat fucking everybody cool. So I'm like, what's the fuck? So I get closer, right? And he just doesn't take long. Smash it. I get even closer, and I notice everybody's dead. So it's fucking a get my car. So I get even closer, you gotta see right next to it. They don't give two fucks. This rat is just smashing the shit out of these fuckers. Until he finishes, and thank God, walks away, looks at me like he's about to smack me. He's got a talk about it. Wow. If you guys think it's a good pussy, no one knows watching. The second thing I thought about was my wife looks like I'm going to see this.
What the fuck? Moha. All right, Moha. So you saw some guy doing what?
I saw a paparazzi rat the fucking rat.
You saw a buff-ass rat having sex with a raccoon.
Dead raccoon.
A dead raccoon. Is this a true story? Why? How did you make this wild tale up? This is like a horrible pitch for a Pixar movie.
It's an episode of the Moon Dogs Midnight Game.
This is the first time I didn't even know how I came up with it was slightly large.
And in his defense, he usually has a stool to hump.
Usually what? Just repeat that again for
He usually has a stool to hump. He's doing the joke about the rat fucking the dead raccoon.
Is that true? Do you normally do an sit down if you're on the stage?
I'm new. This is actually the second time I ever did it.
Oh, okay. Well, the second time ever performing. Where was the first open mic? Oh, okay. And how many people were in the room in San Diego?
6 people out of 30.
Wow, that's interesting. So tell us more about you, Moha. Where are you from?
So I'm African.
Really? What kind of African are you? There you go.
East African Somalian.
Oh, Somalian.
I was raised most of my life in Sweden, Stockholm.
Captain now. All right. So you're from Somalia. All right. What was your child? How long have you been in America?
12 years.
12 years. Okay. You came with your whole family or just you?
Yeah, just me. I like America. There's a reason I left Seattle.
Wait, what about Seattle? Okay, why Seattle? What made you pick there? Your family was in Seattle? Oh, your aunts. Okay. And what do your parents do for a living?
Doesn't work. She lives in London, and my dad lives in Stockholm. He's a business from
Stockholm, Sweden?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You know, syndrome. That's not a place. Stockholm syndrome's not a place.
It's like the emperor.
Yeah, what he said.
Now,
Now, however, yeah,
Okay, so why is your mom live in London if your dad lives in Stockholm? Oh, wow. So how did they end up separating? Did they separate and then she had a husband, or did she cheat on your bus driving father? Okay. How old were you? How old were you when that happened? Maybe 10 years old. And, okay. How did that make you feel when your parents said they were separating? Alright. Okay. That's fun. So you lived with your aunts in Seattle. Your aunt Tifa and your aunt Eboni's. That's correct. These are quarantine jokes that are aunt Tifa and aunt Ebon.
Just in Southwest Carolina.
Oh my goodness. So, how's your love life been since you've been here as an American? Yeah. You're single right now, but you still getting laid, hooking up with white women? Wow, that's what you're into. You are black, right? A lot of white people are into fat asses nowadays too, though. That is, it's like rap music. It used to be just black people were into it. Now everybody's into it. Yes, white girls figured it out. Back in the day, the only way for a white girl to have a fat ass was by eating a lot. But now they realize there's one exercise called squatting that in which you can actually grow an ass.
So cheap in Mexico. It's like 2 cheeks for like $500.
Talk to the Rabbi.
Yes, of course. You want to maintain existence of that idol with it.
It's like
I want to maintain existence of the INS.
Wow, is that true, Rabbi? That you moved into did you get something where you got your scrub?
But I had this idea to make a pillow out of implants, like a boot pillow. And I was going to buy the implants, and I found that you could buy them from Mexico pretty cheap.
How many McDoubles is that? That's literally like fucking 1,000 McDoubles.
Yeah, it's about.
My goodness. What do you like to, what's some of your favorite American cuisine? You're from Somalia. They are usually very hungry over there, so you must have, quite the appetite. What do you like here in America? What do you like to eat other than thick white girls' asses? Oh, wow, that's shocking. Chicken, waffle, steak.
In the state,
No pork. Why no pork?
Oh,
you are, okay. Heck yeah. So,
My second board has like every single.
So, wasn't there.
do you have a Muslim sound effect? Okay. All right, that's enough. That's very long.
Please blur my face up this morning.
So do you, is there, you have like a Muslim church that you go to? What are those called again? Yes. What would you? Okay. All right. You ever take any flight classes or anything like that? Okay. All right. If you had to kill one race of people, what would your race be? Which ones would you pick? America is an option. Wow, look at that. That's very interesting. You could just pick one human and you chose the president of the United States of America. All the racist people. Okay, that's cool. Have you met a racist since being here in America? They don't have the balls to say something to your face? Yeah, that is.
Here's your moment.
What?
Here's your moment. He's a racist face and things, and then here's your moment.
He knows what's going on. This guy's built like a fucking microphone over here. It's built like Bob Barker's microphone, just thin and very thin and very black. Yeah. America, but the people that you would pick first to kill are the racists. You've never had anyone be racist to you face to face. 12 years here in America. Living in a big city helps, but that also means that you're around more people that could be racist. It almost seems like a lot of the racist people live away from the big city where they wouldn't have to be around other races. Maybe you're lucky, or maybe just maybe racism is an overexposed storyline in the modern media. Who knows? Oh, you're welcome, Mr. President. It's always a pleasure. Anyway, Tosha, you have any special skills or talents? We had a guy earlier do a magic trick. We had a guy earlier do some dance moves. Is there anything you have, any talents you have that would surprise us? Can we get this guy a basketball? Does anybody have a basketball?
It's literally one of the top most dangerous sports right now.
It's Mohawk.
Mohawk. Okay. So basketball, what else? Anything else? What else can you do? Any poetry? Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, I like Goodfellas. I like Bad Fellas. As long as they have a penis and a ball sack, I'm into it because I'm a gay man. I am a gay man. I will run this storyline forever by the gay dude, Goodfellas, all types of fellas. Okay, what's your favorite scene from Goodfellas? Let's reenact it together because I know every line of that movie, so we can do it. That's the scene, the worst fucking scene in the whole movie. Alright. I think that scene. No one actually likes that scene. That's the scene that people that haven't actually seen the movie.
My favorite scene when he's freaking out driving at the end of the helicopters. He's like looking up while he's driving.
Okay. Mohawk, fun times. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on the show. Congratulations. It's second time ever performing stand-up comedy here on Tony. That's Mohawk. Where did you find that guy? I've been here. I don't know. Comic Story said he wants to be able to do Kill Tony when he can, and I do pre-select a few healthy people that would test properly through the rigorous testing system they have set up here, where they take your temperature one time and cross their fingers afterwards, or crush their fingers, as Michael Bear would say. I can pull it out of the bucket just to make it fancy, but I know who's left because he's the only other submission. This was a very funny man recommended by Michael Bear himself, ladies and gentlemen. Elliot Mack, everybody, here we go. Here he is, Elliot.
So I have gay dads. Yeah, which you applaud in 2020. Thank you. Fuck, the rest of you make it sound like they just kidnapped me from a nuclear family when I was 8 and showed me Ellen 10 hours a day till I turned out like this. Which is exactly what happened, but it doesn't mean I don't deserve applause for it. That was cool growing up with gay dads. Like every morning they just put me on the gay agenda. It was just brunch, mimosas, brunch again, tap dancing lessons, eat a salad, go to bed, listen to Wicked. That shit was bomb. The best part was definitely whenever it was family game night and I got to choose like the vote on what to do. And it was my 2 straight brothers, my 2 gay dads, and me. So I would just be like, all right, should we get Cubs tickets or should we see Wicked for the 5th time? Cubs tickets, Wicked, Wicked, Wicked. Oh my god! I know about popular. But then I'd get hit with a belt for singing off key, so it evened out to a regular childhood.
Hell yeah. So good to finally have someone a little bit less gay than me on the show. Very excited. exciting stuff. Nice to meet you, Elliot. This is your first time on the show, correct?
First time.
How long have you been doing comedy for?
I've been doing comedy 11 years now.
Awesome. All of it here in Los Angeles?
No, I grew up in Chicago actually, and I started taking comedy classes at Second City when I was 12. After seeing Michael perform with Eddie Bryant, he did this one hilarious blackout. They were wearing sombreros. It was incredible, and I was like, that's what I want to do.
That is so cool. So you actually saw Michael Lehrer when you were 12 years old. How old are you now?
I'm 23.
23. That is fucking awesome. You saw Michael Lehrer when you were 12 and you said, I want to do comedy, and now you've been doing it.
He was fucking hilarious, yes. It's been an amazing ride.
He's something else. He's unbelievable. Yeah, so I think we finally found out who's putting the gold bond powder on Michael Lehrer's balls right here. No doubt indeed. I love it. That is so awesome. So how long have you lived in Los Angeles for?
I was here for about 6 months, and then I went home to be with family for quarantine. And then I did, like the band open mic. Do you remember that? Was happening for a bit. It was this really cool open mic where you would open the door and weed smoke would be blowing into your face. And I did an online Zoom mic, and I got to see all the other LA comics. And I've been thinking about not moving back to LA, and I was like, I need to move with this. This is it. So I came back. I've been moving for the last month. It shouldn't have taken me so long to move, but I also had to decorate, stuff like that.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's so funny. So, you're a gay man. You live in West Hollywood?
I did, but I hated all of the other people there.
Yeah, it is a little bit wild, right? I'm going to share something with you guys. I saw 2 gay guys holding hands today.
Yeah.
And I literally thought to myself, that is like the gayest thing that 2 gay guys can do. Like nowadays, like 10, 20 years ago, you'd be like, if you saw 2 guys making out, you'd be like, whoa, that's gay, right? And then, like, since then, there's like butt fucking, I think is the most gay thing 2 guys can do. But then it hit me today. In 90-degree heat, in the middle of the day in Los Angeles, you don't see any men and women holding hands. Like, to hold hands, you have to literally be like, I don't mind making a puddle of sweat with our hands.
We had to fight for that. We're going to do it, goddammit.
It is. It's a hot day. That is incredible. And would you agree that that's an extremely gay thing?
Oh, 100%. I was with this guy the other day, actually, and there's like, I guess there's like a connection between us or something because we can't hold hands or get a boner.
Don't get a boner?
Well, like, it's kind of like if he gets a boner, it's like a yawn, and that like spreads around.
Right.
Totally. Exactly. Gavin.
So if you hold hands, he gets a boner, and then if he gets a boner, you get a boner.
Exactly.
And then if some other gay guy sees you 2 guys with boners, you go,
You can tell it's something like a mile away. The gay yard has a very long radius.
absolutely, you're telling me I'm like a Doppler radar over here. I see it all. I have a tri-county gay guard.
Boners spread like coronavirus in the gay community.
That's right, we call it the coronavirus.
Yeah.
The old fucking. It'd be so weird if straight friends could hold hands. Like, we might went to go get some food together, we hold again. It's practically terrible. I don't like holding any movies. I've never been a hand holder. No, absolutely not. I didn't like touching you pre-coronavirus. Not to mention right now. Look at that big, strong hand. Look at that, just shaking from fucking caffeine and nicotine, just vibrating with high blood pressure vibration. Tell me why my man and I said holding hands. Red man loves holding hands. Wow, jeez, that. Okay. So, Elliot, how long have you been with this boyfriend of yours?
It's kind of been like one of those things where just like whenever we're in the same city, it goes down. So like 3 times in the last 3 years, but now he's in Orange County and I'm in LA, so it's like a little bit easier. Yeah, I would love to tell you that like he's my dad or something and we're gonna have 2 kids and 2 dogs, but
probably not. Okay, but how'd you meet him?
Originally Tinder, and then he and this other guy, like, we went to a boat and they like fought for me, and I was like, no, stop, I hate this.
And then,
So let's say,
Are they like tops or bottoms? How does that work? Is that a thing? Is that a weird question?
I'm not saying another word without my lawyer present.
I love that. I love it. Is that how Tinder works? Like, do they have it separated, like in the tops and bottoms, or anything? That's right. No, I just have I'm deep in the closet, so I have to pretend like I don't know these things.
I messaged you and you didn't reply. Haven't.
No, I haven't checked my, do they call it an inbox or a bubble? Alright. My episode tonight, I'm what they would call on fire. So I get the Gringo Bandito hot sauce because it's a spicy one tonight. Kill Tony. Hello, Mario. Elliot, any special skills or talents or anything like that other than being a comedy veteran? Started at, 13 years old? That is fucking awesome, man. That is so cool. It's Chappelle, Eddie Murphy, all those guys.
Thank you, yeah. I was going to learn to play the ukulele for this, but I was like, hey.
How about anything else? We had a guy earlier that could dance. We had a guy earlier do an unbelievable magic trick. He laughed a piece of plastic out of his hand. It's really impressive.
Wish you pottery, but like,
you know what? Somebody bring. Can we get a pottery wheel in here? Couple kilns. Kiln Tony. Oh, no. Kiln. Oh, that got a lot. There you go. Looks like that's what I'll think. That's the moment I'll think of before this. The play was Kiln Tony, the big laugh. Right. Just as I'm crying and sweating myself to sleep. Elliot, let me ask you this before I have you ever been with a woman or anything like that? Like,
only one of those looking her boyfriend's dick.
is that true?
100%.
So you guys have like a threesome?
Yeah, it was when I was in high school, and he was our quarterback, and we'd all been like drunk pulling that night. We were like going off, and then they were like, "Oh, Elliot, like you have a hot tub, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And we went back to my hot tub, and like he looked at his girlfriend, and his girlfriend looked at me, and then they both started changing like glances. And I was like, "No." And then she was like, "So Elliot, what happens in the turn tub stays in the turn tub."
Wow. And then you bent over and he put his hands under your butt and went,
So close, actually. He put his hands in like the 2-finger of my elastic.
game quarterback jokes.
Exactly. He pulled me in his lap and kissed me, and then immediately, like clockwork, I just like grabbed her face. I was like, out of my way, this is my moment.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Sucked his dick.
Everything that you do, the fire in your eyes.
And I have a big secret.
Oh, yeah?
It was Gavin.
Ring around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? I want to marry you.
And one who worships what's going to happen to it?
Elliot, well, awesome, man. I'm so glad that you came down. Come back anytime you want. And by come back, I mean after you go to Orange County with your boyfriend. You know what I mean? Come back. All right.
Thank you so much.
Elliot Mack, everybody. There you go. Elliot Mack. Ladies and gentlemen. William, you get Alright, there's only one person left to perform tonight. We're so excited about it. His stock is crashing through the floor. I mean, this guy was once beloved on this show. at one point was the only regular on the show, and then once he started to fade out a bit, I brought in David Lucas so that he would get his shit together, and write harder and work harder. And then a few months after that, he started to crash again. We brought in Michael Lehrer, who absolutely started stealing episode after episode after episode. He upped his game yet again. And now he's crashing yet again, disappointing people from the management to the band to the host of the show to the other regulars. And now he's here to perform for you right now, closing out tonight's show. William, the Big Red Machine, Montgomery. He's fighting off his back here tonight. A lot of people disappointed in
That's
him.
why fucking standing talking about. I'm kidding, that was my joke. I've been working on now, but seriously, Ellie and I had sex last week. We're expecting. No, I'm kidding. We're in for a treat. That's probably Jeremiah. Might be my best. We ain't talking about Jesus, we talking about Brandon. You'll ever watch Sixth Sense? That's been happening to me this past week. Every time I turn on the Sixth Sense, I'm like, hold up, is that Brandon? If you're in the parking lot of the comedy store, please leave any excess syringes in the tip jar. Darius Rucker from Beauty and the Bloodless is now single. That's way better news than if I told you Darius Rucker released a new single. If they defunded the Ghostbusters, who are you going to call? That's probably my best. Can I say the next one?
Yeah, you wonder maybe that will work. Go ahead.
One to work on. One of my favorite bands is Traffic. One of my least favorite bands is Child Traffic.
That was the set this week. You had a lot riding on this, people. A lot riding on this.
See that, Tony? I have this mask on now because I got something called diabetes.
Boy, coming off a wild week this week.
Coming off a $3,000 loss from one of those games you put the little marble roulette plus $3,000 fucking dollars. Y'all get a good look at these eyes right now. I'm heading back to Memphis. I lost all my fucking money. I'm gone.
And you're also in the process of losing your job, is that correct?
It is correct. I'm worried about this thing they call COVID. Hold on. What's that guy's name? Brandon? Jeremiah. You told me to say that, Jeremiah.
I don't think you should. There's something weird going on with your mask. It's very ant-eatery. Yeah, it's ant-eatery.
That's what I did in Vegas.
Ant-eatery?
Ate a bunch of Butterfingers.
Yeah.
In this fucking mask.
Yeah.
Around all these people. And Michael, I love you. I don't want to call you out, but I was eating Butterfingers around a bunch of triple folks.
William
And they gave me the creams.
lost $3,000 in double pay.
Can you say that a little bit slower, bitch?
William, not very nice. Where'd you get that mask from? Did you get that in Las Vegas?
Ron John Surf Shop.
Oh, you went to Jacksonville this week. Listen to all the laughs in the room and even during your set.
Jeremiah, I forgot, man. I listened to your new song. It made me cry to some extent. Now you're making fun of me saying Ron John Surf Shop. What am I going to do? I lost my job. I'm heading back to Memphis.
Just work.
That's one of my favorite lyrics.
Can I read y'all one of my favorite quotes?
Okay, go ahead. Is this the comedy part?
And they were telling me, now it doesn't matter now. It really
doesn't matter what happens, man. I left Atlanta this.
Okay, well,
Let me start from
no, it's okay. So, you went to Vegas, you lost a bunch of money. How's your girlfriend?
She is not with us anymore.
She passed away.
She is passed to the other side. That guy holding the fucking camera was there touching my testicles. It was so sweet of him. He saw what happened. Literally, I drowned her.
You drowned your girlfriend.
Literally, I drowned her.
In the Bellagio fountain in Las
In the
Vegas.
Bellagio's now. I killed her. She's 42.
Why'd you kill your 42-year-old girlfriend?
Because I'm 32.
Yeah, showed her who's boss.
Just kidding, I'm 33. She's 42. I killed her fucking ass. She had it coming.
Did you at least rough her up a little bit, or just a straight
Did I at least eat a Butterfinger? No, I don't.
Wow. You ate a Butterfinger while doing it, or beforehand?
I ate a Butterfinger just pre-game, eating a Butterfinger, looking in her eyes. I have goggles on. She has goggles on. She's in the bathtub. She's drowning. I don't care no.
So you drowned her a little bit in the bathtub, and then you took her
Hey,
home.
right, man, that was perfect, you motherfucker. Also, I'm too nice.
Did you just say the word drowning?
Did I say the word drowning? Good one.
Did you?
What's wrong with that? How did you say that? Drowning. Drowned.
If Redman's correcting your English grammar, you're in big trouble.
Smiling face shit. Professor what?
Everyone in the railroad knows how to say drowning.
Everyone in the railroad. I was in the motherfucking railroad 15 fucking years. I swear to God. I wore a mask. Thank you, Redman. I learned that shit before. I was a conductor.
That's what you did on the railroad?
I was putting pennies on the track. Seeing what happened when the locomotive hit them. That's what I was doing. Jeremiah, get my back on here. I got your back. Damn it, it's
I liked William better when he called in on the video.
Thanks so much, man. You got me sick. Why do you think I have to wear this now?
Where's the marshal on the plane?
William,
You're my lungs now, bitch.
William, you've been saying that you've had coronavirus now for 4 months. Have you had any symptoms at all?
Yeah, I started using a Chinese checkers. You got to check that attitude of the game. I started losing in fucking Chinese checkers, Tony, and I don't know what the fuck to do.
Well,
I've been listening to Skinner. I've been playing Chinese checkers.
and you bet on in roulette, black or red? On roulette.
Black 22-inch taco lifted. That's what I bet on. That's what I was trying.
Okay.
Trying to get this to see if it was.
Little fun fact, little inside information. William actually caused quite the scene last week around the Comedy Store. He was pacing around. He was talking very close to people.
And he told me that the pussies running this place really called me out.
No, that wouldn't be the way.
Right, man, is that what you're gonna do, motherfucker? You told me to walk around. You piece of shit. I never told you to walk around. You told me to walk around. And now tell me you're calling me out for walking around. Red man, you told me that, dude. I get it. You're from Ohio. You eat Wendy's. You're 28 years old. I trust you.
Seems to be your emotional carry is a little bit too large for this flag.
Jeremiah, right here, what I pictured of when I was in Vegas, just me and you being in sort of the top part of that hotel, just me and you being the guy killing everyone, and just me putting orders on, and you being right.
Without you. And if
And just reckless abandon, shooting that AK-47, and you stopping shooting and me pointing a gun to your fucking head.
That's tonight's episode. There goes William Montgomery, everybody. There he goes. Go ahead, William. All the way to the back, William. Straight back. Straight back. Let's check out the drawing from Ryan J. Email. While you all sat around doing nothing, he drew this. Look at that. You can get a little bit closer there. Yeah. It's all of us on an airplane. In honor of the flight attendants and, of course, your pilot, Captain Hinchcliffe, with my first officer, Brian Redman. We're going to be taking off for another, we'll see you next week. Shout out to those of you in the parking lot that were awesome enough to join us here at the Comedy Store, making history in this 100-year-old building. Making it happen, fitting things into the proper slots here. Hoping things get better sometime soon. We have William Montgomery in charge of making the new vaccine for COVID-19, so I'm expecting a cure now any second. Here, go that way, all the way back, all the way there. There you go, then stand there once you get there, all the way. A lot of fun stuff happening. We'll be back next Monday with yet another show, which is exciting stuff. Shout out to Vito's Pizza, RyanJBell.com, CavemanCoffeeCo.com, and Lucy.co. Get off your cigarettes and your vapors. Lucy.co. Use the code KILLTONY, and they will literally let you try their product for the minimum amount of money by law.
Yeah, and if you've tried the nicotine gum before, you know it's expensive. Usually, it's not that good. This tastes very good, so try it out.
Gum is $1. Lozenges at $2. Get your lungs stronger than ever during the coronavirus by not catching coronavirus. Try that out. Here's the part where we check into Jeremiah Watkins, who has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders out.
With Dr. Phil and Shanks, actually.
That's very exciting. Very exciting. Kiltony fans are going to love that. Adam Ray plays Dr. Phil. And, of course, Jeremiah plays Shanks. He's got his Venmo piece of paper there.
At Jeremiah-Watkins to cover all parking fees tonight.
Those of you that...
And then I'll be in Arizona at the end of the month, July 30th and 31st. Denver is canceled, but Arizona is still going strong.
Wow. And definitely not going to be way better shape in Arizona. It's weird that you want to do that gig, but...
And then I got the Luis J. Gomez shirt up on...
Is that a real shirt? It's a real shirt. That's real?
There you go.
It's such a weird shirt. That's good, though. Jeremiah has been taking some creative chances lately. He's got new songs out. He's going to be dropping more of those. According to what I read in Billboard magazine, there's a whole bunch more coming, so we're excited to see some of those romantic songs.
I will have a number one song.
You know what? I agree. You put those energies out there, and people that believe in hope will clap at that. How about Amber Jetsky Johnson, everybody? She was here tonight. That was her. She's back with the coronavirus. She's Jetsky Johnson. What else, Jetsky?
Everybody who messaged me when I was gone and checked in, everybody here at home listening, thank you so much. That was so nice that you are alone, hanging there. It sucks, but yeah.
She saw what you wrote her. She heard your thoughts. She did not smell the second.
I didn't smell any of it.
Chroma Chris was here tonight, everybody. Unbelievably funny. Incredibly great on the bass. So glad to have you back, filling in the sounds of the band to make it so much more powerful. What am I missing, Chroma? Thanks, you can just check me out. Check out the Baby Boys on Spotify. Yeah, the new album's great. Love that. Thank you, Patty Reagan and the Baby Boys. Is that right? Patty Reagan and the Baby Boys? Yes, we're actually just the Baby Boys. Just Reagan, isn't it? It's me. And it's the Baby Boys. Yes, the Baby Boys on Spotify. There you go. And last but not least, the backbone of the band, Joel Jimenez, everyone. He's mostly sorry on social media. His new podcast, Mostly Sorry, is out. What else, Joel?
Yeah, we're gonna drop it on Wednesday this time since we'll be working tomorrow. So we'll see you Wednesday at 5. Me and David Deary.
I love it. Big thanks to David Deary. Yes, big thanks to David Deary. You know, he's got a tough gig, and he really helps us out tremendously on this show. And sometimes, oh, there he is. It's right there. Well, I didn't even recognize him. Yeah, we love him very much. It's such an important role, and we care about him deeply. He's at David Deary on all things social media. Catch him working with the great Donnell Rawlings, and
He's really good on Joel's podcast too.
yeah, he's great on Joel's podcast. Works with all the funniest people, and we absolutely love David Deary. He's a great comedian, a worldly traveler, and just an overall great guy. He keeps us safe. He's strict about the coronavirus. I remember when we were driving to the Ice House that first week, and I was saying all this shit's bullshit and everything, and you're like, no, Tony, this is a really big deal. People are getting really sick. I have friends in Italy, and I'm like, this fucking nerd is scared of this disease, and it turns out you were completely correct. And I was an asshole. Yeah. I've been an asshole a few times.
Hey guys, check out my show, Virtual Rabbi. If you like virtual reality, I play a bunch of virtual reality.
Same with me. My new side project, Roast Masterclass, is booming over there. I just had an episode with Sarah Tiana drop where we went over for the first time ever, anywhere, the unheard Ann Coulter script that was controversial and talked about on many platforms but never heard before. We went over it, and on episodes of Benji Aflalo, David Lucas. This week I'm interviewing Jesse Joyce, the former writer for the late great Geraldo. So everything roasting is happening over there. That's at patreon.com/inchclip for that exclusive content. Thank you, Gino, again, Speedweed, and Betterbox Studios for keeping us holed up during the majority of the pandemic. RyanJGmail.com for Prince, and Michael Ware Comedy for all the coolest merch.
And thank you, audience, in the Comedy Store.
And the Comedy Store. Thank you, everybody.
Does Ishmael know Allah? And not to says, no, take the job, get the money, and tell Allah you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and do that. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see that. Let's bring it to this. She the Rabbi. Ain't coaching them all. They perform it. So let's say, it happened kind of. Friends to clients for good. So we had such
This is Rabbi coming live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. It is Tony Hitchens.
Yeah, what's up? We are live. Good to be here. Exciting stuff. And here we are for another fun episode of Kill Tony, brought to you by our amazing sponsors this week. And here's a little bit more about them. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of video on the internet. And when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history. Your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast. ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through third secure servers, so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time I realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background, and it's so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. Visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/KillTony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. expressvpn.com/KillTony. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/KillTony. expressvpn.com/KillTony to learn more. Hiring can be difficult, but if you're a company that's currently trying to hire, you face new difficulties. From safely reopening your doors to finding the right person for a specialized role, Housing Wire could relate. They needed to hire an ambitious reporter to cover news stories on the U.S. mortgage and housing markets, so they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's smart matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And that's how Housing Wire found Alexandra Roja. Alexandra never imagined she could get a reporter job in the midst of COVID-19. Hiring was frozen, and the idea of looking for a job was discouraging. So she created a profile on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter matched Alexandra to the Housing Wire's reporter job because her degree and writing skills were a great fit for the role. Housing Wire received her application only 4 hours after they posted the job, and a few weeks later, Alexandra started her dream career. ZipRecruiter helped Alexandra find the right job, and they helped Housing Wire find the right person for their role fast. See how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Glad to be here. Very exciting stuff. A very fun show lined up for you here tonight. And let's just jump right into it. Of course, there's no guest on this episode. However, everybody, there is a band.
And there's also Ryan J. Ebel sitting right there in the audience.
That's true. Ryan J. Ebel draws every episode. We're going to check in with his drawing later. All of those are available at RyanJEbel.com. We're all filled up on delicious Vito's Pizza, special made ziti night tonight. What a fiesta. We have the great David Deary here with us, the great Gino from Speedweed, who let us move up at Betterbox Studios for the majority of the quarantine.
Delicious caveman coffee.
Yeah,
Can't get enough of those.
you can't get enough of those guys. David is here up in the bird's nest, keeping an eye on us, making adjustments, smoothly to the lights, and we're going to have some fun tonight. So let's bring up the band, shall we? Every week they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out what they are this week together as I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, Jinsky Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Hey, let's all go to the lobby. Yeah. Here they come. Here they come for sure. Any second. Come on in. Look at this little one. Spunky little energy. Get out there so the cameras can see a little lady. You're being blocked by this guy. Hey, look at that guy too. Wow. So this one had great energy. Incredible. Here they are, definitely movie theater employees if I've ever seen them before. Look at you, sir. I mean, you are a wild one. Haven't had a barber during this quarantine, huh? What's your name?
Spencer.
Oh, you still working at Blockbuster part-time?
Yeah, it's the last one.
Yeah, that's in, where's that, in Florida? Yeah. And how about you, little lady? Came out with great energy. Seem like you're not burnt out or anything. What's your name?
My name is Jen. I'm 16 years old and I'm an aspiring actress.
Jen, I can't believe you're 60.
16.
Oh, 16.
But I could play 60s.
Heard that. My goodness. 16. And what's this young magician's name back here? Hello, my name is Brent. And people say I have the spinning image of Johnny Depp. Yes, they do. Definitely a spitting image of Johnny Depp, maybe after he found poop in his bed from his ex-wife. And clearly back here we have what appears to be fucking Adolf Hitler's attention deficit nephew.
I keep getting the same old guy. I don't know who this is, but my name is Snort. I just moved in from Eastern Europe and I'm 62. I get the only job I can at work here.
Snork.
Snort. I love the snorts. Yes, and all are good.
Yeah. Snorg. What part of Eastern Europe are you from?
The east part.
What country?
East. It's been so long since I've gone.
It doesn't seem like you've been gone long with a thick accent.
I don't talk much at work.
What do? You tear tickets?
I go in the hall.
Okay. So we got Spencer, Jen, Brent, and Snort, movie theater employees, fully in uniform. Theaters got closed this week, even though they've been closed. Really, in California, it didn't close really anything, just nail salons, massage parlors, and card rooms, for those of you that are going to card rooms a lot.
In 64, just playing Mario Kart. Just like you're playing a new system, like a 15-year-old system.
Well, let's just jump right into the show, shall we, everybody? Going first, yet again, a murder on this show. One of my favorite comedians on the planet. I love his style. I love everything about this man. One of my favorite people just in life and in the history of this show. I present to you to get things jolted right from the start before we go to the bucket with pre-selected names in there. Make some noise. Michael Blair. Here's Michael Blair.
I'm not mad at China for bringing fun in the lives. China taught me how to wish up the darkness. If you look in the window of a Chinese restaurant, no hours, no name, just 45 dots. No one takes more pride in the road than the Chinese duck maker. They spend so much time coming to America just to say, I bet it all on duck. Screaming to the guys, free spirit. They don't even call them windows in China. They call them duck monsters. The duck monster is the mascot of the Peking Ducks baseball team. China might have brought civilization by bringing the coronavirus, but man, do they make a motherfucking duck.
Wow. Someone had duck this week, huh?
I am no idea.
It was good.
I thought I was excited.
Yeah, that was
It was good. We're laughing on the inside.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes things are so funny that you're just like awestruck.
Yeah, that was
Yeah, it was one of
Thank you everyone for now fucking
No, it's good.
Tony Ryan from
Yeah.
Laughter is Punishment by Death.
Oh, there you go. Where's that again? Where are you from? Oh, okay. Alright, so Peking duck and the coronavirus. They made duck, so who cares if they made coronavirus?
6 and 1 half dozen of you.
That's right.
Half dozen of X frisky fucking duck.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm back there.
Yeah, it appears that the snorer decided to wipe out his microphone during a podcast.
Speaking of speaking,
This 6-year-old European man has never heard of him.
It's very bizarre. Stork is, maybe might be in the Easter Seals film challenge. Eastern Seals. Oh,
Finally, I please you.
but you've been pleasing a lot of people. I heard you have a big audition coming up.
Yeah, we all know that comedy needs issues and I'm working on a new audition, and I don't want to take every audition, but we are practicing.
I'd love to see this audition.
Alright, damn, I didn't get but he's fucking awesome.
You can like wait order. He keeps them like a label. Sure. I'll go on the road with him sometime. Yeah, we got time. Absolutely. So in place of a wig, it appears that Michael's wearing just a so we're going to use our imaginations. What kind of wig? What would the wig look like if Jeremiah would have let you borrow a wig? A women's wig? Alright, so we... Here we go.
Alright. Is this my camera?
Yep.
Alright, so it's an audition. You go.
It's SNL music, but yeah, you can stop it. That was impressive. Yeah, that was definitely like an masculine style, or as I call it, ALS. That was good. That was good. I always love when Aska puts out like a shit in the air because she thinks that's a good weapon. Is it the only character you're submitting to Saturday Night Live? So maybe we'll see more another episode tomorrow. And you come from your whole family, you come from a long family of comedians, right? You did hand me a folder of pictures. Should we go over some of these pictures? Is this really your that's your great uncle? Wow, this one sort of looks like this one here sort of looks like a store. Is that your grandfather? I mean, these guys from the Zeros days. Wow.
What is that? Tapioca pizza? What did you say?
We're gonna put these on the YouTube and show the people. This is who your grandfather, your great grandfather. Oh, your grandma's uncle. All right, it's a little bit more distant of a relative than I was. I don't know if you know this, but my grandfather built the Pennsylvania Railroad. Yeah, he was the designer of it.
That's happy at the house for sure.
He had nothing to do with the piano, but the Pennsylvania Railroad, a big deal. Redman just dipped some of these old pictures and some of his mashed potatoes that he keeps always very close to. What? You have an incurable disease. You think you might start selling stuff in like the last, I don't know, I don't know what I would do if I had an incurable disease. You're planning like an auction towards the end or something like that? You should sell that magic trick that you did on last week's episode. Gotta make sure they're gonna work. Yeah, you went to a magician's store or online. It's not easy. It's not easy communicating with magicians. It was good, man. You know, peeking duck, China, coronavirus, duck, peeking duck. Speaking of ducks, you ever play Duck Duck News?
Very good.
You can start playing as long as the person just says duck. Not the goose. That was good. You nailed it. I'm still picturing you wearing a women's wig right now. Anything you're ever going to ask Jeremiah for, you could just ask one of us. I'll help you out. We like it when everybody does good around here. I'm surprised he didn't ask you yesterday to go and do that for him. Alright, Michael Lair, everybody getting things started tonight. We love you, Michael, the great Michael Lair, everybody. Hey!
Like, theological definition. So go ahead and engage in theological definition.
Fuck yeah. Spencer Chin.
However, again, once a while, though, ain't no only other thing about it. But again,
Very exciting. Who's Mike? Who's that?
okay.
Joel, come on. Oh, the noise is back there snoring.
Please disinfecting microphones.
Yeah, I know. Twice. Even though you're the only person on that microphone, it's pretty impressive that twice during one performer you would clean it. I know.
It's weird because Chris really wants to reach and talk sometimes. And it's kind of freaking me out with his junkie dad.
Okay, well if he does, you can unplug it and then clean it and then plug it back in. How about that? Snort.
Sounds great.
Something from here in the United States.
Thank you. Wonderful country. Great to be here.
Alright, we have some people in the bucket. Let's see what happens here tonight. I'm gonna reach my hand in there and we are going to meet a stranger. How about that? Type of stranger things. Oh, wow. Well, from one man in a wheelchair to another, this young man was here and signed up. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the stylings of Kyler Bentley. Here we go. Kyler Bentley. He does nothing more than you will know. Hey. It's Kyler Bentley. I fucking knew that shit was gonna happen. That fucking is great. I can't even remember what I said. I do remember the last thing I said to my dad before he got paralyzed. Though I said, "Are you still holding the ladder?" This is fucking awesome, man. I had him done stand up for 14 years.
And both worship alcohol. Both worship
God, it's hard. Right now, everything's such a blur.
His friends idol. And two, can negate his idol. And his friends idol. Safeguard the zeal of
I'm sick of worrying about it. I want to go out and actually get you.
Let's get one
Just to quit worrying about it.
And one who worships
The
alcohol.
problem is, people with coronavirus, they're stingy. Yeah, hold up in quarantine. It's like, that's the Dutch.
Number two.
Kyler Bentley, everybody. Hell yeah. There you go. Hey. All right. Kyler, that was fun, dude. I knew I was going to go back to Michael Arrow. It is weird. The bucket has a mind of its own that is wild. I love your holding a ladder joke. Very fun. Stand up, coronavirus, paralyzed. Is there just being regular paralyzed? Does that cause a bigger threat for coronavirus in some way? Like, I mean, is it every spinal cord injury is different? Yeah. Like, I broke my neck, so like I had very little function. So I had compromised lungs and I smoked cigarettes, so yeah, probably killed me. Yeah, probably. Alright, and I mean, yeah, they worry about being paralyzed could take your balls away, though, huh? Yeah, you're out here. Maybe your balls don't. I can't feel them. But they were. Where do you lose feeling at? Oh my god, they break through my chest. Damn it. How did that happen again? Yeah. You've been on the show, we've talked about this. Yeah, but I like to lie about it. Okay. Yeah, what do you like to say sometimes? My favorite is I dated a bodybuilder girl, and I was performing cunnilingus. She squeezed my neck so hard it broke. Cunnilingus. I love that. And that was 14 years ago, the snowboarding accident? Yes. Are you doing like some wild trick or something like that? Or did you just go too fast? Too fast off the jump? Damn. Just trying to do a regular old jump, no like flips or anything? No, I wasn't that good. Right, obviously. Shit, right? Okay, well that's fun. So what have you been doing during this quarantine? What have you been watching movies, Netflix? What's your favorite stuff that you've got? wondering this. I watched a good one last night. Son of a gun. What's that? Golden High School, right? Ewan McGregor.
Cleveland, he has accepted himself all of the disclosed he's Latino.
Every day feels like the same day. Yeah. Anyone who's that was amazing. What is it? No, what's that on? What is it, Ryan? Greyhound? Ryan's talking with his head and his what's that called? Drawing thing. I couldn't hear it. Greyhound? Greyhound, yes. I love it. This time he said Greyhound again with his head down and then lifted up his head like on the asshole.
Trolls 2.
Have you seen Greyhound at any of the movie theater people? What about you, Jen? Have you seen Greyhound?
Greyhound, because what's upon me?
Oh, shit. So what else other than watching movies? What do you do for food? Do you cook yourself or you Postmates? I got Postmates.
You cook himself.
What sort?
Yeah, you put yourself in a boiling water, and then you add some salt and
Yeah, cook up my heat, so it's over. Ready real quick. What the fuck did you say, Score? Earlier, what did you say?
Now showing Tony's anger. Is that why when he cooked himself? But Chris said because he got confused.
But you have food stamps, you say? Yes. And what do you do with them? You just go to the grocery store yourself, or no, you caregivers? I'll shop for government pays for them to work for me. That's all laundry, all the shit I get. Oh, that's awesome. Like everything.
Sounds like a dream.
Yeah, that's Red Man lives the exact same life.
I do.
Yeah, someone that does all those things.
He already has the motorized bike. He's his way.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Brian. Oh, Red Man. What's that big one? How's your motorized bike? Big one. I saw a video you posted with you fake pedaling.
It's great. The pedaling's real.
Yeah. If I know when I pedal on a bicycle, it always goes wee, wee, wee.
The bike has different modes. It's like a mode that's just like having a regular bike, but then if you want to go fast, you can just straight.
Oh, I know how it works. I've been on a bike before. I'm with you, Red Man. I got a motorized bike too. I used to have an electric scooter when I lived next to you. You may have seen me. I used to have a little chopper, an electric chopper. We called it. My brother and I had it. It was baller as fuck, man. It was hard. It really was like a little Harley Davidson looking thing. This is 14 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun, man. The cool thing is, like, I didn't realize how close I was to Earthport. So just, like, going around the zoo and stuff like that, and all the mountains.
Yeah, you live like less than a mile away from one of the most beautiful parts in all of LA for the last decade and a half. You just figured it took you, all it took you was one electric motorized bicycle for you to fly. Me and Doug Burbank stopped at the Starbucks. Well, that's it. No more California ain't that way.
Red Man is going to be a lot fatter, too. Some fat joke.
Kyler. Any other fun facts about your life we should know about? I like to draw, and 14 I drew a picture that I brought for my Jagged Life. I figured you draw on that, so I drew him. Oh, that sounds awesome. Holy shit, no wonder with Ryan. This is an interesting moment in the history of the show. Ryan's just mumbling the word Greyhound into a straw record right now. So Greyhound is he's a pretty interesting looking character. Yeah. First person to ever draw Ryan J. able to paralyze from the chest down. Whoa! Look at that Ryan! I think Ryan's perhaps he's seen him before. Either that or he has no respect. Let's reenact. Tony reenact what Ryan just did. This guy shoots him in air. Don't check. That is very impressive. Now, is drawing something you've always done, or did that mostly start after the accident? No, I've always drawn these things, but it's learning how to hold the pencil because my hands are partially paralyzed. I can't use my fingers, so learning how to hold the pencil and basically learning how to control and get the details that I like. I mean, it's not as good as I would like it to be, but very fucking impressive, and it shows a lot of heart, and it's a very cool thing to do to draw Ryan J. He's drawn us, I believe, over perhaps, I don't know, 400 episodes of the show. How many do you think you've done, Ryan? Oh, definitely over 300. Well, Tyler, awesome stuff, very fun performance, and a very fun interview. Thank you so much. Thank you, Tyler Bentley, everybody. Tyler Bentley. He just did good on the show.
Tony, can I say, I'm just going to text from Carolina that he read the DMs from Playing Off definitely said that if he needs that, so yeah, I'm reading the DMs right now. He screenshotted it.
That's interesting. Spencer and Jeremiah seem to have a little bit of a bond. Michael, are we missing something here?
Okay, I think we need to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, Michael, are you getting your phone out? You getting this? Detroit capture this. Can that light swing to where Michael is? Yes. Yes, it can. There is a God.
The story has not playing for the last two comics.
That mic's already been disinfected. Is there a microphone on that, Detroit? Or no? Okay, put his own mic back in there. Michael, wheel back up again. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Kill Tony Show history, this is a curtain call, an encore performance by Michael Laird. When you have a limited time to live, you get to perform as many times as you want on Kill Tony during an episode. So, I know you wrote something on here. It was hard.
In the meantime, I talked to Jessie, and she thought it was really weird that you didn't ask her for women's wigs.
Do you have your own wigs?
Yeah, I've got plenty of women's wigs.
I'm surprised. You could ask me for women's wigs, women's underwear. I have all these.
He dresses up like one every night.
That's right. That's what I was implying. You know the joke I just made.
All of you say this, none of you have been helpful.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Was that your right?
What does it say?
I'm going to read it, Michael.
Oh, shit. Oh, this is quite the standoff here. There's a part of me that thinks, I mean, this is a tough one because I have a feeling that Jeremiah may have wanted to help you on this one, but now you're getting called on your bluff. But at the same time, I could also see Jeremiah not want to share wigs with you. He's very...
About your
Jeremiah has been quoted as saying only Black Lives Matter. So just
we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7, 1.
this is my favorite part of the last 15 episodes of the show. Just the part we want to know.
Okay. Jeremiah said,
What is the
you the wig/beer master, if I ever need to borrow? Jeremiah said, I usually don't let stuff out because I have to organize for specific characters, but if you're in need of something specific, I can probably.
That is heartless and cold. That's basically like you can go fuck yourself and be a professional and get your own wig.
I feel you, bro. Especially in the age of Corona. Respect. I'm straight. Now you're calling me out like a bitch on the show? Let's go there, right now, right here.
Wow, you guys should have a fist fight. I got Michael. We got Michael. If you're just listening to the show, it was very slow, and he almost fell out of his chair.
It blew my hair back on the other side of the stage.
We always right. Absolutely. We have a layer of influence.
You just started something that you shouldn't have started.
Look at that, he's gonna give you a wig with smallpox on it next week. Alright, the only thing I love more than Michael Lehrer on this show is Michael Lehrer's voice on this show. So there he was again, the great Michael Lehrer, giving us 4 very compelling, interesting times. Shout out to Jeremiah Watkins for sending in the screenshot of the DMs, giving us some of the inside baseball behind the characters in Kill Tony. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This young lady became famous on the show in Ventura, California, being pulled out of the bucket on both episodes of that show. Fun fact, those were the last 2 shows in front of a live audience, and she's back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Duval. She's here. Here's football, everyone.
No, take the job. Take the job.
I'm so happy to be out of my house. But I have to say, being quarantined at home wasn't that bad for me. I kind of made the most of it. I had struggles for sure. I struggled between when Netflix shows in the binge or go to the 27th podcast that I'm going to watch while I rub one out. And actually, that's pretty much what everything turned into. I broke my own personal record many times and felt like, wow, I didn't think the pandemic was going to go for that long, and I burned myself out big time. And I hit my masturbation threshold. Okay. Well, I thought it was, I thought I broke myself, and I watched the comedies Homer's Benefit for the Employees, and I saw Bobby Lee's butthole.
Yeah, what happened when you saw Bobby Lee's butthole? I gotta know the end of this.
I definitely started to get kind of but I lost my shit when I saw Joey Diaz unfold this fucking.
Alright, here goes Blue. I'll play some music, guys. She saw Bobby Lee's peeking duck.
This is what your 4th or 5th time on the show, and I think every single time you've talked about your book.
Not every time.
Not every time. I mean, I don't know. It might be every time. But you definitely, you're very sexual on stage.
I am wrong.
Yeah, you're a sexual woman. Now, is that true that you
Is
Is it true that you masturbated a lot during the quarantine?
Yeah.
Is there really? I know you were making jokes Is there something that you watch, or like I don't think women, perhaps maybe it's just a stereotype that I'm not correct about, but
I'm pretty good at doing it. I've got it down.
you use your imagination when you watch stuff.
I'm showing you.
Sometimes it's watching something, but there's like a lot of crazy shit on Netflix going around. I just straight up porn.
Like what?
The show called, a movie called Love, but it's not the love thing. It's a movie.
Yes,
Yes,
a snort, you know.
yes. The opening scene is full porn, and the whole movie is full porn.
And that's the type of stuff that you like to rub it out to.
No, actually, I was kind of shocked to see the whole thing, and I actually watched the movie. But no, I don't really need visual. I just kind of to look at the
And what do you do? Do you like use something in particular? So you seem like a kind of lady that would have like one of those like big giant vibrators or something like that.
no, I don't
Like a base from a castle.
anything. Sometimes just a tiny pants or
A tight pair of pants. That's the noise of a tight pair of pants, right?
I'm just saying it's not one thing. It's just
Right.
it's mental.
How long does it usually go?
You're seeing the movie for
So again, especially and spicy was a slow killer.
I got
You can't do anything
watch this.
that won't take you again.
So that's fun. Have you hooked up with anybody during the quarantine?
So it's just something that's sustainable. That's maybe
You say that like that was like a very like over the top answer. Are you being sarcastic?
No, I've been very isolated. Very isolated. But even before trying to now
What's wild is that you seem a little bit less crazy than you did before being isolated for 4 months. Isn't that weird? Like the crazy people are getting normal and the normal people are going crazy.
I'm still
Like what's one of the craziest things about that? Since I've gotten you to admit that you're nuts, go.
as sexual as I may sound, I haven't had sex in a very, very long time.
How long are we talking about? How many years? 5 years. Is there a reason? Is there something that you're ashamed of?
No, I just I get to know people and they laugh at my jokes and they end up doing something out of my mouth. Otherwise, I've never my dick in that big.
you don't talk to many people.
Well, I just started to. It's still like, I'm not getting approached. Don't try my Harmony account. I'm trying to sort of know it's like compatible. It's really wild.
Have you heard of something on Tinder?
Yes, I have. No, I have not. Thank you.
You have Wi-Fi?
Some of mine are
I do have Wi-Fi. But no, I just,
5 years. Have you been on dates? Like what's the last date you went on? Did I take you to dinner at all?
well, I go with friends. I friend zone people. Because, like, I walk into a room, like, I don't like small sausage. It's like, that's
shares in the movie Snake Eyes with Nicolas Cage.
It's a good movie. Okay.
Alright.
That works.
Thanks.
That works very like that type of like.
Maybe Nicolas Cage movies?
Yeah.
Okay. 8 millimeters.
Yeah. Face off.
Very good treasure. Never mind.
Snort, not only did you say the wrong movie, but you had no accent whatsoever.
I've been learning English today to be called American Treasure. Yes, it's called, they have to say it like American Treasure. The impression about you, Sarah? American Treasure.
Snark is the guy that's in the operation box.
Okay, so Jesus, you're out of control.
Coming from a box that must be long predicted.
American treasure.
So what do you like to do? You've been isolated. How do you kill the time when you're
I actually have been working on all my videos to submit for you, like my whole passion's for writing, and I want to just, I feel like I'm coming to my own, like I'm not wearing a diaper tonight.
Oh, that's right. You're wearing a diaper pre-quarantine.
Right?
How could I forget
And then
that?
I said I had a fans only account, so I wear diapers to like OnlyFans.
Why did she wear a diaper again?
I can't remember.
That's like that.
It's the nervous thing where like I have stage fright, and I think I don't know if I don't have it, but right now with no one will be in here, I'm okay with myself. It's really weird. Not gonna lie.
Well, you are, as Storm would say, an American treasure. I am glad that you signed up tonight. It's always a pleasure to have you on. You're very different. You're a wild, wild spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the comedy style. It's a blue ball. Blue ball, forget about me. Blue ball. All right, time for a regular, everybody. This young man, great joke writer, unbelievable roaster. I love him. He's my brother from another mother. The thriller in my Manila. The rumble in the jungle. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only King of the Woods.
Yeah, what's going on? White women, y'all ain't fooling me. Marching for Black Lives Matter. Y'all some shit to complain about. White women are saying that calling them Karen is the same thing as calling them a nigga. Like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Did somebody spray you with a fire hose while yelling Karen? Did a nigga chase you down the street with a German Shepherd while yelling Karen? I protested when protesting Black Lives Matter. I didn't protest like niggas that do shit. Like I protested in the suburbs. Some niggas that had shit to lose. Like I protested with some doctors and lawyers. Like, oh yeah, y'all got time. I can protest with y'all. When I saw a white girl so dick during the Black Lives Matter protest that I started chanting All Lives Matter. This bitch fine as fuck.
Yeah, David Lucas, I love it. David I love it. White women, Black Lives Matter, white women, Karen, Edward. Those are my notes on that.
How to fucking make that shit like 5 minutes.
Hell yeah, stretch it out just like you would with a white woman.
Yeah, you already know something.
That's right, that's me. That's me. I'm actually the white woman that, That's true. That's absolutely true. A lot of people don't know this, but David Lucas actually booted my home. I seriously want that cake back when you get it.
Tony's car smells like rubber bands.
Why would my car smell like rubber bands?
Just latex.
Oh, yeah. Now that's true. That's me. I'm a gay marketing box, and you are a straight giant black man.
Like a mechanic.
That's actually one of the things that I've been doing to supplement my income.
Like electric car specialist.
Yeah, I also work on electric motorcycles. I even give a red man hook tune up.
When I see red, because I saw red man pull the hero like 15 miles, and then today when I saw that shit was electric, I was laughing so hard.
I know, trust me. How you guys think I'm like trying to pull fast line? So when I said I'm getting an e-bike, it's fucking cool. I saw that too, Brian. If it makes you feel better, I haven't joked about it, but I did screenshot it when you posted it. Trail of electric bicycling when you're actually exercising.
That's like
me about having fun on the way. It's like me tracking where I went in my Corvette. I went for a 20-mile jog today in my Corvette. Well, Tony ran 130 miles an hour down the 10 freeway. My shit's faster than every bike would run down. It's a dirt
adds instant torque, it doesn't have like the gears of the it's like a Tesla.
He has instant torque to get his instant pork. You ever ride an electric bicycle? No, come on, that's not a game. You make everything gay.
Everything I do was gay. My dad used to have a hybrid. I was a premium level.
Oh, okay.
It was a great car.
Is that the one that has like the weird flip?
Do cars go slower because you're in them? Like, you can't hit the max speed because you have the weight of like a small family. A small, like, Mexican family. I make dogs urinate. This is what it's come to. This is why you don't see another show where the same two people exist. 74 episodes in a row. You make dogs urinate. This would literally be the final episode. This was that show. They'd be like, oh, that's it. And exactly be like, oh, they've run out. Data said, Tony makes dogs urinate. That's funny. No, it's actually true. I actually go to the dog park sometimes. I'm like the dog, you've heard of the dog whisperer, I'm the dog pisser. Yeah, I go up and I start tickling dogs. I do. We both love putting nuts in our mouths. Yeah, we both love climbing trees and staring at guys. See, I can make gay jokes about me too. That's it. That's all I can joke about. That's it. I'm like the Tennessee Titan. Not bad. Except the only Titan on me is my butt. It's tight. So David, what else has been happening? What do you got going on?
I went to the beach today.
Okay, you washed up on shore? You went to the beach to go right, so when you did you walk on the sand? Was it quicksand? You start sinking like the horse in the never-ending story.
I want. Hey man, you get your seas, Chris Cornell, looking ass around here.
Anyway, but you know a lot about black hole suns.
That's how you work.
Really? So you went to the beach. What happened at the beach?
I just chilled. Of course.
Maybe only sunbathing, only kind of bathing that could be nuts. It's not real meat, but it tastes like real meat. You know how addicted it is. Well, okay, right. Chicks potatoes. Like, you taste better than Rabbi. Oh, shit. An Asian girl. Oh, fuck, man. This is wild. There's a lot of drama. I like this tonight's episode of Kills No Hands. A lot of inside information. I'd love your Asian impression, by the way. Can I hear that one more time? Oh my god. Black guys are allowed to do any kind of impression they want, by the way. If that.
They can't cancel the name.
Right. That's what I was gonna say. If I was allowed to say whatever I wanted, that's what I would have said. No, I can't say that. But I will say this, is that you're always fun. We always have a blast. Always fun conversations and great jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lickman. There you go. So on to the next one we go. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, I have pulled yet another name out of the bucket. This is this young lady's first time on the show. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the comedy stylings of CC. Here we go. It's time for CC.
Alright, hi guys. Thanks for So I think as a nation, like I'm appalled at how we've been treating like sex offenders without knowing the whole story behind it. For instance, I was arrested about a year ago for masturbating, and I called it all. Like I have this thing where like I masturbate in my sleep, you know, so it's like sleepwalking. You can't tell that you're actually doing it. Like, so like for instance, like if I'm like having this dream, like I don't know, like I'm kidnapped by ISIS, and like they're like, oh, you either need to either way we're getting in, you know. Of course I'm gonna figure myself, like I'm only human. Like anyway, like it wasn't my fault I masturbated in my sleep, and also it was my fault that I like fell asleep in church with my eyes open. But like it kind of looked worse than it was. Yeah, so it's like I didn't like have to do jail time, but I had to do like community service. So like you know that big brother, little brother program, like big sister, little sister thing.
There you go, absolutely, CC. It was CC's time. Hi, Cece. Hi. How are you? Oh my goodness.
You have to sit down. You can't stand there for a couple minutes.
Following in the footsteps of Michael Lair and Kyler Bentley over there. Maybe we can get you a so CC, this is your first time on the show. How long have you been in comedy? This is your first time ever performing? Wow. Look at that. That's interesting. Is this something you've always wanted to do?
I mean, no, not really. I just like hearing people laugh.
Are you just running past the comedy store? So you stop it?
Yeah, I'm running.
You do have some workout gear on.
Because I came straight from jiu-jitsu.
Oh, that's cool. You do jiu-jitsu. How long have you been doing that for?
About a year.
Okay. What level are you at?
Well, so I feel like, I don't know, I've only been doing it a year. I feel like if you compete a black belt, you should already compete a black belt.
Have you beaten a black belt?
I have.
Really? In jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
Or something else?
In jiu-jitsu.
Like Go Fish? How did you beat a black belt with teachers wearing a black belt?
Well, I ride a motorcycle.
It's just a businessman outside of the gym.
I ride a motorcycle, so like my legs are super strong.
Really?
She thinks black belts are black people with white belts.
I don't know, can we maybe, you know, I don't know if you know this, but Snort here has been doing jiu-jitsu. Would you let her wrap her legs around you and swing?
You ain't going to touch another human during a worldwide.
Oh, that's right, I forgot, I'm sorry.
Maybe they could wrestle 6 feet apart.
Yeah, can you guys do, alright.
Wait, what's the move that beat you black belt?
That's what I want to know.
The go-go plata.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's not even an easy move to do.
It's not, but it really puts me.
It's incredible. And was everybody really impressed at the gym when you did that?
Kind of, you know.
Wow.
I mean, it is kind of crazy.
And you made the person tap? My goodness gracious, that is very impressive. What else do you do? What else are you into?
Ride motorcycles. I mean, mine's an action person.
Right. Yeah. How long have you been riding motorcycles?
Also about a year.
Do you ever take the area that you traveled and post it online like you exercise?
No, I don't. Yeah.
Again, I did not post it like, hey, I exercised today. I said I went on a fun bike ride today.
That's what people do on their bikes. Like you have to say I went on a fun electric bike ride.
I did. I even posted a link to the motorcycle or the buggy bike. What's funny is, if I was going, hey, I went on, worked out hard today. Oh, look at where I worked out today.
I just picture Rabbi sitting at home with his VR set on a chair.
This is how funny it is when I get mad on the show.
You're finally seeing it after like 6 months.
No, I know. That's why I continue to do it.
Well, these are the jiu-jitsu that you will
10th planet.
Oh shit, you were wait, did you meet Eddie Buffalo? Did he have a boner?
No, but honestly, like that is kind of like what gives me anything out of it.
Go ahead.
When they get a boner, like, yeah, they start to be like all like nervous and they start to make mistakes. I'm like, and then they just, wow.
Can you feel them get boners sometimes? Damn, that's wild. So it's like you use that to your advantage.
But yeah, because,
Wow, that is impressive.
when there's blood going to
See, that's what happens to me when I do jujitsu with other men who have boners, and they're all like, dude, what the fuck? And I chill them out. Yeah.
Which location did you turn?
the one on La Cienega.
Okay. Where is that? Scott again? What?
Scott Epstein.
Yeah, I know
Yeah,
something.
I went with like Annie Letterman a lot.
I go to Andrew Epstein's gym.
Andrew Epstein.
Or I meant Jeff Epstein. I fucked up. I read a Prince Andrew article today. Got him crossed up there. Jeff Epstein is the famous pedophile. Okay. So, that's in La Cienega near what cross street?
Went.
Pretty far south.
Yeah. Past Beverly.
That's fun. What else have you been doing during this quarantine?
I've finished writing like a bunch of scripts that I've been working on. But like it sucks because like I started writing them all like pre-quarantine and whatever. And so like I feel like now I can't do any of them. Like
Yeah, that's yeah, that is a predicament that everybody's in. Is any brother ever trained on your classes? Any of the conspiracy theories?
no.
I guess you guys this thing where like before class, they'll have like talking with everybody, but it's just saying it's like the most recent conspiracy theory. And so these guys like I'm just here for jiu-jitsu, whatever.
Hey, that's fun. You have a boyfriend, Cece?
I have a few.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, I want to jujitsu too with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Got Mitch on that one. How about you, Jen? You ever do any jujitsu?
I mean, I could if I trained as an actress, but I haven't yet.
What characters do you like to play in acting?
Whatever part I'm given, I can play them all.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can get you to do a little scene, maybe with Spencer here. Can you guys know your movies? Can you do like a scene out of American Treasure or something like that? Or American Treasure? Maybe Forrest Gump or something. Like you can tell them that you're dying or something like that. You have AIDS.
So I'll be Jenny, not far off.
And you're a retard. Not far off.
Forrest, what are you doing here?
Okay, you say you
You know this isn't gonna work, Forrest. I'm sick. I'm sick. I have AIDS.
You guys want to keep going? Let's go.
I'm really in this right now.
What is AIDS?
Oh, Forrest, you're so dumb. You'll never understand.
Did you try to bring it down for me?
his friend. I'm like,
Smart girls in their lives.
with my shit, I don't
Listen, just go run, Forrest. Get out of here.
with my shit,
Run, Forrest.
You want me to run?
Run, Forrest. Run.
You don't actually have to run. You can just ride on an electric scooter and coast Okay. Oh, God. That's so funny, thing. All right, CC, this was fun. Thank you. You led us into a scene out of one of the great movies, 1994's Pulp Fiction. Forrest Gump. There you go. There is CC. 1994. Best film at the Academy Awards. That's why I said that. Confused myself with the 94.
I do kind of think that if you get a black belt at least maybe 3 times, you should automatically be a black belt.
I think so too. I mean, every other competitive right? I think that seems fair. I mean, if you're boxing or you're pro wrestling and you go against someone with a fucking belt and you beat them, you get their belt. I think you should get a black belt.
There you go.
There you go. That is good work.
You might have to beat some kids.
Absolutely. All right. Right around where we go.
Number 2.
Back to the bucket. Only one person left. I know who this is. This young man was on the show just a couple weeks ago, and he is back. He is a cool dude, amazing door guy here at the Comedy Store. Great comedian out of beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite people to kick it with this year, 2020. One of my favorite new friends in 2020, ladies and gentlemen. Mitch Burrow is here. Mitch.
Yeah, I know I don't look like it, but I fuck sometimes. Last time I was fucking a chick, she had her dog in the room, and I was like, hey, you gotta get this dog out of here. And she said, you need to quit being weird. And I was like, no, you and this dog need to quit being weird is what needs to happen, because I don't think this is, I'm not the weird one. What I want is you have an audience, and I don't like it. And she was like, no, you gotta stop. I was like, look, I know this is weird. And I know it's weird because this is a category of Pornhub. That's how I know it's weird. There's a lot of weird shit on there. People are fucking their stepsisters. They're fucking their stepmoms, which, first of all those are very unrealistic. Not a single one of them is named Tammy, so I know that's not a real stepmom, because that's what my instinct was. And I never wanted to fuck her. She was weak, but that's not what's important. Here's the thing. There's fucking your stepsister, there's fucking your stepmom. You know what's not on there? Fucking your stepsister while the family pet watches you. That's not on there. Alright. Can I just say something real quick? Jenny, when you're playing Jenny, and you go, Forrest, what are you doing here? Bitch, you invited him to tell him that he's got a son. Did you ever watch the fucking movie?
It was a character choice, Mitch.
I'm glad you didn't die, by the way.
I found out later that she didn't even, I heard a rumor that she didn't even have AIDS, that she had something else.
Hepatitis.
Is that true?
Yeah, because this is the 70s. They didn't get AIDS in the 70s. Also, she wasn't a gay man, so like it wasn't like at that time. That's all
She was a heroin addict. Yeah. They were just trying to scare her. They didn't need it.
Get over there. And this is still very early in the AIDS. Great with hepatitis.
Is that true?
Yes. What is that? Frogtown? That's just crazy, dog.
Never a case of AIDS in Frogtown. You been to Frogtown before?
What you would say that it is an American treasure. Frogtown, baby.
Oh, yeah. You go to Frogtown a lot?
Oh, yeah, dude. I love fucking drugs and shit.
That's right. When you're not in Hogtown, you go to Frogtown.
Mexican skateboarders. That's what they got in Frogtown. I know one of them.
Yeah, people in Frogtown are very proud to be from Frogtown. It's one of those places where you want pride.
It's like the South. They shouldn't be, but they are.
Right. People from the
Do you guys have a Confederate flag in Frogtown?
Do you snore? You've been there once or twice or 30 times. You seem very You seem mad about this. Hell yeah.
Actually, it's just
Mitch, is that true that you had sex with a girl and her dog was in the room? What kind of dog?
what part of that do you believe, Tony?
I believe it. But I also believe that many girls you have sex with, they probably only have one room. I feel like this was probably a studio apartment. She's like, what room would you like the dog to sit into?
It was a shared apartment. She had a roommate, and I was like, put it in the roommate's room.
Right.
So it was like a little retarded dog.
Oh. What kind of stuff like this?
I mean, it was blood. I don't really know if that's retarded.
It was blind.
Blind is that part of Just, you know what? Not right. Especially when you see that dog kick out, oh, it's hard. You know, it's like, oh, that kind of dog. Oh, that dog's special.
I'm sure it was its eyes. It's blind. Ugly fucking dumbass dog. I hate him. I hate him.
Yeah, says it if the dog was blind, like, get it out of the room.
Yeah. Yeah, what are you afraid it's gonna see?
That psycho smell is crazy.
Mitch is afraid that blind dog's gonna find his fucking studio.
You swapped Jenny up at the weird time she and I were about to start a real big podcast together.
Oh, she was gonna go from Forrest Gump to Forrest Plump.
How long were you sitting on that night?
You really believe that life is like a box of chocolates? I eat
Everything that it has to offer.
except for the running part. You have nothing in common with Forrest on that.
I ran tonight.
Yeah?
I raced an 11-year-old.
Really?
And I won the first half. They got me on the way back.
Was he blind too?
No, he just wasn't fat, and it really worked in his favor.
Damn. An 11-year-old. What how'd you race an 11-year-old? How does that even begin?
Norguy used to be Norguy full chap.
Yeah.
His son is visiting.
Okay.
And I was hanging out with him at the beach today. Completely unrelated to David Lucas.
Wow. The door guys were on the beach today. They didn't even know.
I like to go on Tuesdays because the Meteorological Society's out there checking the tide, so I just run out there to fuck up.
Wow. Yeah, when you hear that the meteorologist is out there, you think that's a guy that specializes in meat.
See, I tried to beat you to a fat joke, and you just jumped over me every time.
Yeah, just like you do. Just like you.
So yeah, I challenged you to a race. And it's just too far.
Just like you're out in the home problem, and he caught up with you.
I have an alcohol problem.
Sounds great. You're hanging out with Funk Chow. He's a legend. He's been on the show numerous times. He's Chinese warrior. I did a weekend with him in Korea as everything closed down. Because I make fun of him.
He taught me how to say, I miss you in Chinese.
Oh, yeah? How does that? What is that?
Well, I think
Shit.
the brand is a person today. That's real.
I believe that.
Well, I think
Damn. Oh my goodness. Every time you do that, there is a gong.
you guys are maybe
What's happening on stuff?
60 cans. That does not hold up very well. I just watched it the other day. And there's a partner. It's that creepy person at her house. We need to wash the sheets after he sleeps. And they just talk about the Chinese. You know what's fucked up? I lived in Japan for 3 years and speak some Japanese and can do a great Japanese impression and not allowed to do it. It's very accurate. I'm not allowed to do
Why are
it.
you allowed to do it?
Because you can't do Asian accents.
Arigato.
It's arigato. Arigato is out. But like, so the thing with like the Japanese they use a lot of sounds when they're talking. You know, they're very expressive. So like, Sugoi means great, right? Or Wakatsuku. That means I'm angry. But you would just say Wakatsuku. Oh, Wakatsuku! And that would be like, I'm very angry, but then people would hear me do that and they'd be like, why are you making fun of anime right now?
That's why Japanese porn is the best, because they make all the extra moaning sounds when they're in the face.
Even when I was over there, fucking Japanese chicks couldn't watch the porn.
Right.
Because the real Japanese chicks don't act like you're murdering them during the process. It's
They can't cancel anything guys. You can do this all day. Get all jump in. None of you are getting it. We have already treated.
we were canceled 2 months ago. But like, if you ever want to fuck a Japanese chick, you just go up to her and you say yadi tai. That means I'm gonna fuck you.
Don't do that right
Yadi tai. Yadi tai. Or and if you want to sweeten it up a little bit, anato wa kirei. That means you're very beautiful. Yadi tai. Arara wa kore. Perfect. Dude, if I was a Japanese chick, I'd be fucking you right now.
Oh, wow. That's awesome. Oh, wait. Where are you going? Okay. Climax of the episode. Mitch, anything else happening fun in your world this week?
Jeep broke down on the way here.
Oh, shit. What happened? What went wrong there?
Just exceeded the weight pace.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
No, it's overheating or something. I feel like it's overheating. That's crazy. I need it's overheating. I gotta die.
Oh, God. I can't believe it. Come on, let's go. It was a Jeep shot. Overheating.
So I need like a thermostat or a water pump.
Thermostat.
I need a thermostat, preferably with gravy in it.
There's got to be a part on the Jeep that I can name it.
Was the other thing a thermostat or a what?
A water pump
A water pump?
or a fucking starter. I don't know. I just named parts of the engine. Starters, appetizers. Hey, I'll do it. Jumper! Jumper! Jump!
I love
That was a
it.
good one.
Yeah. Fix your car. Did you think about using the defibrillators that you have in the backseat?
That's how you jump it off.
Clear.
No, but I'm probably gonna work on it tomorrow.
That's not how you jump either. All right.
People can subscribe to my YouTube channel to see me work on a Jeep.
Okay. What's your YouTube channel?
It's just Mitch Burrow.
MITCHBUR.
Yeah, that's it.
And on social media, you are
Everything Mitch Burrow.
everything's all one word, Mitch Burrow.
TikTok, I'll give you a personalized horoscope reading. So, follow me on there. So, redneck astrologist.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Go on this TikTok, yeah, that's a successful thing going on the redneck astrology.
That's pretty good, yeah. He's doing it.
Absolutely. All right, man. Well, fun times, Mitch. Always a pleasure.
I'm sorry, I'm just very distracted. But I feel like, were you just sitting on something? What? Do you have another way to call me fat? I feel like there was another.
Yeah, but I just come on, sport, do it. Over here.
Honestly,
What kind of Jeep do you have, Wrangler?
yeah, it's a 1998 TJ.
Oh, okay.
It's the last model that has the 4.06 liter. It's the best one. As long as it's running.
Okay.
Yeah.
What does TJ stand for?
The Jeep.
Oh, that's it.
I don't know. So you guys have Trader Joe's. You think I go to Trader Joe's?
You have the jacket of the president of Trader Joe's.
Yes. I was really hoping you could knock them on top of that.
What is the hell?
The first Jeep out here there was on a CJ, which is Brazilian Jeep. They had a YJ, they wanted to like it, and they moved to the CJ, and they just keep it.
I mean, if he tells now, we would smash $3. Imagine, what is the hell? Is the Jew allowed to see and accept the religious and yes, exactly.
Yeah, marshmallow, puff, peanut butter, jelly sandwich. Like, I know what you're saying right now. Yes, I know it. I can see it. Yeah, it's delicious.
Here,
Just like what I'm saying, man. Yeah, right, sure. I just know it was. Yeah,
Fun times, Pittsburgh. Here he goes, straight Pittsburgh. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man, very controversial figure on the show. It's either love him or hate him. He's been winning a lot of people over lately, and he's also lost some people lately. He is a polarizing figure, and with no further ado, I get to the big red machine. William points out Montgomery. Here he is. Fascinating show. Hold on now. So it says, which part of all of it? I'm not going to no, take the job, you take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be dressed. You have that to go to read out all the photos, and that is the big thing, takes the money, and can't go ahead and assist you in the it's like other people shooting on somebody they kill the people
make them fucking sound.
There's a minute from
William under the lights out Montgomery. Make them fucking sound.
William
What happened last week?
Last week, William, is what you're talking about. You keep saying last night. You mean last week.
What Holly was my best set.
Well, you were on quadruple Kill Tony probation for the first time ever with the management, the cast, the crew, who you have been both physically and
tell me it was the crew as well.
Yeah, David Deary.
What do you mean the crew? David Deary? I hate that fucking person.
Why do you hate him? He's a nice guy.
I tried to kiss him the other night.
Yeah, I know you're not supposed to do things like that during this pandemic.
I love that guy. You all seen David Deary recently? Look at his fucking pussy ass.
His actual
Look at how he's fucking sitting, just like a bitch. You would sit like that, David Deary. You piece of shit.
David,
Why didn't you kiss me last week?
no one was sick to be near you.
Dude, I'm sick, okay? We get it. Everybody gets it. Y'all are Denver trained hammer-man. This is showtime. And Apollo set to get me straight to the Apollo. Really excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Your pizza at Domino's Papa John's joke was great. Is that true? Do you do that sometimes?
It is. I hate The new Shack Pizza, it's Clance is next large. It happens to be just large. It's the same amount of pepperoni, same amount of cheese. $1 goes to some bullshit charity for black kids. I'm not buying it. But I am calling up Papa John, asking, hey, what is this, Pizza Hut? Or Domino's? Have y'all had the cheese bread from Domino's? That is to die for. Jeremiah, looks like you have. What's up with your hair tonight, dude? Spencer, what's up with your hair? Love it, it looks pretty. Right, Dan, what's up with the hood over your head? What's going on? Because you fucked up last night on the AV? Last week on the AV? Why isn't it on YouTube? That was my best set.
It's on YouTube now.
Is it?
Yeah, last week's episode is now on YouTube. Another fun fact about last week's episode is that afterwards on that Monday night, my sleep schedule was actually evolved.
Hey, Michael, quit laughing like that. You know I hate your girlfriend.
William over here. So, my sleep schedule evolved a little bit during this pandemic, and I was actually asleep by about just a touch before 1 a.m. last Monday.
And I called you,
And
and you didn't answer.
And yeah, that is true. My phone, I forgot to turn the ringer off. Very rarely do I
What
forget.
is your ringer, by the way?
It's the song Money from Pink Floyd.
I love that. I thought that was Joe Walsh. That's Pink Floyd.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
I thought that was a Joe Walsh song.
Anyway, why were you calling me last week at 1:57 a.m.? By the way,
I wanted to tell you this has been such a nice ride after
ultimately, again, I can upgrade it.
Yeah, thanks, Red Man. That really adds to it.
And I'm doing it for free.
keep going.
I just wondered if I could have gotten on the phone or sent to you. This has been so sweet, so nice. But after tonight, I feel enough to start.
And that's perfect. That's exactly why I covered the call. Look at you now. You're medically just a little bitch.
And my eyes are yellow.
You do have some people from internet copies. Have you seen a doctor about this?
Jeremiah told me to say that with Jeremiah. Thank you. Spencer, you told me, you're like, hey, tell everybody your eyes are yellow.
These guys all work at movie theaters. William, you ever do anything weird when you go to movie theaters? You ever take and eat? You ever sneak any food in there
I
yourself?
made out with a black chicken one day.
Oh yeah? What movie did you see? Do that? Whoa. All right.
You know, I actually left the last week at the show at 2 a.m.
Oh, really? He called you?
I was playing virtual reality. Yeah, if y'all haven't watched Red Man's virtual reality, start watching it. It's to die for. It's a wonderful thing to watch. Red Man, what are you doing on there, dude? Virtual reality? What do you talk about on that thing? Get off of it. Get off of it. People are tired of it. I, for one, am tired of it. Get off the field. Are you fucking with me?
It really moves when you move your mouth. It moves too.
Yeah, thanks. It cost me $100.
Where'd you buy it from?
Kmart.
Why?
What do you mean there's one left? I support small businesses. So, hey, hurry. Like the last couple of months, like your whole set, your whole everything has been just, you're really going to call me out on that? I told you what happened.
What happened?
My dog died 2 weeks ago.
How did it die?
His name was Scooby-Doo. I accidentally fed him poison.
What kind of poison did you feed him?
I injected a T-bone steak with a bunch of Clorox bleach.
Why'd you do that?
I was just looking up YouTube videos and I did it and I left it on the floor.
So what kind of YouTube video suggested that you put Clorox bleach into a T-bone and feed it to your dog?
value the existence of GUINNESS. So I get it. I want to break it. I want to break it. I want to be able to open the I want to open it. But nevertheless, we're committed to go ahead and do these activities.
You want Spencer to get your back?
Get my back on this one. The destruction
Spencer? Do you know William?
Somebody's got some money.
Ocean is a good thing. So Mountain says you get paid and cover on your I will say there is a.
Do you remember that, Spencer?
It really is such an interesting idea.
And you guys kids, that's fucked up. Spencer's 15.
Whoa, William, another fucking comedian.
That is the main song of the Anaconda. Red Man got tired of all the like jokes and he called him a song.
Okay, alright, everybody relax.
William, big soundboard.
Okay, guys, settle down over here.
There is something that is
This is alright.
because if you let people take it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. Sometimes there is more ultimately I think becomes incredibly good. That's what that means. Yes, struggling at an exit, toggle as well.
6
Bringing the real is a blessing. That is a it's not easy. It's not easy. It's hard to get the challenges and things like that.
Is it? Really?
So, you have a good day. I mean, how was your test? You might get a tattoo at GUINNESS last week. How was your test that you took last Wednesday? I have strep throat.
Oh, that's good. It's a good time to have strep throat, actually. Much better to have strep throat than how's the spot on your belly? Can we get an update on that? Can we see what's going on there? Let's see. It's being blocked by a shadow right now. Can you? Where is it?
It's gone. It's a fruit envelope. It looks like it's like it's waxing waiting. What is that? A moon joke? Yeah. I just learned of it. Is that a fucking moon joke? Yeah, man. It's what's wrong with my belly? It's a giant as a moon. Yeah, that's funny.
It does sort of look like. Can you lift up your shirt one more time? David, can you get in there again? It does look like the part of the Death Star where like ships fly into. Or like Darth Vader flies his ship into that.
What are we doing it? Why are we flying into it? So it looks like the garbage dumpster where that snake creature is.
Oh yeah. Yeah. So I believe that is the planet Tatooine. Maybe. That's it.
See, not really. It's the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah, Sarlacc pit. That's it. You have the Sarlacc pit. That's where they might be. Is there anything in your
What do you think's in there?
What
is that, a black rock?
You know, how do we say? Maybe. Oh God. That's weird, William. Oh shit. Oh shit. You do that when you're out on the streets.
Sell off all of
What swimming pools?
sell off all your street.
Oh my God. Do you at least make sure there's no children around when you do it?
Usually swimming laps.
Okay, sometimes it's fun when, sometimes it's good when an episode just sort of like cruises down, you know, nice and slow, and we get to like, you know, really appreciate all the comedy that happened earlier on in the show, you know what I mean? Ladies and gentlemen, one of the longest tenured regulars in the history of the show, the great William Montgomery, everybody, there he goes. There he goes. This was another episode of the show. We did it again. fun stuff happening all around the world. Let's check out the drawing from Ryan J. Abel. Let's see what happened here tonight with the movie theater crew. Sometimes works at Blockbuster. There we go. Get on up in there, Ryan. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's another movie theater type homage thing. Am I right? Yeah, there's the concession stand. I see me. I see William with horns. We have the great fire breathing. Is that Snort? Oh yeah, that's David Lucas. Yeah, that makes sense. Cat, everybody, Michael Blair on the tank. I love it. What a crew. Snort and Jen down below. Spencer up top. Slinging concessions. Chroma eating the nacho cheese out of the dispenser.
Go to RayJEval.com. They have a great deal with a lot of auctions. I just saw a really cool auction of you, Joker. Yeah, it's going on right now.
Everything's at RayJEval.com. Go eat Amino's Pizza. Get your coffee from KBigCoffeeCo.com. Get your underwear over at Sheen. Hire someone at ZipRecruiter. A bunch of fun things you can do to show support for the show. Your lozenges for nicotine over at Lucy.co. So good. So good. I like the cinnamon. Red Band likes the wintergreen. And a bunch of other fun stuff happening. I have Roastmaster Plaza on my Patreon. Everything roasting. You might want to know actual tons of content, man. Interviewing Jesse Joyce this week. Just interviewed Sarah Tiana, Benji Flomo, Dave Lucas, Donna Rollins, Jeff Ross. Fun times. We just talk about making fun of people, so that's exciting. Red Band.
Check out my virtual Red Band. And also, Ryan Wolf's Dead Hair and Four Brothers in Person. Which we've been doing one last week. Okay, so check that out.
Oh yeah, I have a whole new merch store as well attached to my website, TonyHinchcliffe.com. Brand new shirts drawn up by the McVader. Those are mostly Roastmaster Class Days. There's also a cute little Hinchcliffe Red Band 2020 shirt there. I like it. Jeremiah Watkins has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders. I'm sure of that. Tell me about it.
That's Dr. Phil and Starbucks assistant manager. I think that was last week's episode. This week's Shanks and Dr. Phil.
What else, Jeremiah? Anything else?
Jeremiah does Watkins does mental things. Guys up here in the Tempe, Arizona area at the end of the month. I'll be doing some shows there the last week of the month. Thursday.
There you go. Tempe, Arizona.
Yeah, and if you're on YouTube right now, head over to youtube.com/Jeremiah Watkins and then subscribe.
There you go. Also hit subscribe for this show if you haven't yet. Jen is actually jet skiing. Jesse Johnson, quadruple J's tonight. You're a jet ski. Johnson on all platforms. What else? Jet ski.
That's it at Jet Ski Johnson. Thanks, guys.
Chroma Chris. It's Chroma Chris. Did I miss anything tonight, Chroma?
No, just checking out Baby Boys and Spotify.
That's right, Baby Boys on Spotify. THEBABYBOYS. And then, of course, the great Joel Jimenez was here. Believe it or not, that was Snort the entire time. I know, it's shocking. But go ahead, Joel, you have a new episode of Mostly Sorry, which is also your name on all social media platforms.
Yeah, me and David here, we are American Treasures.
That's right. I absolutely love it. Are we missing anything? That's pretty much it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Good night, everybody. Oh, thank you to everybody out on the patio that came tonight to the comedy store. We are streaming the show out there.
Thank Charlie from Beatles for the CD.
We'll be back next Monday with another episode of Kill Tony. Bye.
However, in Robert Garrett, now in this case, Roger Garrett wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, the innocent. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This is just not I don't want to say it's not like beliefs, which means that while the breaks, it's still valid. So therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually care if it remains in its full state. And as zero breaks, who cares? It still has value. Usually that's like, that's funny, correct? I want to say, oh, yeah, I missed it.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming to you live from the real famous Comedy Store Main Room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up! Give it up!
In that case, I said, over here, it doesn't care. Right, so it doesn't care about that. How about Rushas here? How about helping a riot? You're bringing a riot, bringing a different case of the inheritance here. No, Shani Rushas here, back to the Barak. The rabbis will make no fight with Rusha. Whereas perhaps this case should be problematic. But how about myself? As long as the guy has not yet actually taken possession of the message, is absolutely committed to work this out.
Vito's pizza, delicious Vito's pizza.
So yes, was the why? Why would they go out here? Like,
Yet again, pizza.
you are afraid if again has to make a choice.
Skull food. It's good for people that ride bicycles too. The electric bicycle diet makes off Vito's. Speedway, great Gino, always joining us, always has our back. Great good box studio, Jenny Wilson, Roastmaster Choice is out of Patreon.com. Jeremiah is supposed to go on the road again. A bunch of dates and he's announcing the canceling. He's filling it. Team headline was filmed on the dates. And he's surprised if he has to cancel them again. But he's supposed to be going to Raleigh, North Carolina. Minneapolis, Minnesota. What else is going on? Crazy. You gotta get up to get down. Talking about Russian Elvis. It isn't always easy to talk about Russian Elvis. Because Russian Elvis, so I'm saying, like, I think I lost my mojo. We went it all together. Like, I took a long day of work. Sorry, honey, I'm just not feeling it. Or I think I'm in the bed. But with Roman, it is easy to talk about. No doctor, no prescribed real medication. It's simple, safe, and totally discreet.
Roman keeps getting free online evaluation on care.
So,
The doctor will work with you to find the best treatment. Medication declaration will ship it to you free 2-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward and simple and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony. An online visit.
Erectile dysfunction used to be tough to attack, but now there's Roman. Need an online visit today to connect with a doctor and take care of it. Go to Roman.com/Tony today. Get a $15 off easy treatment. Wow, 15 in a motor. That's GetRoman.com/Tony. GetRoman.com/Tony. And boy, oh boy, are we excited to announce the return. Favorite sponsors. You guys know this. Fans of the show. If you're having a rough time getting locked down since then, I want to tell you about some of the products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD is the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products. So stand there and just breathe. I rub it all over my body all the time. Here's some infinite CBD products I think you can get you through the hard times, Tony. CBD AM Plus, difficulty concentrated while you're working from home. This has CBD plus caffeine for mental clarity. CBD gummies, that's my favorite. New flavors like sour, spectrum, companies spectrum. A lot of people say that. If you think you're losing it, these can help you relax. The CBD mood, you know, it feels good. You got time to kill, treat yourself. Actually, that's really good. That's the music spin. Try it out. This music's amazing. If you have on your fucking stump of a dick, yeah. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research and users report benefits like reduce anxiety, reduce inflammation. So go to infinitecbd.com to see vision products. That's infinitecbd.com, and if you use code KELTONY, you will get 20% off. But what's more? That's infinitecbd.com, promo code KELTONY for 20% off. You know, we're just gotta get we never know that. Sometimes I lie. I say tonight's gonna be a fun show. Other podcasts, they know what they're going to talk about. They have a big white figure behind the camera that you never see, in which they talk about things. So maybe not always like this. Anyone who's going to call it pioneer. We do have a band on this show. They commit to being different characters every episode. We never know what they're going to be. So it's fine. It's not Jewish. So Jeremiah Washington, Jesse Johnson, and Roma Chris. Here we go. Let's see what happens tonight, shall we? Here they come, I'm sure, any moment now. Oh, we know this crew. Oh, wow. Okay, I thought it was newscasters, but now I'm confused. Could be 80s comedians. Striking a mix. Is it newscasters? No, it is newscasters.
No, it is not. Now is not the it's one pump. It's something too smooth in baseball, Tony. There you go, sportscaster now. Newscaster. We do not.
You're all sports guys?
Yes.
Okay, well then you're not newscasters. You're so these are new characters.
No, they debuted about 4 years ago. Very forgettable.
Okay, well, welcome back. What's your name?
My name is Teddy Massingill. Yes. M-A-S-S-I-N-G-I-L, Massingill.
All right, and who's this here next to you? Massive coat. Hey, I gotta fill up my soul here. Wow, my name's Gary Balls. Gary Balls.
Gary used to be very fat.
Oh, okay.
That's why the coat is big.
Who are you?
My name's Forrest, Tony Forrest Dump. Forrest.
Why do you have headphones on?
Listen to the people giving the stats.
Okay, how about you? Hey, Tony and his Grand Slam Sam here, coming from you from the sidelines.
Actually, baseball is back in season.
And this just in, NFL canceled their preseason. Did that really just come in? Oh yeah, no, I didn't. reasons. Yep. Okay, we got a bunch of sports guys with us here. I know you guys asked for it, for them to come back, and you got what you wanted for sports.
This has been 4 years in the making. A story of a comeback, the underdog, the Rocky story.
You know, you look a lot like, maybe I'm wrong because I get them all mixed together. There's a lot of characters, maybe you look like the 80s comedian that we've had on the show.
That is actually my brother, Zippy.
Zippy, and you guys have the same outfit there.
Actually, no different mustache. Zippy doesn't have a mustache. When you do thousands of characters, they all start to look a little bit alike.
You all look like to me. Welcome, guys. We have fun. We have sign-ups in the bucket there. Actually, we have somebody's going to go down. That gives us a little bit of 5 sign-ups. There you go. Red Man showing his age. Sally Jesse, Rabbi reference here.
From deep old Hollywood.
Salad dressing Raphael. David Lucas is in the audience. Roasting already. Salad dressing Raphael.
Number 2.
Let's get the show started. You know, we started the last couple of episodes with Michael there. Kicking off today's show, beloved figure together, hated by so many more. It's incredible, ladies and gentlemen. Here's William Montgomery.
What's up? First and foremost, I want to give it up for salad dressing Raphael. He is a good friend of my uncle's. I read the set. A couple ice houses was going a couple nights ago. You know the difference between cancer and a child? My dad's got it. Who needs Jesus when you've got a metal detector? This is me working at Disney World. Check out the castle over there. Coming out with a movie, it's called Spiky Pineapple. How do I hold this thing?
Wow, William Montgomery.
What was up with that dive?
You really,
What happened there?
you left a lot of space for laughter there at the end. You must have thought that spiky pineapple joke was going to
I did. Have you recently held your pineapple?
Yes.
They are spiky.
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Yeah, I see now. The movie is called Spiky Pineapple. Well, literally, I don't know how to hold this thing.
Why would it be a movie? Why would you make an entire movie out of spiky pineapple?
He has accepted himself all of the response except for he's lacking that emotion. Incredible.
How much did you write? 200 pages. Wow, barely. You wrote something other than jokes this week. I was just wondering exactly what it was. Does your dad have cancer? So, did he used to have cancer, or he just...
Yeah, he did at one point.
Really?
Pretty much a miracle. Then I moved away and his cancer was gone.
My goodness gracious. How about then the Jesus memorable joke? We talked about this for a second. If you don't need Jesus, have a medical detector. Can you explain
Don't need Jesus.
what do you mean?
That's the point.
I mean, so many times.
Not for a longer amount of time because like this sort of thing, they swap out juice boy, there is old, okay. Even in the city, the majority didn't have any intentions about
Jesus is a fisherman. Is he? And was he a fisherman? What passage of the Bible says he's a fisherman? Do you know? And that's you know?
But we are concerned.
I think he's coming fisherman because of the Bible.
Five loaves and two fish. Are we talking about Red Man's Midnight Snacks?
A meal of biblical proportion. Hallelujah. Yeah, when this red man can die.
Oh, William. Red Man.
I've been sick of red man past couple weeks.
Why?
I'm definitely not going to die fast.
Whoa.
Come on, what is that? Well, red man? Because even when we asked you to explain that joke about the metal detector, it still made no sense. So can you put it in that is one of my last jokes, man? That's one of my last jokes. Okay.
William, back up.
Okay.
All right, let's talk.
I'm sick. I got 104.
Let's talk about another one of your jokes here today. This is me working at Disney World. Hey, check out the
Hey,
castle.
look at the castle over there.
Did you just
Did you ever a second grader?
I don't even think a second grader like maybe that's
Look at the castle over there. My point is beautiful for me. It's Cinderella's castle. And I swear to God, if I work with you, it's going to be saying, hey, look at that castle over there. Cinderella's castle. Working for Disney now.
Actually,
now you work in a storage facility. A job
Well,
that
I
you
passed
have
him and resigned.
Did you
If
really?
anyone has a job, do you have a job? Gino, you got a job for me?
Yeah, nobody's really hiring right now.
Okay. Oh,
I literally had tens and tens of people offer you jobs the last
now I
year.
finally need
You finally need one in the middle of a global pandemic.
in a pandemic, I need a job.
But you didn't accept any of the high-paying jobs that would have changed your life, alleviated your alcoholism with the economy.
That was several months ago. The economy's booming, I'm drinking a bunch of alcohol, Sprite bottles. And you're telling me about these jobs, and I greatly apologize. I should have listened to you. I need a job right now.
What kind of job are you
I'm gonna be back in Memphis soon.
You are. So what kind of job are you willing to do? Just so that the listeners out there know, because a lot of the fans of the show, we have ZipRecruiter, there's a lot of people hiring. So my question is this, just so that everybody knows, what's the worst job that you
Worst job I've ever done.
No, William, listen. What's the worst job that you're willing to take right now?
I would say
Golf person at a putt. Well, you're not getting that job. You're not getting that job. Putt putts are closed. Even the putting courses.
I need a job, Tony.
I know. So let's
I mean, what will I do?
yeah. What will you? That's what I'm asking
Red
you.
Man, are you hiring me? You were saying it the other day. Yeah, Ryan, I think I got a job at Trader Joe's. Who's Ryan? Who's Ryan?
Okay, William, what type of job do you think you'd be good at? What would you do at a sector? You know,
I work around the fish.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Okay, so let's do this. I'm a customer. I walk into a Petco. You work at the Petco. Look, can you help me?
Yeah, we're looking for a channel cat. You looking for a channel cat?
What's a channel cat? I'm a customer here. I was looking for some.
David, why'd you talk to me?
I was looking for some.
Come on.
William,
Yeah, what happened? What happened?
William, so I'm at a Petco. I'm a customer. I'm looking to buy a store. Can you help me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Bob.
It's Wes.
Jenkins. Bob Jenkins, and I'm here to buy a squirrel. Do you have a squirrel? So everyone knows what it is. Yeah, medium is 2 feet. Everyone knows.
It's $1,000. A 2-foot fucking squirrel. It's $1,000.
Do you accept cashier's check?
Yeah, cashier's. I accept cash.
That's it.
A 2-foot squirrel.
What kind of Petco is it?
It's a 2-foot squirrel. Thanks, Mom.
What is that?
That's perfect. God, what was that? I'm writing a script. Even has spikes on it. Exactly. That's what made my joke fun. Holding a pineapple. Coming out with a pineapple movie.
Have you been talking with your parents? I think they're deeply about you. What have they been saying? Do you know how to grow? Like a cheeseburger. You do? Do you?
Yeah, like cheeseburgers.
How would you make a cheeseburger? Can you explain it?
Like 10 minutes on either side.
I don't know about that. See, this is what's interesting. This could be a good idea for you. You could start your own cooking show. Literally tens of thousands of people would follow you. But I think that's pretty interesting.
I mean, I cook these cheeseburgers in 10 minutes on either side.
How would you prep the cheeseburgers? Would you just buy them already fattied up?
A lot of onions. A lot of onions, a lot of flowers in the kitchen.
Is there any beef involved?
A lot of beef.
How much onions and how much meat? 2 feet?
2 feet of beef.
Yeah, like this.
Is this a drill? We could call it really young.
What?
If you had a cooking show, you had it really young.
Why would you do that?
Y-U-M. Young. Really yum, yum, yum. Is that funny? Are you writing jokes for William? Yummery? Thank you so much. He did literally listen to me.
Our annual conference
You're retiring?
and corresponds to the mental path above Stephen and Jason honorable parents. This was the reason Stanley sponsors on the rock. Our weekend sponsors Dr. Anthony Wolf, Commissioner of the website Dr. Wolf's father Cyrus Wolf, Charlotte Ben Steve Bush's on the rock. Nathan and Beth Adler, Emmanuel, Father Ben Adler, Father Bottle Mordecai, Ben Morelia. Movie sponsors for today: Jerry Applebaum, Mary Mother Rosen Applebaum, Ruffle.
There you go. Whoa! Great man got his first and only fart sound out of the way tonight, so at least something good came out of this. There goes William Montgomery, everybody. Montgomery is the one with red hair, no jokes. Deary.
Today we are picking up from some dinner on days 63B. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7,
Alright, pull the name out of the bucket, ladies and gentlemen.
What is the halakha if an Muslim hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin? That's okay, that means I'm going to the I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin. Mahu, what is the halakha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages in his work? Let's remember again, yesterday's that we gave the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be observed. Here, the applicant is asking you to do something with the INS and is asking you to destroy the INS. He's going to pay you for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the law? We are reading the world speaking of us. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why do I want the existence of the INS? The vows which are break on their own, I would use the opportunity to break on their own. So when it interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS. Because I want it. Therefore, the way that makes the process of the interaction is important. We have been on Kiva, we learned that in the line of Rashi, the Israel said, what's it that you don't show how you
Okay, well, that's a big difference. That's what Junior wrote. Willie wrote his jokes on the drive over.
So when you start looking for me, man, I don't know how you're doing doesn't want me to break on my own. She started doing it, he was also lost. So you can see that
Jesus
from that actually was. It's actually was. The Yaini necessary for remaining in existence. I don't want it to happen. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from the Yaini. Therefore, yeah, it's us. On the other hand, oh dear Lord, only if you just watch that this is the destruction of the INS, the destruction of the level of Israel. This is a different. Sure, I want to go through existence. Again, ultimately, the destruction of Israel is
Sounds like it would be
ultimately, again, it's just fascinating.
the
So Nathan says, Yishbar Kalavari. And Nathan says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be doing. You got to
I am actually a white man from
take the money
Philadelphia.
and go.
Forrest and Dump.
It's crazy that you're from Philadelphia and your name's Forrest Gump.
Quicker than I thought. Back to you in the studio.
Dave Sarah, what do you do for a living?
So if the public authority is trying to building why the Jew can't go ahead and assist in things like that, oh, you need to see you can't do that.
Yeah, what do you do for a living?
What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot then I am allowed to do it. Let's say he fires me and it's silver. To me, they very plentiful. I know. Let's say again, he asks me to use it. I'm allowed to do it for working with life, right? And I want to resist this because it provides me a big run at home and use that in my muscles. So we do ourselves. So it appears from here, this is discipline for nothing. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from this forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of it. Even though you by definition want to continue the existence of your prohibited item, because you are the one who shows your pay for it, it's supposed to be destroyed. So there's a Savua, the second one from the top 64. Savua,
This conversation happened.
if he was to be
What are you doing in the back?
I'm trying to be flying with the whole house in Nigeria. Not only is there a prohibition to transport, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of the name, but you can't import anything that's sustainable. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone's trying to pick a line, right? I'm going to fly, it's up to put up a fence around the people says,
Looks kind of like a cop.
why?
You do have
Your cop face.
By definition,
I thought you've been impersonating Tom Clancy.
has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be possible to do. Sorry, very well. And Nafish means moving. The Kata means covering the seeds with growth.
How do you know when they're stripped
You get off the site because it's not working. Because there you're
Been
actively
going to the back
directly
for 4
participating
years.
in
People just let you back there for
driving
making
a
noise.
car. Keep it
You
says,
have 10 seconds.
and the keep it says, even if it's anything to sustain it. For example, put up the fence and hang it to lion, that's going to be coming out of his way. And if you like them, then here's what
They,
you
they,
do.
they stop along.
You cross,
You're
suck from
suspicious
the
that
kids
you
up to
can
lion.
come up
Plus it says, do not plant the lion in the field. In the Arizona, and you know the prohibition of planting.
So what
You're
else is
trying
in general? Like,
going over and not even allowed to do something to sustain
smoke a lot of
the
pot. What
actual
else?
growth itself, like even if putting up the fence. Number
Oh,
one,
look
low
at
kill
this.
line.
How did
That's
that
what it says there.
only in
It's interesting.
2020 are there fat cocaine
A little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, you know exactly kind of slicing how the low kill line. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the
What's your living situation?
even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it, that's going to be kilo, Imar says, kilo, and you will be Tesla Shari. But ultimately, interestingly enough, even if I'm going to give up, how do you going to give up the prohibition ultimately if you say that sustains it? What about if somebody going to pay me to help me use the cash? Because it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Imar says, not necessarily.
There you go.
Doesn't have to be that being rather someone who's exists. Rabbanon, Rabbanon might be open to this
What
moving
kind of
around.
caretaker are you?
So this actually comes to Rabbanon. This is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put up a fence. Rabbanon only from the acute of Rabbanon is like helping you can be blind to plant it or actively
Oh, you
do
couldn't
something
tell that he was
that
fucking
showcases
on
the itself. Some type of like supporting action. Like putting a fence they hold is multiple. So putting up a fence is important. And if you get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting so it's not important. Which the Gemara says, Hacham Astina is very interesting. This is weird. It's the object of sin.
Jesus, I mean, I'm friends with Michael Lair. That
And
happens to him
ultimately,
all the
again,
time.
I
It's
am
unfair.
uprooting it for him to see. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's what happens. I'm doing it with the Amar, leaking what I am not Nastina us. Ultimately, that is
Smoke some weed, do a couple
that
lines
Allah
of blow,
allows
the
and
next
you are
thing you
not
know, your
allowed to
brother's a
favor
spider walking
like
backwards,
the
backing you down the hallway.
Almost look at what most of
Should have just bought one of those Jabberwocky masks.
Jabberwocky man.
You can't just leave that up
Come
for
from
free.
here,
It's
nobody
free
needs
thing, but it's just like
The internet
you still can't do it. So which means that
I know exactly what you're talking about, Morris. Keep up the great work back there. Thank you. Back in my
Forrest Gump's thing is coming back to me in studio. So Dave, what else about you? What's your love life like? You fool a lot of women with this clean cut image on the outside and then you flaunt this as a
But to do something to hold up with results, that's objective. I have, keep it handy. I'm Rabbi Akiva, I'm kind of trying to get. And you take this law, sharpen it. You say something that Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more extensive
What about that end? Why is that?
the condition of Kalai. They're not only clean up planting, not only financing the actual planting itself, people will put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva agreed to uproot Kalai to get rid of this earth and everything permitted. It's absolutely permitted, and you can get things for that from the Gemara says, the sea knows you. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. That's good. This is crazy. See what I mean? This is like the Talmudic. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also, it's very interesting. So therefore, what this means is, ultimately, let's go so how did we start this? This all started by the priest. And after he wants to destroy, wants to break his balance of GUINNESS, he asks him, he wants to hire me a Jew
So you woke up the next day, you guys wake up Saturday morning, Saturday, Sky, you didn't even wake me up last night. You're like, yeah, my buddy invited me for a drink. He's like, you could have gone to that drink, you didn't fucking wake me up, and then you broke up with that.
But nothing said, do it and cover alone. It involves the destruction of the result of that matter is prohibited item. Even though, yes, I do want the
I
included
can't
system
picture you
of
being
the
mad.
MS.
Could you do
I
it
get
without
that. I
even
want to break
thinking
myself.
about
I want to
really
break
get
myself.
mad?
I want to learn to let me go. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities. Yes, those things full destruction. Zara destruction. She ultimately is a good thing. It says you get paid and Tavo Allah. I must say, it is a really such an interesting idea. Kind of like part of Western society. And that is important. Members of society, just the general culture in society, we should hold this culture. Yes, you know, that's not what we should do.
It's on character, funny, and all that. Good timing on that.
Lifestyle choices.
Stunts. Back.
That has to be our place.
Dave, anything else we need to know about?
So also teach us this idea that
Fun times, good jokes. I think with an audience, that puppy mill thing, just smart, funny approach.
At first, it was kind of a little touchy. I know
there's something that is no, it has to be growth. There's something that has to be section. Because if you let people take
Very nice game, sir, everybody.
Yes, bringing the world
Another young man.
is a rough. It is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's tough to be able to handle this disease. But think about
Was a good friend of mine.
what the nation
I never understood. There he is, Zach Bogus.
and so you think that like the world will just blind false. I just as we're doing the world's dirty. Yes, again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil and what's good. Can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a little that lives, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, sometimes you have to do things, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is good. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's what it's for. Gemara goes like, but Hadid Lasvi, so again, the same type of thing. And the after all the question is Hadid Lasvi, you come about like, you may have all this become the other one. So what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Apple sells his item? So Apple sells his item and he has guys that he got $1,000.
Welcome.
Take on the
There you go, Zach Bogus.
Nick Professor from that
Was a good friend of mine. Hey, I never understood a single word he said.
Bring up something new on
Yeah. Zach from that way. From Zach from the Koreans. All right, Zach Bogus. The best part of that song, by the way, is if I was the king of the world, tell you what I do. We don't give a fuck anymore here on Kill Tony, everybody. We are talking about a song right now. Alright, very good. We're losing our minds. We just were. Alright, Zach Bogus.
God told them that before you can work as you need to sell off all of your idolatry, sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you can but let's say you're watching this stuff for a year. And Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, you actually if you have the suicide, only this guy would be like, she's got to usher in from all this stuff. I think I'm right. It's still only idolatry. Then that's idolatry by Jew. Idolatry by Jew, number one, can never be big. Never have its identity. They take it low. So it tells you instead of what, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you convert the money into this. what do you see from her? Obviously, I love her nice someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted to my channel. We should be concerned with the average proceeds sell on that tree. Hands of the is permitted. I have been doing shiny person, even that today, found that fun. Maybe that case is obviously they're negating the theological significance of hurt. So how can you know that is up? So that's what proceeds. I don't know.
Once every 9 years.
Sunshine also knows money. Enough of all this stuff on the So what happened?
This is what Tony wants from me. It's a charitable donation for orphans and at Jeremiah-Watkins, a little bitch. No, parentheses, write the little bitch in the description when you're paying him $20. Look up the song, I Need You on YouTube. It has 3,000 views. Back to you, Johnny.
That case,
You've only done stand-up twice.
case number one, same case. I lent $100,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his guy, that's a claim for he gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt, move to case number two, same thing, I lent $3,000, he says I want to pay back, give me a couple of hours, I gotta sell my idol, I gotta sell my Nessa, the proceeds are for the I effectively know my donation measures. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's the distinction is see from the shul, but how do you make the so yeah, this is just super careful, okay? To be a super. The church is the second piece where the apple says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go and sell my wine. I want the continued existence of people. I don't need continued existence for one. Because I want to pay. So because I want it, therefore it changes because it's the person plus. If you go to the community I got from us, we just said before, but that's not. But that's not. In other words, we'll say, when you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol for the idol itself because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the INSS because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? But none. There is no response. She your should be made public. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and what they're both brothers. One converted and one stopped. So brother there, brother up. So what happens? Their father died. The father died. In the estate is idolatry. And let's say primitive items. So there, you have to know my life. So I'm to get in as so brother there, it's safe to brother couple. So by that, you take all the items. You take all the items. If you do that, then we should go, and that's cool. However, to we should go, it's just like us, obviously. All of this presupposes that there has not yet activated possession of the items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no recourse. Right? But there is weakness when you can see, so you get up into the back of the sun. It's much more hard. Once it's in the frenzy, you carry the so as long as brother there has not yet taken possession of these items, the problem is not going to dividing up the estate. However, if brother there is in possession of the estate, so yes, it's ultimately what you see. But I want to myself now in this case, brother there wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the IES. But he's not doing anything active. Notice continuing existence. We have it's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is Rabbi Baruch must listen about what's the case of the Yeshua? The this is just somewhat able to attain and produce achieve collecting grades. It's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually care for names in its whole state. We're not reading the grades, who cares? It still has value. Which we might say that's called that works fine for an item. How would you explain if you stand value? The fast
Strike five.
What do you do with the video viewer?
Adrianic person
After the coronavirus.
that you can take a shot of it as a murder, put it in water,
They're killing us.
in that case, also, whether here doesn't
No, because of that disease.
And the crowd goes wild.
which the rest of the
Zach, you ever been arrested?
even if that's even if God's care doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? It does care about not because it's still laws,
It's a subway bandit or
the rules just get
one time I stole a football.
you're bringing a right to it based on the
How about that
inheritance.
two times?
Yeah,
Once.
no. Shiny Rush is like, yeah, that kilo bala.
Subways once.
Rabbis will make up by the Rusha. In other words, literally, the United States, perhaps this case should be problematic. But I look at myself, Chazal will make her by the Rusha. And as long as the gap does not get actively taken possession of,
Well, you know what? That actually reminds me of a funny story that my brother reminded me of.
Right, so you take this, you take the whatever stuff, I'll take the stuff. Yes,
When
we
I
want
first
to
moved
take
to
it.
LA, I once took my
Why
bicycle
would you
down
make it like here? That people are
many
Zera Shemin
years
Yatsu.
ago, and they tried to give me a ticket for riding the bicycle in the lower area. You're not allowed to do that. Well, it was fucking stop. Then they ended up chasing me, and they ended up getting me. It was a whole big
Reality
rip.
is
Like,
like
it was 19
and
and they're like, we're gonna write you a ticket. I said, my ID. Like, I don't have an ID. They're like, sorry information. I immediately realized that I could lie, right? But I'm like, I was waiting for the thing, lying about my information for this ticket. I had already said she didn't give me my address, but I was halfway through lying, so I got all the way to what city it was from, like Burbank, zip code. I only know, the only zip code I know in LA is my actual zip code, so I told them 90210.
as long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills.
They
Because
didn't
if you
even
don't have
fucking
money,
blink at it. It was so excited to give me a ticket at work. I know, fucking trained for this. You could lie the whole time, dude.
there was a choice between religion and
Has anybody ever told you that you like the Green River Right, James? That's true. ATK.
Again, not because of the gift, because it's too
Now,
much. So if it's something that put in that situation, you have to make it fair, understand their confidence, and it's going to have this thing as a price of many items, therefore allowed to many items, each case is going to
got
flow
that picture,
over.
but that one.
Because also anyways.
No, not
Rocky Rice was this. Imagine
Dennis
the show, she is
Rader. You have Dennis
I
Rader.
don't understand.
Have you ever thought about killing
And
him?
I think that's a business.
We've had serial. We've actually had a murder on the show. Same energy as Steve. It's funny. He reminds me of Bruce. Very, very Clark Kent like. Clark Kent with his touch of rockabilly.
In this precarious situation. How do you get us up there? So we're always is the same people. Another question.
Give us a sportscaster.
So let's say this is
All right, Zach. Well, fun times, man. Thanks for coming on the show. You finally made it, dude. Zach Bogus, everybody. Yeah, Bernie said, I helped him to his wine. A regular who I absolutely adore. This man does a great job.
level
The
set
show gets me
and
this
it's
past week. I've been crazy.
that's a pretty cool thing.
Show
The emotional wants for success more than you want
private
for success. As I want our success more than you want success. And open our hearts to whatever we
I love this man. Very funny. Poster. It's gonna make
our
fun of
only
me.
plan
Ladies and
to
gentlemen,
put us
take
on a
it.
path to
The brand new
success,
minute
not
of
to
stand-up
smack us
comedy.
down when we go there and make a mistake. But again, it's not understood what we need in order to be successful. It's not understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Together, they do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all we want. No, there's no greater accomplishment in this world. That's in this world and the next one. The next one comes down, constantly another question. Other years in Congo, their Tosha, Mashi Bakos, was a great teacher. Can a Ger Tosha, go ahead and abolish the gate idolatry? And actually, as we go to gate idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So the Ger Tosha goes, and what is it? What we see is not what we see at the definition of Ger Tosha. Rashi points out from the top of the graph, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas. Ultimately, the English doesn't worship idolatry. But again, she's like an athlete in everything else except she doesn't
These minutes are long as fuck with no audience.
like he believes in God, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. In other respect, he's a nation. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? He says, on one hand, the other about the word we say, only one who worships idolatry.
What are you? I got thousands of people on this show. I've never asked you.
I mean, yeah, let me say like this. Anyone who's going to call it by name, if you have a shot of food, then you can go out and decommission. And this guy, he's saying that he's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So he doesn't know Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the clock to go ahead and dig
No, it's true. When I lost weight when I dipped too. Did it come back when you regained? Of course it did. And when I lost all that weight, my dick had the workings, stretch marks on it. Yeah, it did. And it's weird because my dick's like a little darker color, like it's brown. And it has like these white, like spaghetti veins on it. Oh, God. Or it could have just been spaghetti.
National boss league was a change memory. So let's say that listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in my place. I see a cold ice sitting there. If I lift it up, that's fine.
Because I need skinny guys and perhaps also mention here, maybe I don't know. I feel like we would have an advantage perhaps also in the
pull over,
like getting between the legs, like really like stick it in there.
and you can engage this decommission. Like theological decommission.
So you say you
engage in
can't
theological decommission of the however, again, in Shabbos of the Yodo, any no only other
you have stamina, you have good cardio, the bed you're great. How about you, Rabbi? You have the cardio of a guy that rides a bicycle, or no? I tell you, I'm drunk. I go for like hours. Seriously, I'm like opposite of whiskey, Nick. Like, if I'm drunk, I just like go wild. You have sex for hours, 7 nights a week, 7 nights a week, 4 hours a day. That's right. I have my virtual headset.
Rabbi, you a fat guy like me. Put your shirt on.
I think maybe like a seal. And so like if you're like the flapping, the flopping and the flapping. How about swimming? Do you guys swim with your t-shirts? It depends if I shave my back.
He's
It's embarrassing. Rabbi takes his shirt off, everybody's like, hair on his back. I don't get this shirt on. It just makes it look worse. It's like now you have shirts. Just take off your shirt.
incredible. Which the Lord says, no. The only way to look like the not true. Rather, Israel will be the only person to decommission his own actual idol
What kind of
worship.
jersey would you wear?
I think to counter it, I need to know the stuff. And he said that. And then his license to come. Zero said it.
What jerseys do
Is
you
that
wear?
what he's saying? You know, it says relations to this. Two different cases. Relations represent the heart, the Zach represents markets. Relations teaching you
Come on,
markets.
though.
You have two options, right? And both worship Paul.
It's very hard
And
to
both
wear.
worship markets. Obviously, again, Uncle 1 can negate his idol with his friend's idol. And Uncle 2 can negate his idol with his friend's idol. Sefer
What
is
jerseys do
the
you
other
have?
above his other. Oh, the Sefer teaches something different. Let's hear one who worships Mars and one who worships Baal.
You retired your
What's the
movie
novelty
jersey.
of the year? And after we worship in idolatry, even if he doesn't worship. So this is the really key about this movie. Number one, an act to negate his
Kobe Bryant's jersey
Good.
number.
Number two,
There you go.
an act to negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an act to negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. So you know, so let's do it again. No lie about it again.
He also has Marshall.
I have
a gay booty hole jersey. It's got dildos and booty holes on it. So I pull it out of my booty hole. It looks like a dildo. And then shake it.
What's a good show?
Yeah. You've heard of a tank top? My jersey's a tank box.
Says it's any
Yeah, yes, we did. We had a great time. We had a fancy meal. Took Jeremiah and David go to the store. So we pulled salt as a vote. David needed any more salt in his diet. We went there. It was a great meal.
that's a good show.
And
That's a good
onion.
show. Good. That's right.
Jeremiah had a pork shoulder with a Brussels sprout.
I wasn't used to the fancy food because I usually eat only meat.
You eat all day meat, and David eats all day meat.
You eat the sweet meat.
That's right. I eat the straight up booty hole Jenkins. That's my name. That's right. What's your favorite Mexican candy, David? Reese's. Alright, okay. I said I love the stickers thing. I see what was good with Crumb and Jesse recorded with Jeremiah. Shoehorn is coming through this. Reese's in the freezer. What else? Is there any wrong way to do this?
That he mayor, he accepted it on himself.
I mean, have you ever had a Reese's?
He accepted it on himself. He has accepted it on himself. All of the mitzvos except for one of them. He's Latino. Because as the rice goes on,
You know what? I actually see that I had corn in my movie the other day was candy. Because I eat so many different candy in You ever read this lecture No, it's not a game. That's not a game that girls like me doing. All things, everything I do is I actually do. I sit on a pole. Actually, it's a dildo. And my bicycle handles are both dildos. And the pedals are booty holes.
And this is even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. About
Alright, remember the stinger thing? It took exactly 8 minutes after I said I love the stingers for them to ruin it. An outside show like Tony. I liked it. I told someone earlier, it's 100 times better than not doing a show, and it's 25% as much fun as doing another normal. Okay, we got through it. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas. There we go. On to the next one we go. Another great set by David Lucas. Here we go. Back to the bucket we go. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. Shonky, everyone. It's Shonky.
Sharp hope dollars, hope movements, every other thing, believe is like motor optimization says is one with GUINNESS, but obviously ultimately again motor ultimately again for so it's not too puzzling. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. Tell me else. What do you see? Tell me else. The sharp part of it, we see Photoshop is like a template regarding everything in that. The light ultimately, again, we're doing things in the Photoshop. Which is love, it doesn't have to be again, I was supposed to make your Photoshop. Yeah, sorry, doesn't give a Photoshop.
There you go, Shonky, everybody.
So now we just got this. Disrespect.
You've been on the show before? You mean what? Terrifying. Really? But you've been here a lot. I've seen you on your phone. Right. And it's your husband that does comedy. He's with you. Right? He signed up. Alright, for your first time. Yeah, that was great. We couldn't even tell. They were coming. You and News, why don't you grab a seat right behind? We won't even have to change the microphone. You guys are husband and wife. Ladies and gentlemen, here's her husband, Evan Jones, everybody. Here comes Evan Jones. Evan Jones is named.
They join together. That joint fuse to name one whole. The concert process. I look at is if you have a Jew, you do not join into he can yield his rights. Let's say you shot the star. He can yield his rights to the magical. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is the drug is rights. He can yield his rights, but he can yield his rights. He saw the Shara Shabbos of the show without the ultimately, right?
Six Flags? Six Flags is just white trash. Like Six Flags is a theme park. I'm not sure what the theme is supposed to be.
At least in public pollution is what's
Cartoons and flags, who gives a shit? Look, delete.
There you go, Evan Jones.
Damn, look at your hair. It's fire, man. What happened here? I went, at one point I looked like a sitcom dad the 90s, I was like a Danny Tanner, and then I went to an Uncle Jesse, and now I'm like going elf, and I think it's
Very, very, very good show. Is that all stuff right?
I wrote like a whole 5 minutes about like theme parks right before theme parks didn't exist, so I've just been sitting on a bunch of theme park material.
Oh, good. I know David Lynchburg. I don't know if you're allowed to say Lynchburg right back was sitting behind you.
Yeah. I think I said am allowed to say it means also that.
Right now. How long have you been on stage?
Like 10 years, 11 years,
How
something
long
like
have you
that.
here now?
No, mostly in New York. I moved here like 3 years ago. So it was just like I started in New York, and then I started doing some just DIY road stuff, like maybe 4 or 5 years in there.
How long have you been in New York?
Since maybe 2019. Just New York. There was a weird thing. All the guys were kind of weird. It was like jockeying against made, and so it made it difficult to move up socially.
In New York.
Yeah,
Right. Yes. And very tough guys. That's New York. They're all tough guys until they're out of LA.
And then I also very into like psychedelics and weed and stuff, and a lot of New York guys are more like people think cigarettes. I gotta do it. Like fucking 6 coffee a day. Yeah. So they would just be like, "Who the fuck is this guy trying to talk about this weird shit?" And then also it's like I have a lot of social anxiety, but I don't look like I should. So they took it as maybe arrogance or something, like not being able to socialize for a while there and stuff.
No, I get it. I know exactly everything there. Not exactly wide open to a lot of innocent free-spirited things.
Even like those things conceptually material, it's like if you're not like angry or sad, then you're fake or something.
Exactly. 100%. You cannot show any happiness whatsoever, even if you're wildly successful. Even the best comedians in New York seem angry, even though they're happy. Okay, that's fun. What part of New York do you live in?
When I first moved there, I was staying like dorms. So I was going to New York Film Academy, which was fucking bullshit. So I was just staying in dorms like Manhattan. And it was Brooklyn, and then I lived in Jersey City, and Astoria, but back to Manhattan. So it was all over.
How about now? How about in LA?
We just moved to Grand Park Village. I got an extra grant in like Hollywood proper. Like right. I was staying Airbnb for like 7 months when I first moved here, because Airbnbs had like all the fucking rent way jacked up, and even though like a weird place that lived in Rapid Hotel recently at $3. But then the Airbnbs crashed like a couple weeks ago, so there was a bunch of them shit. It was a way better place.
Well, how do you survive 3 days?
I was working in a weed factory, was laid off right before the shutdown, so I was able to get the news on employment, and I just started back dog walking, because this is the only gig I was doing that isn't happening right now. So I want to interact with people.
Do you like dogs?
Yeah, dogs are fucking dope. That's also what makes it awesome, is I just get to hang out with dogs. I get good Instagram videos of really dope people's dogs. Beautiful. Yeah, we're into like Shih Tzus, Brussels Sprouts.
I used to have a Brussels sprout. Yeah, it's famous now. It is, in fact, it just made its comedy syndrome last week.
getting coronavirus more often,
Yeah.
I would say that's fake news.
No. Chihuahuas.
Fake news.
Chihuahuas get the Shih Tzus started.
Is it the media, the enemy of the people?
Oh, shit. Do you know anybody that's got the coronavirus?
Yeah.
Do they know how they got it? Most of them know some people that I know that have got it. Don't know how they got it. It was like some mysterious coffee person. Am I correct? Gary's Pulse.
I know you.
Oh, you do? I thought you didn't know. Oh, there you go.
That was a baseball bat, goddammit.
And my dad lives in a like in 3A shelter downtown. He hasn't gotten it, so I don't know how you get it. I feel like that should be gross.
Chihuahuas in there.
So, your wife, you guys are an interracial couple. Any wild times with that? You guys ever like tripped or was it
It's really opposite. It's more frontier people who are not really supportive.
right?
So they'd be like, "We love what you're doing." Like yell at us from cars, like you go, girl.
Oh my god, that's so fucking
Yeah, it was so stupid because everyone gives a fuck. Everyone just dates whatever. This is everything.
You're like, okay, we did get a dumpster the other day.
Nothing to be all fucking got it. What are you looking at? But here it's like weirdly people notice racial thing. I think because they're trying to like cast you in something, so they'll like notice racial things. So I feel like there's not as much like crossover or social reaction or something. I don't know. I guess that's maybe also the city is set up in a way that's like segregating structure.
You and Sean,
Get the money and go
Yeah.
I feel like you guys are going to be a child.
Yeah, it's gonna be ridiculous.
Yeah, it's
Nice things.
take the money and go.
Out of bounds. Yeah, we're not with Kim and big old titties.
Little baby.
It's fucking like, damn, that baby is
As a white man, let me ask you this: as a white man being with a black woman, have you, was that your first black woman that you've been with?
Did I dated full time? Yes, but not that I like hooked up with.
When you're with a black woman, are you ever concerned that perhaps you have a special package?
It's not that my dick is like excessive, but it's just like I don't know. I did the first naked show in New York. Yeah, everybody was like crazy about how big my dick was or whatever. I don't think it's not like the dick that would like stand out for porn gangbang. I think it's just like aesthetically perfect. So it's like
your kid's gonna have big tits even.
yeah, it's like a very nice dick, gigantic titties.
It's incredible. We have a big dick correspondent on this show. Let me just see where he is for a second here. Let's check in with our big dick correspondent. Hey, why don't you come back up to the stage, fucko? Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. It is our big dick correspondent, Forrest Gump, everyone. He left the stage where the show is.
Sorry, it was so big I needed to let it breathe.
Forrest, you're known for having look at that.
This is true.
Yours also made its debut in a New York naked.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for Evan Jones or any concerns about his big dick program? You guys are any sort of club or something? New York Big Dick Association.
Maybe start a new baseball league.
The ball with our
That's what I meant. 2 balls, 1 hat.
Well, Evan, very fun, amazing set, man, all the way through from beginning to end. Very, very good. Shaggy, thank you so much. Our comedy debut, what a beautiful couple. We love what you guys are doing. There they go, Shaggy and Evan Jones, everyone. Alright, we're going to squeeze our one last bucket full up here. Ladies and gentlemen, you know this guy. You can episodes as he famously had sex with William Montgomery's girlfriend. William did. He's back, ladies and gentlemen, with a brand new minute. Here's Mario Tonti, everybody. 1, 2, 3.
Soft public intellectual. Associado de uma particular filosofia. So I'm going to publish my platform.
Okay, here we go. Mario Tonti.
The actual precise.
Go back to your country.
That's what I say.
They used to be racist, but now it's just
Words. Words. So again, it's actually kind of lessons.
a couple months of quarantine.
That ultimately again equals the consistency of the
That's
even if it's not directly involved with the actual athletic itself, it's just something that sustains it. That's what it is. Mar says the ilo, when you say special, ultimately interesting enough, even if everybody give up. Everybody give up.
probably came to us, but looking at me when I had an abortion,
Asian
Asian
girls
girls
were
were
here
tender.
to help you.
That's exactly what I did. My action said she wanted to come on top.
Mar says
So I made it come inside of her.
doesn't keep that
She also couldn't come. So either she got the two mixed up or I just hurt her. That baby swiped left on the baby. I lived in LA for 7 years. It was the first time I did
Mario Tonti. Mario Tonti. Incredible. So much funnier than William Montgomery. It's incredible. He came right into the show that William is a regular on. Kicked off his set with a William Montgomery formatted like joke, but much better than all the jokes that William did tonight. Plus, follow through with continuous good set the entire 1 minute and 9 seconds of his set, using all of his time, unlike William, who dipped out at 41 seconds tonight. So you came in, you fucked his girlfriend, then you came in and had a better set than him on his show. How do you feel right now, Mario? How happy are you right now that William left for?
He left early on. We're actually best friends.
Oh, that's great. Look at that. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I had a feeling. That's not the Korean girl, right? That'd be an even bigger revelation. We found out so much. You carried your baby for a moment. How's it gonna be? Hey, baby Mario, we know about that. What's the next one? Right? Is there a little baby Mario? So, Mario, what have you been up
There is nothing else to go at.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for such a good job.
This is like the community political you know, sue me.
Mario,
That's it,
what
it's
else
done.
is
There's nothing more to
What have you been
discuss.
doing to pass
So it's very
being
interesting.
gone?
Because therefore, what you see is what's working. Let's go full circle. How do you discuss this question behind the keys? And how can want to destroy wants to break the barrels of Yannis? He asks you, he wants to hire you to go and break the bridge in $50 a barrel. So remember, on one hand,
You take a comforter to the beach? Jesus Christ, this guy takes his fucking duvet to the beach! What is your
but that being
comforter?
said, do it and cover along. if it involves the destruction of the result of that matter who's prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want to continue the existence of the INS, so I get it. I don't want to break it, I want to break it. I don't want the guys to be on its own. I want to open it. But nevertheless, I'm committed to go ahead and do these things, get people that destruction of people, destruction of issue ultimately is a good thing. So that says you get paid and cover a lot. Because almost
Yeah, my comforter is like I'm not
really
sleeping
such
until
an
it's
interesting
every
idea. Because kind of a part of us is mindset.
Yeah, that's the worst.
And
Redman gets skin bars. This just in. You don't think you've ever seen this? It'll be an AP on the white stuff, Tony. Come on the black stuff. Redman is a high-class gentleman and he enjoys Miller High Life champagne and beer.
Oh, yeah, you have a wonderful one coming out of that, especially when you have a tushy,
that's
a great ad for a tushy. A great ad for one of our sponsors. Hey, flash your ass with water so all the stuff on the plate. Hey,
It cleans it out there.
here's the tushy, little tushy. You know what I
and when
mean?
there's something that is
Hey, there it is.
when there's something that is
So Mario, you
because if you let
tell us about it.
then it's
Oh my God, are you doing the heroin? Are you surveying? Really?
ultimately again become incredibly important.
So what happened? How'd you get arrested?
Yes, spreading the INS is a cover of love. Because reading the world
Why'd you get
is a rough. That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's possible to have the challenges we see this for us.
How did you get from just a tail light warning to searching?
What
they smelled something in the car?
it's literally a thing that like they wanted to just run close.
Great, bro.
Because we're doing the world's dirty work. Again, it's hard. It's often in the world you can't see what's good, what's good, but the Muslim tells us sometimes it is a little bit and sometimes the Muslim says, Yishbar is Kala. Sometimes you have to identify
Forest Gump.
to smash it, you have to destroy it.
We actually watched Jurassic Park together once.
You are wearing a Jurassic Park shirt. Why is that?
So if you do get to the start of the process, that's what it's about. You have other Yossi, so again, the same cover as same. And the other question was other Yossi, if you come by like, you may have this come out of the so what's it? This is very interesting. What happens if Atom sells his item? So Atom sells his item and he has $4,000. Does that money take on the same identity as the Meatofest has done that the other day.
So what ended up happening?
Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the country or not? So I'm doing that. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, I'm not this time with males from the other becoming tough. So nothing says he was
Red Man's policy on everything.
that money does not represent idolatrous activity. Rather, that money is just one thing.
Pull the electric bike over now, sucker. Like, pedal with this heroin in my ass.
Luckily, I wasn't going to pedal anyway.
The serious guys is
Like pedaling heroin.
and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them,
Oh,
guys,
there's Stolberg chanting months, ladies and gentlemen. This episode's where he's starting cold and he ended bold. The true Stolberg is peeking out the coronavirus.
And she says,
Shedding beer.
Or you found anything else interesting about the other we should know about?
if they convert, it's still all year. I got you invite you later on, you never be gay.
What's
Never
Hinge?
they think it's enough. So it tells you instead of foot while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have no money, then you convert to your money. What do you see from that? I obviously, see if you look at the law for one side, sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, well, you shouldn't become something when you're let's go come down to come to the proceeds and sell it on the hands of the is permitted. And the little shiny feeling that way, God, I bought it. So these are cases. Since the process of conversion, obviously, they're negated. They're negating the theological significance of the word. So how can you begin the fact that these are so that's why the proceeds are. I don't need the help. I don't need help. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the thing. We saw Shai Moshe and we were the one for although those folk are in the I lent $100,000. So
There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Fun set, fun interview. Mario Tonti, everybody. There you go. Mario Tonti.
the proceeds of it. Ultimately,
It is that most special part of the night.
Let's say the same case, case number one, same case. I lent $100,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his guy, gets I know what I do with him. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, move to case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple hours, I sell my idol, I got somebody who wants that. Then he comes up with the proceeds, I effectively know my generation measures. So what's the see from the thing that other than creativity. So now we see the circle back over there. While I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the existence of it. I don't want to do existence of it. So because I want it, therefore Jesus posits the proceeds to us. And listen, if you notice it, you can get that one. So it's just sure, that's what the Lord is like. When you I'm not doing it for the existence. Yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the apple sells it. I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the INS because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? But tonight, there is a discussion, there are people talking. She your shoe at the end of the place. This is very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both converted. So brother there, so here, so but you take all the I'll take the money and if you do that, then you should go, and that's cool. However, then you should always just like us. Obviously, all of this presupposes that
I like that. That was a good set. It was like a it was just like a weekend update. Michael's eyes are in Jeremiah Watkins right now. Very interesting.
So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of his possessions, however, if brother Ger took possession, then it's possible. So this is ultimately what he sees. Now in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over here? This is just from that. So therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually care for the main source. That's the even if breaks, who cares? It's still parents' usually knows that's but it's kind of other ones will help me that works fine for an idol. But how would you explain to a friend yeah, the fairness temporary. So this is
going to happen next week. I'm very excited about this.
He actually points out that here Adrianic person
Monologue off. Actor versus actor. Mono. Wow, look at this. I love this challenge. Jeremiah, do you accept the challenge? Thespian versus thespian. Mono versus mono. The mono.
Doesn't care about the fact that right? But it does care about it. It's still wants existence. The Russia's Americans helping the riot themselves. They're bringing a riot ring in the case of the Americans there. No, Shani Russians are there. That killed by rabbis and making side duties. Whereas literally, the United States, perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it by leadership. As long as the guy has not yet actually taken possession of the answer to the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with the woman. Right? So you take this, you take this, yes, he wants to continue this. Why? Why would he make it like that? Zera Shani Gertz. They are afraid that if the guy has to make a choice between his money, his religion, and his religion,
He just said that I will no longer believe in God after he does his monologue next Monday.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited. Did you put your own sticker when you went a wheelchair on your Tony at work? Can we zoom in on that? That is Michael Lair in the top right corner.
I was wondering if they gave those to all the yeah, a little bit of trash dog, you idiot.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's right. Alright, great. I've got a solid chunk of 15 minutes for you to read the certificate.
As long as you have your health and educated us. Because if you don't have money, which is many people do not stand up to the
Yes, my mother actually named me Pussy.
And ultimately, again, as you show, he may be tempted to choose this. Again, because of the gift, because you know, because some people want to come in a situation where they make a lot of hair, and they say, well, often these people items, therefore allow him to committed items, give his I know, nothing like this. Imagine when one is the soul, she is because of the issue. Everyone starts this. And it is a business partnership with us. So Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of the issue, but they were not normally allowed to occur in the context as well. Because you don't put the person in this case.
It doesn't mean anything to her.
Other US so I guess all this is the same people that are another question. Garrett's coach now should back up. So what's the
I'll make a deal with you right now. If I lose, I will take your ALS from you like the great line.
Wow, he's going to suck your ALS right out of you. You're going to have flies in the box as well. Michael Lair, you're the fucking best. I
Rabbi said that we don't show more for success more than you want for success. So I want that success more than you want success. And all the laws, all the rules, all the scriptures, all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, and not to slap us down when we go and we make a mistake. But again, we start to understand what we need in order to be successful. We start to understand what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's what it is. No greater complications. That's this world and the next world. The next world is on constantly in that process. Another question. How do you guys know? Dear Costa, not sure about on what's your teacher? Hey, dear Costa. Hey, dear Costa. Go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry. Remember this. An athlete has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological sacrifice. So, dear Toshik, listen, what is egotism? I'm going to say it's not what we about the definition of egotism. Rashi points out from the top of the graph, dear Toshik, Emo Ovid Avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. The Barination wants to come with the but again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? As the Lord says, on one hand, the other we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or do a quote on the name, and maybe that when we say like this, anyone who's going to put a binding name, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go out and and this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only know that nothing. So again, that's what nothing is. This stand up, we call it the battle of your so nothing says that only someone who worships it can negate it. If someone who worship doesn't have the ability to negate it. You must embrace it. Always say it. So what if you find idolatry or because what's that? What actual apostasy? So let's say some memory. So let's say what is this case? I'm working with a I'm working with I see a sitting on. If I lift it up, that's how I lift it up. And once it's been acquired by into a social thing. So what do I do? Actual apostasy. So if I over and over again, I can pull over an apple. I know what's impacted.
I'm really surprised there. I don't even think you got one word out, and the only word that sounded really is was mother.
Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission.
Made him blind and mute at the same time.
However, again, you should also be able to go. And you don't hold the other hand of that. But again, if I keep it out. Okay, so that's another. If that can get clear up in the decommission. You should know every colors will do their of all this will come and show. You shall have it. Another point on the apple, the decommission is for Rabbi Zara, or the Rabbi Zara office 7. They have done, they check me out. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Whether he finds it. Might have done, might have done. What is it?
You're not looking in Jeremiah's book.
But if he worships it or doesn't worship it. Even if easy to if you want to say that those are two people, then I usually love to show how you are the same. And just like before I has the ability to actually decommission his elements of it, and the elements of that is first. And a lot of the older
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great way to end tonight's show. Extremely powerful Michael here next week. It's him versus Jeremy Hawkins, mono and a monologue challenge. Rambo versus Rambo. It's gonna be a goddamn slambo. giving Jeremiah the thumbs down. He's also giving the thumbs down to the far left speaker at the stage.
He hates that
He
speaker.
just gave one of the neons the middle finger, and he's telling the neon to go fuck himself. Jeremiah is the opposite direction of your left. No, not that way, Michael. Not that way. It's not. No, that's the guy that went up. Ladies and gentlemen, MichaelLairComedy.com for everything Michael Lair. Anything else, Michael?
Check out this video.
Yes.
Mr. Seal's video is available right now. Give him a view, give him a comment, give him a like. All the Kentucky fans to
That's right, because they judge it off of views and likes. Is that correct? What are the other categories?
Let's see if one who worships Marvelous and one who worships Kawakar. What's the novelty over here? And after who worship an idolatry, even doesn't worship. So what's the solution to that? Number one,
A lot of people in the Eastern schools come with
number two,
a lot of spilly cups in
his
that
friends know if they worship the same idolatry.
I'm fine with that. It's nice.
It sounds like a man that feels like he's about to lose to children with special needs.
His friends'
You were
idolatry,
fine with not winning 2 weeks ago. Instead, you
no riot.
well, we'll see if you can beat Jeremiah Watkins at the Jeremiah, let the record show that he is losing in Eastern Steel Special Needs Book competition, but he's confident he's going to beat him with a lock extreme confidence that he can beat you. A girl with Down syndrome that's 4 years old is dominating him right now, but you, easy pickings. What's your YouTube called? Michael Lair Comedy? Go to Michael Lair Comedy channel. Look at his Easter Seals video. It says Easter Seals in the heading. Can't miss it. And give it a like. Please. Say what you'll tell me. Don't let us lose it. Don't let Michael lose
Tony,
it.
I don't care what the
Michael Lair, everybody, MichaelLairComedy.com. Let's check out the drawing for Ryan J. out tonight. Let's see what we got here. Here we go. Here it comes. Look at that. We'll get in a little bit there. Push it on in so we can see different parts of it. Wow. Incredible detail. Incredible. That is just mind-blowing. RyanJAbout.com. Look up the Kill Tony heading on that website. You can find every print ever done. All there. He is the house artist for years and years and years now. Incredible stuff. Hey, Jeremiah Watkins was here, everybody. Jeremiah is doing Raleigh, North Carolina, August 13th to the 15th. Minneapolis, August 26th to the 29th. And as a new episode of Jeremiah Watkins out with William Montgomery, his Venmo's at Jeremiah-Watkins. Just want to give him free money. Jeremiah, anything else?
YouTube.com/Jeremiah Watkins. Head over there. Got a lot of great content. Especially with William Montgomery and today's sketch. We're going to be
There you go. How about the great Jesse Jetski Johnson tonight, everyone? High kill ratio. I mean, jeez. For those that haven't picked those moments, Gary Balls was here. Gary Balls was in the I thought it was Gary Balls the whole time. Jet skiing is at Jetski Johnson on social media. What else, Jet skiing? Come on over and hang out. Hang out and spend a few hours on our social media. You can even take over our social media if you want. Our password's probably really easy to guess. Just make sure you have
for a longer
Factor
amount of
up the
time because like there's so many nice
Room
swap outs and choose one.
Room 69's the password. Ladies and gentlemen, Chroma Chris was here the entire time. Believe it or not, that was Grand Slam Sam. Grand Slam Sam. What else, Chroma? Did we miss anything tonight?
Oh, no, thank you to Orange Jams. And also, you can follow me at Chroma Chris on Instagram.
What'd you think about tonight's episode?
Oh, Tony, you knocked it out of the park.
And I know the fans of the show are never going to believe this. This character so deep. Believe it or not, Forrest Gump was actually Joel Jimenez tonight. Why even do that? I couldn't believe it until you took off the wiglet. Joel is mostly sorry on social media. What else, Joel?
We got a premiere of Mostly Sorry podcast. Me and David Derry tomorrow at 5 o'clock on YouTube. That's it.
That's right. David Deary is at MF David Deary on all social media. Follow this guy. I mean, he has his little hands in all the funniest cookie jars. He's with Sanko Tony. He's with the great Joel Jimenez, and he's with pretty much fucking who I think is the funniest human beings. Great Donnell Rawlings over at the Donnell Rawlings show. David is a wizard in these things. He's a great person to have around, a great energy, and we absolutely love him. At MF David Deary. Rabbi, anything else?
Check out Brothers and Cursive at Desmond.tv with my great David Lucas and Brian Holtzman's podcast. Call me out at Desmond.tv and check out me and Virtual the Virtual Red Man on YouTube.
That's right. Go to InfiniteCBD.com. Use the promo code Tony to get 20% off. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony. Get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. And if you want to make fun of people better in your normal life or learn more about wrestling world, the history of it, talk to some of the great writers of it, or the writers in the history of it. We have great Joel's ghostwriter on this week, great Jesse Joyce, who's been on Kill today, and so many other good things. That's at patreon.com/pinchclip. All right, that's it. See you next week.
Doesn't matter. This was really kind of this policy that get pushed at this time. Because some of you trying to figure out, does he get attention to the ability to negate idolatry, the theological decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, I get attention is unique. But in every other matter, just like it happened, doesn't that mean it just doesn't happen to theologically decommission and negate that Holy Spirit? So too can I get attention? So too can I get attention? To which the Gemara says, no, no. Meeting with Shuskin about the Shus. No, actually means something else. It means actually for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? Because it actually means Samuel. So, the word, the Shabbos Shabbos is just like this. Just put it on concepts. If you have multiple elements of the thing, you can get and it's from all the directions. Maybe it's just like all the government. Right here, essentially means we like to see that already evidence of they join together. And that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. And right here, it's nothing past the comments to Chasser, what I think is the deal with Jews, we do not join into the so if the Jews start to start with that's what the you can deal with right to if there is a non-Jewish lesson, now what there is, you have to write his rights. You cannot simply wrote his rights, but you
This is Rabbi coming live from the world famous comedy store main room for a brand new episode of Killer Tony. Here's Tony Hinchland.
Hey, here we are, another beautiful day, live at the Comedy Store. Special treats planned ahead, and it is happening. We're lucky to be able to do what we love. We do what we love for a living, and if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges. We're rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources couldn't wait. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support, not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Matson Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Matson find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it out for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know if you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns or social distancing, well then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. Do you remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD has the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from hemp plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we've used, and they're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself.
I rub it on you too sometimes. Here's the Infinite CBD products that I think can help get you through this. They have CBD AM Plus if you have difficulty concentrating while working from home. This has CBD Plus caffeine for some mental clarity. CBD gummies, which is my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum, gummies. If you think you're losing it, these can help you relax, and of course, CBD Lube. Why not add CBD to your self-love, baby? You know it feels good, and you got time to kill. Treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research, and users are reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more.
So go to InfiniteCBD.com to see which one of their products fits your needs. That's InfiniteCBD.com. And if you use the promo code KillTony, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's InfiniteCBD.com and promo code KillTony for 20% off. Exciting stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan J. Ebelt is here. Every show is available on RyanJEbelt.com. We had delicious Vito's Pizza from the great Charlie. Right before the show, check out Vito's Pizza. If you live anywhere near Southern California, it's the best pizza you can get around here. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been absolute months since we've had a guest on this show, and there is no one I would rather have, I can say with no ego, than what a lot of people, including myself, are saying the guest of the year of 2020, perhaps the greatest guest we've ever had in the history of the show, one of the funniest comedians on the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a special treat, the return of Donnell Rawlings, everybody! Holy shit! Holy shit! We got guests. We are back with a guest on the everything. Temperature checks.
I know last time I was here, it was like this, you didn't play my fucking rules. There's no rules to this show. And I didn't even mean to be on this show. I was driving fast because I wanted to have a drink. And I saw your fucking Corvette. I saw your fucking Tesla. I was like, feels like there's some money up in that place. Yeah. It's a lot of money in there. You know, it sure has a lot of money when you have 8 sponsors before you be introduced to guests. It wasn't even supposed to fucking be there.
And Donnell has an amazing podcast, The Donnell Rawlings Show. I absolutely love it. One of the very, very, very few podcasts that I actually listen to. I'm just saying.
You're supposed to be something about something on the
Yeah, I mean,
how much shit is this shit? Yeah, not in the cocky way. You know, you guys have been doing shit. I've been doing it for like 7 months. We got to like 40,000 subscribers. This is some shit we did for like 31 episodes. And this is the achievement as a podcast. So we can do shit like once you have that collab and have the opportunity to meet your close and yes,
what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to accept
sponsored by Pigs, Burger King,
yesterday's that we did the concept of funds of generated from what may or may not be existing items that themselves will be
David Deary does works on their podcast.
you know what his nickname was? And here's my his name because I'm thinking about sometimes the best thing
I would have the opportunity to somebody that is the same. I want you to take this. Therefore, you can't
He's at David Deary on all things social media.
You know I'm not really proud of my money because he has to make this podcast.
That's right. He can't wait to. Only person asked for a raise during the pandemic.
But I will say this about I asked for a raise. And you're annoyed. But you know what? It's time to come together. And I will say this. This pandemic shut the first game off. Because you know you got this live podcast and I was like, and this is what we learned through this shit. I know it feels like this. To say, fuck it. I'm not going to take the job. Fuck it. I'm sorry for the store, man. Niggas like that. Nigga, you got to do that. You know what I'm saying? It's cracker that word.
I like this. I heard some name called
Damn, where my nigga was the nigga right here. But that's what I respect about you and what you guys do is that when everybody was fucking throwing the towel in, everybody was like, what are we gonna do? You guys kept thinking what the fuck they gonna do. That's what you call real. Yeah, you know, as much as I feel like it's pandemic testing my hope. We got some pussy motherfuckers that's gonna don't tell them. I'm just gonna wait until the government says it's okay to sell so you motherfuckers let's fuck that. We've been a part of this too long time. Every fucking week is something different. Canada killed someone, killed talking. You gotta live something. You know, that's really like you guys give me inspiration. It's like a lot of people complain about shit. And I was like, fuck that. Because I believe in this world is two excuses. Let's do some things. At the end of the day, it's an excuse. We have an excuse. Somebody, we have a show on Friday. And one of your brothers is only passed away on Monday. We have a great excuse not to do that show. It's an excuse. We can make a good show.
We didn't miss a single episode.
And I'm telling you, I've been in Yellow Springs, Ohio, working with Dennis Bill for the little summer. I came back to California just to get myself taken back to Springs so he can see the truth. I feel kind of getting up to the
You're like,
nigga, come no way. Nigga, I didn't know I was a canoe nigga. I met no canoe nigga. Wonder was a white dude. But I met no canoe motherfucker. And I was like this. I had this canoe when you bring canoes, it's like that beat up shit. This white dude pulled up in like a Tesla. His canoe was equipped to it was quiet, it was stealth, it was everything. And I didn't fall in love with him, but I was falling in love with nature. You know what I'm saying? White people, you would keep nature secret from us.
yes, we have. We don't want your kind out.
I don't want niggas on a river slide. I don't want river niggas. Wait till you find out who niggas.
Wait till you find out how beautiful the desert is. The forest. You have no walking in mountains, dude.
Yo, let me tell you something.
Golf courses.
I've been in Yellow Springs in my motherfucking nature. Yeah, like really support life so much. Like, we live here where, for the most part, all of us up here are country motherfuckers. We're forced to be city hollow motherfuckers. Pandemic hits, and it makes you say, oh, I gotta do this generation. And we're just talking about change. Like, what is life is about music. It's so simple. Nature.
That is absolutely been the breakthrough of the past couple months. The first month of this thing, I was literally like, what the fuck? And then the last
So you don't have like a nature that you
well, I
you
feel
know,
like
Hollywood, you're very comfortable. You tell them all.
I'm surprised. I throw this shirt
I'm a kayaker, son.
I'm almost as tan as you.
I'm a kayaker.
There's my gay sex.
Really?
Yeah,
I know them all naughty by nature motherfuckers out there in the rivers having gorgeous.
well done now. Good news for you. There is, maybe you forgot, there's a band on this show every single
No, the last time I saw this band, they were all trapped in the shower stall because they didn't want to blow it up.
That's right.
Yeah, they was like this, and all I could see, this is so funny, all I could see was like, white faces on the shower curtain. Like this, go back and just second get
They're very serious about it. I went back there to tell them we're starting 5 minutes earlier. They're like, stop coming back. They thought I was going to walk all the way in.
They were amazing. You guys are dope, I'm telling you, man. You're doing a fucking great job. I'm so happy that all this guys can stop and continue to find is one of the best fucking places.
We're going to have fun tonight. Let's find out what characters the band is tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, that's sort of
you told me. The rule is they're doing their shit. Shut the fuck up.
right. I was sort of just
And I shut the fuck up, Tony. I shut the fuck up, Tony. And I wrote rules. Your questions is this show?
yes, it is.
How much they lose can you slice?
I think we're going to find out later this evening. But right now, we're going to bring up the band. Let's see what they are tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I know that sound. Oh, yes. No doubt about it. It is the Billionaires. Many great appearances here in Los Angeles on the road. The Billionaires are, without a doubt, some of the famous guests in the history of the show. This is very exciting. This is the first appearance of our first female billionaire.
Tony, can I do it? I know this is so happy.
Fun fact, Jeff Bezos' wife is the ex-wife is now the richest woman in the world with a grand total of $36 million. And then he went and paid her off, right? You know about this? And then he just got, paid like $84 billion.
You know what else is you doing? Fucking black dudes. That's where every rich bitch.
She went from Amazon to the Amazon.
Every rich white chick, when they have a divorce, they break up. I know this is from, it's not a kids program, they get black cock up there. Steve Jobs' wife is fucking the ex-mayor of 15. They do that. I don't know, it's like certain age. It's like, black cock is
Oh, hell yeah. You got $1 billion in the bank. It's time to take it.
Can I be happy right now?
Yeah.
I'm ready to experience.
All right. Sorry, this is so great. I can't believe we have a guest. And I can't believe
When
it's
your car wouldn't work, then you wouldn't have it.
I love it. Thank goodness.
My hands was in the street. Your car has
Thank goodness we're getting a lecture on the speaker parking.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. He's a billionaire. Welcome back, billionaire Jeremiah. What's your name again?
Reginald Fontaine.
Reginald Fontaine.
Tony, you told me before the show started that you'd be calling us out early, and then I said, who's the guest? And you said, no, we're all. I said, no.
What happened, bro? You took a load. I'm in the load. Aren't you dead? I don't talk a lot. And I chose my profession to talk a lot.
And it's true. And,
And you're fucked up because we gave a lot of motherfuckers last time a punch.
well, this is our first female billionaire in the history of the show. What's your name?
I'm Victoria Fontaine also.
Wow. Are you Reginald's wife?
Correct.
Oh my goodness. So maybe I'll get the hey, you know what that means? Black Cochran. Right. And then how about you, young man? The name is Roger McWaters. Roger McWaters. And how about the guy on the drums?
Timothy Bergington.
Timothy Bergington. Now remind me, Timothy, how did you make all your money? You're a billionaire.
Honestly, I can't talk about it.
Okay, Timothy Bergington coming in hot.
You had me laugh, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, you've heard that laugh, and that is right. That is without doubt the man who will be kicking off tonight's show. He will also be at the end of the show, so we have a special monologue battle. But kicking off tonight's show, ladies and gentlemen, it is the one, the only, the great Michael Lair, everybody. Here we go.
Holy shit, I'm Hey, in the blast from the past, driving movie theaters are back. It's on the big poppin', sock hopping sounds of horror. No, and bunch of LA's in the council members got put in jail for taking money from downtown Skid Row developers. In their defense, they said we left it screaming shit and we wanted to pay them the jokes on them, right? So when I could walk, I used to fuck all the time. And I never had an STD more than the doctor being like, I don't know, we'll just shoot it off with a laser. Thank you.
All right, Michael Lair. Damn, the band sounds good tonight. Hi, Michael.
Hey, Tony.
What did they shoot off with a laser? I must have missed a part.
Let's shoot it off with a laser.
Like, that's scary. Have you ever had anything shot off with a laser? What was that look you just gave the camera? Zoom in on his face, and I'm going to ask him again. Let's see what happens again. Have you ever had anything shot off with a laser? Have you ever had an STD shot off with a laser? Okay, what is that look? I can see on the screen you keep looking at the camera. Hold on, let me ask you one more question. Have you ever had an STD of any kind? What is that? You used to do a lot of fucking back in Chicago.
I said, no, I'm just gonna leave my life.
I'm seeing
And one person, but name check everybody. It's good, it's good time.
Later tonight is going to be taking place in a monologue battle tonight for the movie Rambo First Blood between that Rambo over there and Mr. Reginald Fontaine III is going to switch into Rambo here. You a fan of the Rambo movies and all that? Oh, that's the BET version. Tyler Perry's.
For the same people that put you with these going home, it's Rambo.
Tyler Perry plays all the characters.
Guys, tell him he steps up because all his motherfuckers, you fucking came from your pistol.
Yeah, but I'm dying, so give me a break. That's true.
Let's go, wrap it up.
That is true. Michael, how's everything going this week? You're How's it going? You winning?
I had share my opinion, and I'm getting destroyed by every person with a disability who makes fun. Yeah, it's embarrassing. You thought I was rude. Me, these disabled filmmakers not smoking weed. I've been in the game for 20 years. I've only been disabled for 24 months.
Well, maybe it's what the fuck? You have any idea why? Like, is there a reason? Like, are they all scammers? I have a theory on it. They definitely Twitch a lot, that's for sure. I don't know if they are on the app, but they are Twitchers. Maybe it's because they have been handicapped for so much longer that they've gotten good at being handicapped, whereas with you, it's a new thing, and you're used to just being a great filmmaker without the handicap.
Exactly. It's like when I get up in the morning, I see rubber, walk off on the ground 'cause I can't.
But you pick yourself up, and that's all that matters.
I'm like a nurse that's been from the south. I get 10 staples in my head, and then I call you and you say, what do you think next to the show?
No, I never said that.
If you decide to do it 100 times, you should back to one.
Michael, you might be losing the video competition, but the good news is at least you never had an STD. He's voting for your Easter skills video. He just put in one of the
Thank you, bro. I mean, you election and respect, no doubt. That's what white people call it. Go beast.
That's that is all the Michael, we're going to keep it flying through. We have a big Rambo monologue to go through later, so we're going to fly through it. There goes Michael Ware, everybody. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. And to the bucket we go for the first time this evening.
And the rules again, I can't talk.
Only for the 60 seconds, but during the interview part, you can say what
I just spotted a text message I should not have seen on Notice, and it was quite appetizing.
Yeah, what's going on over there? All right, Michael, this is very exciting. This is, I believe, this man's first time on the show. He's one of the unbelievably talented door guys at the Comedy Store, falling in a long line of legends and history-making doormen at the store. Everybody absolutely loves him. He has an awesome style, a really great stand-up comedian. Let's see what kind of minute he does here tonight when I bring up for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, Dave Wade, everybody. Here he is. Here's Dave.
Hey, what's up? Oh, shit.
It's Dave Wade.
Alright, man, it's weird to be rolling in the air like this, I'll be honest with you guys. It's a little too good. Might come right away. I was in a 7-Eleven the other day, so I sneezed. I almost burned that fucking place down. I was like, this place is over, bro. Fuck that. You smile a lot, if you haven't noticed. I smile a lot for a depressed person. Because nobody wants to hang out with a sad bitch. You're not allowed to be sad in LA. That's against the rules, right? You better take your movie as to Seattle or New York City or some shit. LA, you gotta pretend like everything's working out. You're like, hey, I'm just waiting to get back on that thing. And then, yeah. it seems a lot longer when you haven't done stand-up in so long, right? And it's like rap. Meow noise, that's not coming. Yeah, that's enough for me. Are you gonna give me how much time? Okay, nigga, keep talking.
Wow. Dave Wade stretching it out to get their 60 seconds there. I love it. How are you, Dave?
Oh, man, I'm all right, man. I've been playing Frisbee. That's what I've been doing all my time.
Regular just catch Frisbee or Frisbee golf?
I went Frisbee golfing once, and then I've just been going Frisbee.
You just Frisbee with other people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hard thing to do by yourself.
Yeah, my roommate was like, hey, are you good at Frisbee? That's what he asked me one day. And I was like, what sort of question is that? I mean, that's a fucked up question. I mean, are you good at friendship? That should be the question. Because you need a friend to Frisbee.
That is true. That's you know what? You could have added that on to the 45 seconds.
I should have done that.
You would have had a complete
I
sentence.
would have had a complete sentence.
That's great. So is Frisbee new to you?
Oh, but being outside is new. Like Don Ellis said,
Do other girls play Frisbee?
only time black guys play Frisbee is they try to play watches. Every sport, that's what we don't do. That's the fucking game. That's the gateway drug to me. If your son wins a world championship, son, he's sucking dick. So there's anything wrong with that. It's just a real life show. I'm just saying, if your son wins a Frisbee competition, chance will give him.
Wow, I never considered Frisbee gay. It's very gay. His emotions that it takes to keep him move up.
No, he just not good. You can't just hold him. You gotta have a smile on your face. That's when it becomes gay. You'll never see a motherfucker open like that. Gotta get that face, West Hollywood face.
You ever go to Dave?
No. Especially not international.
Right, exactly. I don't think any of us are going to get content again. Don't want any dildos or booty holes falling out of my butt. So Dave, what else has been going on? How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been way too long to be on this show.
Probably now with 45 seconds.
Yeah, that's a good point.
You really say that.
Can I have my critique?
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody knows that video was running on the show. It was challenging things for some reason. I told you it was amazing for the first time. You know, so
Years, where'd you do it?
Cincinnati
fun fact, we did kick a game winning field goal in high school.
Oh,
There we go.
will you take field goals?
Yes.
You still know how to do it?
It's been 20 years.
Dude, you should fucking pick up field goal.
I just
You have a football anywhere? Alright, Dave. Fun times, Dave. I'm so glad you agreed to this new friend. Very fun character. Hopefully you'll come back again soon and join us again.
All right. Thanks a lot.
There you go. Dave, wait, everybody. Dave, come back. Dave, come back real quick. What's your, where can people find you? Are you working on anything, social media or anything?
Just Dave White comedy on there. Me and Mitch were making a lot of videos about Mitch.
WAITE, right?
Mitch and Bernie also show.
Yeah, you guys do the door guys show. That's so great.
We were like, we'll make videos until we reopen, and that's not.
It was a funny 3 or 4 weeks ago, maybe.
We thought we were going to be back in like 6 weeks. Yeah, but all those are on there. Dave White comedy. Yeah, thanks, man.
There you go, Dave Wayne, everyone.
So, we got a charger.
We'll get you on. Dave, I'll plug you in. Alright, this is a very, very fun time, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very special moment in the history of the show. Fun fact about this next comedian, the last time he was on a show with Donna Rollins, a lot of people were excited to see what was going to happen. Donnell patiently did not interrupt his minute of stand-up comedy. He impatiently waited through the minute of comedy and then proceeded to roast him. And so now he gets a minute uninterrupted back in front of his favorite comedian, Donna Rollins, ladies and gentlemen. Regular, brilliant comedian, the future, ladies and gentlemen. The one, the only, it is David Lucas, everybody. Here he is. Your music doesn't really matter. He's right there. There you go. Here he is, David Lucas, everybody. See, this has been over a minute. I'll come in. I'll just say, He has to go get his phone because it doesn't fit in his pocket.
You could leave this information short of natural life. I'm getting not sure if you're this or to the
But it reminded me when I was young, how
college.
was you fucking fearless?
But the architecture of this plane for a longer amount of time to be made,
I told you, don't let my mother's a fan, son. Don't let
should
that
have
happen.
sometimes
I see her
with
TikTok video with me over.
my love, yeah.
What I'm saying is, I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I appreciate the fact that you're fearless and you don't give a fuck who understands you don't go through it. Sometimes you take a hit. I consider, yeah, we had an 8th grade basic class and talk about the different chemicals in Joe. Joe in this man just opened it up and just mixed it up. So I appreciate it, especially in the roast world, because roast world is so many roasts. You might get 37, I might get 36 down. Yo, back in the streets, once you get fucking like the way people will fucking fight, once you get the motherfucking they don't let out. And I really, I don't sit like to say, you know, like a lot of podcasts, I really like judging all Christians, I really put them next to them. No, for that night, they need this. No, listen, the first time I met you was in the hallway, and you was fucking with me, and I murdered you. And when you came at me, I was like, fuck is you doing? And I gave you a challenge. I gave you a simple challenge. I said, nigga, if you can put me check enough, I give you a list. And you should. You know, when you know what I'm saying, I can't remember what I said to my thing. I said, I know you murdered Tony so I just did one. I said, you can murder the second one. You can be fired up. But guess what? You ain't get money because you ain't buttoned it up. So true. That jacket was so far apart.
We see from the other companies like
Both of y'all motherfuckers trying to chime in. Oh, what do you got? I got me. Look like two raccoons about to reach to some trash.
Coming in here dressed like a gravy seal.
I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it.
The military is the only branch that will worry with David.
You want to go to the military? Don't ask them today. Y'all stop the gun and handle the truth.
now we just got to disrespect and get something to do.
Short sleeve long. Short. This nigga got long sleeve shorts. Thermal shorts.
They join together, and that joint food mixes into the domain of one whole.
You know, this is good. This is fun for you because now you have another minute for another time. You know, so anything really fun.
I just had a better play go crazy. They excited. I wasn't mad at they got seconds better. I was being just think on it. I saw you on some shit. I saw you pissing yourself out of your car.
You cannot simply yield his rights, but to yield his rights.
You feel like you feel like spandex. That guy they brought you out on a stretcher. They was a girl. So
so as long as he's not certainly like the public can keep shut.
Oh my goodness
Or at least the public can keep shut. We're not going to just almost give people he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else.
That is a lot of cable culture.
But again,
did we still see your big ass?
publicly violent
Like
and
that too.
essentially like
How do you dress in camouflage and still have a shadow? No.
You can't just say no. You can't just say no when people are laughing. He's trying to this little podcast
actually start opening up your young person to develop and give his right, give his rights or give over his rights to the other, is the other for other actions by ultimately you have to so that's again the last thing that we were saying, so this is just about to okay, so overall for the outdoors, I just feel is right overall, you see me, and I like to open your rights. My rights look like Lord, you should see me because or my rights are negated. So you still ultimately a voice for the purpose of people who ever wanted the rights of this life.
He's just selling a lot of cocaine.
They talk about cocaine. Even
Understand this still in your stomach is fucking shaking. You're standing still and you fucking still shaking.
Why get so like
but we said before that their ultimately again is treated like an outcome of all other things, now, whether or not you get this walking away and you can set up and you have to inside, you see that's you about how you guys raise this for you.
That's true. You got a glory hole in your navel. That's how you got an OnlyFans. Let me shut your ass. I do. Yes, right now. You got no chance. I got an OnlyFans. You got no fans, nigga. That's so
David's only fans is what people say with that table.
that's it. Tony, what videos you mean? Hot dog on no burger. You should talk about anything on phone. Don't talk about how you make your shit. I call that shit. Go to the window. You don't like to everything. Make it race.
Oh my god, are you serious?
Cody on the hot dog. You got to race.
Are we about to do a foot race right now? Oh, you're gonna change your shoes, fucking Mr. Rogers.
Our annual
Yeah, but that was against him. Illegal race. Talking about yourself, you're racing yourself. But now you was saying you want this thing fast, so that would absolutely suit me.
These were raising the we can learn sponsors that they actually work, functional yard site jobs, that we work on service this, trouble today, over sort of Mordecai Ben maybe sponsors for today, Sherry Applebaum, many of the mother roast,
First time, we have no idea who this is. This is very, very exciting. Big news for us. Smokey, you got some people in the room. There's a couple people in here. Clapping here. Smokey, Augusta.
Funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be committed actions. So dealing with items that themselves will not so that much. here,
Right, here's
the
Smokey
audience
Augusta.
asking you to do something
David
with
Lucas looks like he was raised by a native Ukrainian.
It's going to take you for it. So
You know what? Instead, I'm just gonna cut you off right there. Instead of roasting someone that's on here, let's just do whatever else we were gonna do. We do that. Alright, Smokey Augusta.
I want to
So I was watching the old Red 57 one day and I realized one of my past relationships worked out not enough
I
ahead.
use the opportunity to like, these like just
And what
I
I did realize
love
is that what I did was finish the 7 as as president for a long-term relationship is awesome.
therefore the movie
You get lucky with 2, you get lost with 5, because you know lost likes to fuck.
you know
Right, well, they have a different takes attitude in the bedroom.
he's obviously
So to say about that, but once you get to 3, usually good for short term. That's why I say just head rap. Just for the injury season alone.
I don't know,
You have for injury sex. Back to the rate of 17 cancellations in 2012. Big party for that shit looks like it's fucking right there. Once you get to 4 digit states, 3 is a party, 4 is a top hurt, who has to stay away from it being feminist. But I do think 4 being more of a slog, slog might
and
be
therefore
real.
maybe that's considered big persons from your ends. Therefore, again, it's also
Hot diggity damn Smokey.
okay, well, it is much better.
Step back around ledge, my friend. Hello, Smokey Augusta. How are you? It's so sad to hear what happened to your hit show, Mythbusters. Were you the one that raped your sister, or was that the other one?
It says,
Obviously, myths aren't the only thing you guys are both sticking in. So,
take the job, get the money, and call it Rocky Shoot.
weird sister rape joke right there. Hi, Smokey. Versus.
That is a good thing. Take
Oh, I
the
love
money
that.
and
Feel
go.
free anytime. Smokey Augusta. Let's talk about it. How long you been on stand-up comedy? It's my second time. Second time ever. Where was your first time at? How long ago was that? 2003. So your return after 17 years. The people wanted it. And he's back. You know, this is like the crowd goes wild over those big return moments. What made you take 17 years off from the game?
I didn't really do it for I was auditioning for something. I took inspired me. I saw an audition in the paper. I went for it.
In the newspaper. That's how things were back then. 17 years ago, you had to get an audition in the newspaper like that.
That's right. When I make it to the newspaper,
Extra, extra. Read all about it. Auditions, Miami, Philadelphia, checks only. So what have you been doing with your life up until this point? You look the kind of guy that likes to cut your own wood. You build your own fires. You have one of those fireplaces with a little furnace in there. You have your own heated place. Do you stir your milk with your index fingers? How about the in the furnace? That you ever have your own wood burning furnace? Is it a Chili's?
no.
Okay, that's it.
Has potential to tell jokes without getting stage time. We was thinking of set comedy sometime. It's hard to get time to write jokes that are like 2 minutes.
That is true.
There's somebody that's like, okay, I know this shit's funny. We can't laugh because we know it's funny, but we don't have the reps to get the time. What's going to do base? It's a small organization.
Nevertheless, it is going
But
to be
you know, the premise of the shit was funny, but I just feel like you know, better fucking more stage time with that same time.
And also Guns and Blazing coming out with, the movie references from the 1996 film Seven, perhaps was not as topical as, for example, we talked about with Dave Wade coming in, talking about the coronavirus, this, that, he's wonderful. Jokes of the movie Seven, which I'm guessing is 96. Ryan J, you have a better number than that? I'm guessing sooner or later.
I saw it not good at the paper, and then I just see it, and it was a black foot.
96-97 says Ryan J. Which is good enough for me. Some other hobbies, fun things. You seem like a guy that has hobbies. Go ahead and tell us about it. What are you good at? Special skills, talents, anything. September 95 was the answer.
Do something to sustain the actual growth itself. Like even more putting up pounds. I'm a Lamar.
You don't believe me with you, do you?
It's interesting that here we're running a little bit about words.
Jesus, I'm making some kind of
A little bit of words. So
You
again,
do have some kind of interesting hobby that I think you collect something.
you can't just do anything.
Trains, you're a train guy. How about what other instruments do you play? Alright, how about your love life? What's that
It's basically
why do you think your love life's non-existent? You ever go on dates at all? You ever just go to a bar and stare at a girl? Okay, so sticking on this. No dates at all? What's the closest thing to a date you've been on in the past? Ignore all of their questions and statements. Stick with me here. Closest thing to a date in the past year. Oh, that's fun. That's exciting. That was a fun one.
The fact that you're setting this up in Buddha says that they're going to be a teacher. So not permitted. Buddha also became an Nasino. About Tifla Shaku. Versus the Buddha. But Buddha says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something to Buddha Bodhisattva, that's an absolute that's a objective benefit. I have Rabbi Kiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Kiva. I'm Rabbi Kiva, I'm trying to mind book, yeah? So we take Tifla Shaku.
Nice. Got to see Jeremiah and David Lucas and Jensky Johnson. Yeah, with the manager, you quickly threw your weight around there.
Yeah, worked in there for years.
Anaheim, your real angel.
You guys have outdoor seating at your restaurant, or is it one of the restaurants that are completely closed during all this time?
I didn't look up to know exactly where that restaurant is.
With it, only in Anaheim, you might be able to ride his electric bicycle on the way.
As a chef, do you continue
Like potato salad?
I was just wondering if he was a chef. It's big in the black culture to have potato salad.
Are you looking directly in my eyes when you talk about potato salad?
Because
You're right, you're black people love potato salad.
exactly. So I was going to say,
I tell you to pick a
I Because my mother always I did it once and I was divorced to there on the spot.
Is that true? Sure, Victoria Fontaine the Third?
Yes, I don't know why. I was doing an art project. I don't know why he ate it.
It wasn't even potato salad, Reginald. Anything? Have you ever been arrested before smoking?
Yes.
For what?
Just missing a court date.
Missing a court date for what? What was the court date for? Traffic violation? Sex trafficking?
Yes, you don't stop. He kept going.
All right. Well, fun time, Smokey. Thank you for making your 17-year return on the show, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, Smokey Augusta, everybody. Okay. All right. Oh my God. All right. Okay, guys. What the fuck is happening? Jesus fucking Christ. Good God. All right.
God forbid we finish the DuckTales so you would never go to the
DuckTales? Who gives a shit? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, very controversial figure. I mean, I gave him a silly intro last week and people got mad. So I'm just going to say, some people love him. Some people really love him. Some people just love him. Ladies and gentlemen, William, the Big Red Machine, Montgomery.
First and foremost, David Lucas, taking a couple notes. Here my first line. Donnell, I loved you in Spider-Man 2. Funny how unless I'm scared to dust inside my computer is about to call the cops. The weed is too deep. There is nothing more annoying than a bunch of whining, screaming kids on a plane. That's why I never flew with Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. I was over at Red Band's place the other night. Red Band, I got a question to ask you. Who designed the glory hole in your bathroom? I was able to see Red Band's Oriental wife suck his dick. It was wonderful. Remember that time Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin played the guitar with the cello bow? How the fuck did he do that? Tracy Chapman be the first known they in music history? Alright. You got a fast car. I want to take it anywhere. Maybe we can make the deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere. Hey, William Montgomery, everybody, there we go. We take a fucking picture from DuckTales. It's DuckTales. DuckTales. Everybody knows the song. It's the song from DuckTales. It's DuckTales. DuckTales. Everybody loves DuckTales. My theme song, you're so sweet to have played that. A lot of people don't know that DuckTales is the official theme song of William Montgomery. Black Lives Matter. Oh my goodness, is that true? Donnell, can you corroborate that? What'd you say? No, I literally didn't hear you. What'd you say? Oh, okay.
There you go.
The DuckTales song I heard was the theme song.
William, how you doing this week, William?
I've been better. I'm looking for a job still.
Yeah? How's that going? What are you doing to look for a job exactly?
YMCA swimming laps.
How about the job part?
Well, literally, I mean, have you gone to the YMCA swimming laps? Nobody's allowed in the YMCA. No, but really, I haven't been looking for a job. Donnell, do you have one for me? Nope.
Okay. Fair enough. Maybe I can what?
It's a ZipRecruiter.
Yeah, it's hard to understand. No, what you say?
They're on a great place.
Okay, I know I'm kidding. I know I'm kidding. I'm on edge tonight.
No, we still don't protest. I'm serious.
No, I'm kidding. My parents almost died in the tornadoes last night in Tennessee.
Is that true?
Yep.
I never feel sorry for a white person.
Come on, my parents bought that house 20 years ago.
Is that true? Did the
Yeah, they bought it 20 years ago.
did the tornado hit near where they live?
Yeah, it broke down the house.
What broke down?
There was a tornado. What was that dumb little song you were about to play?
That was the sound of a tornado. Play it again.
Yeah, play that again. It was really helping.
That's a tornado siren.
It's a tornado warning. No, yeah, last night it was
That's the sound of a tornado. Yeah, we know. We had to get the basement many a times. We had tornado drills.
Yeah. Used to get in the towel closet.
Tornadoes, I think, are. I would prefer a tornado area than an earthquake. So I
Roll, you go in your house, you go
in the basement, under the stairs, please.
go in the towel closet.
Or in a hallway.
The towel closet is where you go in the house.
Really? Do you have a towel closet, William?
Yeah, it's filled with green and new towels. Never used. What do you mean never used? You said that. Rabbi, why'd you say that? I take showers then.
You take shorts every single day.
I get the zipper still broken. It's still take a look at that, Donnell. Take a look at that, Donnell. Come on, I'm kidding. My God.
So what are you going to do for a job? Are you running out of money?
I'm coming up with a new word again.
Yeah, what's it going to be called?
Tornado twister. How'd you know it was going to be called tornado twister?
How does that game go?
It's a lot like Battleship.
Oh, it is.
But it's tornadoes. It's literally just like Battleship, but it's tornadoes. How'd you know that?
Can you see it?
How'd you know that one? Look at my bio? Oh, my bio. I'm trying.
Are you?
I had a real hard week this week.
Yeah, tell us about it. Yeah, is that it?
McDonald's a couple days ago, they overcharged me for a Big Mac.
How much did they charge you?
$10. I should have known before I paid it.
They said,
Yeah, I paid $10 for Big Macs.
that's like 10.
They overcharged me.
That's like 10 double cheeseburgers.
It's, yeah, I mean, I don't have $10. I don't have a job anymore. And then you go to Flockers at McDonald's, charge me $10 for a Big Mac?
Did you try to return it?
I ate it. No, he ate the second one. I ate the first one.
There's really a lot of anger coming through this week. Clearly, you're going through jobs. There's a pandemic happening. You lost your job.
What's that, Ryan?
It was too late.
What are you drawing over there, man?
That's the first time Ryan J. Eagle has ever lost.
Yeah, that's a bad omen. What is that?
That means we have
Donnell, I hate it. What's he drawing?
4 more weeks of summer.
Wait, are you drawing a tornado? Is that how you draw a tornado?
Wait, David, can you get on the camera here? Zoom in on Ryan.
Let's see that one again, Ryan. Let's see you draw a tornado.
He's going crazy. He's drawing a tornado. Oh my God. Clearly, okay. William, is there anything else that we should know about before we let you go tonight?
Legally, enjoy a movie this past week.
You went to an actual movie theater?
Yup.
Did you Were they open? Yeah, they were open. What'd you see?
Tarzan movie.
Did you play the movie yourself? Were you the projectionist?
Yeah, they were so Tarzan movie. They're sweet Tarzan. They really hurt my tongue. I know you told me to say that. It didn't work out. I just want to even find the product of the tornado. I want to see it too.
Can you do perhaps we can close your set this week with an impression of you in a tornado? Can you show us, can you put the mic in the mic stand and show us what you would look like if you were outside during a tornado? There's the sirens that are happening. David's on the camera. Let's see. Oh, he's going poop everywhere. He's shitting his pants. First, he's very scared.
Oh no, Mom! Get the Tower Plaza!
That's a callback to that Town Closet reference from a few minutes ago. My goodness. What if the tornado is literally like happening right now?
Don't you care? That was the worst tornado impression I've ever heard.
What do you mean, Donnell?
Let's say you're not in a house, right? You're outside in a field, and there's a tornado going over you right now. There's a tornado.
Oh, Mom, get out of the field! Oh, Mom, get out of the field!
Mom's not in the field. You're in the field all by yourself. And action. Here we go, big tornado.
Hey, Lucas, get out of the field!
No, nobody's in the field with you. You're by yourself, so you can't just yell at somebody.
And a Black Lives Matter protest is coming right down the street of the tornado.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, no, what are y'all doing on the street?
That's what he would say at a Black Lives Matter rally.
What are y'all doing down the street? Go to Cincinnati, we got a tornado.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, another very fun, silly week with William Montgomery, everybody. Oh, DuckTales. Please step back from that ledge, my friend. DuckTales. Yeah, it is DuckTales. D-U-C-K, it's DuckTales. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket pull of the night goes by the name of Molly Hale. Here we go, Molly Hale, everybody. It's DuckTales. They just ran out of salt. It's DuckTales. Here's Molly Hale, everyone.
Hi, everybody. My name is Molly, and I really wish that I enjoyed fun sex. My butthole is very dead set against it, and I do have this note in my out policy, but I actually didn't write that policy. My butthole wrote that policy, you know? And I wish it was different, because all my gay friends are like, oh, the butthole, it's a portal of pleasure, it's full of a million treasures. And my girlfriends are like, oh, if I get drunk enough, I might let him pump it in one time. You know, but my butthole is so anti-anal, if it even gets a whiff of a dick coming anywhere near it, it will just scoot right out of the way, you know? One time, I saw my butthole put on a fake mustache and pretend to be the mouth of a dude to get away from a dick. My butthole started talking about sports, and the dick got very confused, you know? And then another time, my butthole put out two other fake buttholes on either side of it and started a game of free card Monty in order to avoid a dick. My butthole was all, step right up, who would like to put their dick into a real butthole? You, sir? Yes. Which butthole is the real butthole?
All right, Molly Hale. DuckTales. All right. 60 seconds of straight butthole jokes.
I mean,
My goodness.
Packed it in.
Yes, you did put in the butthole jokes. The good news is Redman has nominated you for the Mark Twain Award. He loves butthole jokes so much that it was a work of art.
So I love them. They were smelly, but delicious.
Molly, welcome to the show. This is your first time on or first time meeting you?
It is my first time on. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I love the show.
You live in LA?
I do.
What part?
I live just east of Chinatown in Lincoln Heights.
Oh,
Yeah, northeast side.
nice. And how long have you been on comedy?
I've been in the comedy world for a while. I grew up in Chicago with my Claire.
Oh, Yes, indeed. You can't highly recommend it for Michael there.
Based on my puzzle jokes, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, you know what? David knows everybody from Brooklyn. But that's what I always say. Anyway,
I've never had butt sex for a girl.
I mean, like, it's fine, but it doesn't work. You know what I
why
mean?
does it work?
It just hurts real bad.
I know.
Well, that's what you guys say.
They say a man's G-spot is in his ass. That's what's happening. G-spot.
Really? Even if you're
It's a cheat thing, baby.
You ever see it?
ever had a doctor give an examination?
I get paid a good check for being on the show, so
Mildred, you look me right in my eyes like Donnell's son. I'll tell you that. For any doctor's appointment ever, I'll just take your word for it. I'm just looking.
You're such a comedy great. Everything is always yes and with you. There's no question right there. I've been here for years. What? I've never seen you shoot anything down. We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
So what's your inspiration to keep trying?
oh, I don't try to fuck
Guys try this.
Yeah, they always want to. It's like they're
So
making,
your jokes aren't even real.
Yes, they are real. I've tried to put in my vocal, and my vocal does not want it, and so as a result, my vocal goes to great lengths to treat it because it is short.
Where are you going to tour with these fucking jokes?
To the fucking comedy store, dude.
To this smoke dog.
I should have taken
If you had to guess the percentage of your jokes that are around the Bible,
I put all of them that fit in 60 seconds. Like, these are all of them in their tight 16 second.
types of
It's a lot.
That's true.
A lot of predators. I mean, I think every man is a predator.
I like Alyssa Milano was on today's show.
And I'll tell you how you hear it from jokes. Just do 10 minutes. I'm just saying.
If I talk about my butthole straight for a minute and a half, I would totally expect to get buttery.
Wow, you would expect it?
Yeah, in West Hollywood, absolutely.
Well, I think it's just you guys can't stop thinking about my butthole.
We can't stop thinking about your butthole because you talked about it for
Well, it is very cute, you know? It's really nice. I can't help
When's the last time you looked at your butt?
So you're going to do a mirror check like once a week.
Don't tell me you set yourself for a charge. Get it. If there was an idea for
So, Ollie, what else do you do other than comedy and
Well, I also love nature. I'm a big fan. I try to go out and treat as much as possible. I think Los Angeles has some of the best nature in the world, just outside the city. I know, I heard that.
what do you like to do nature-wise?
Oh, I don't think you heard my side. That's the opposite of
I
my
like nature. What type of nature are you into?
I like all of it, the trees, the flowers, the rivers.
Okay. What else are you into? Any other hobbies or fun facts about you?
Yeah, I like to dabble in witchcraft.
Oh my goodness, really? This is very exciting.
It can be.
What type of witchcraft do you do?
Well, type specifically spell magic, but I also do a lot of essential oil magic.
What types of spells have you done on people? Can you talk about it?
I don't do spells on people.
you smudge people.
Yes, of course you smudge people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it really does kill the bacteria. Yeah, you gotta get your Palo Santo uniform placed in your respect. That's not very good.
You're talking about sage?
Sage is also a good one.
Sticks, right? And I was burning up here. And it kept like the stick. And it kept going out. And I was like, I'm getting one. I'm like, man, it's the shit.
Their social media years, and again, social
Chesky grew up as a witch, a Wiccan.
Wow, half wicked.
That's Victoria Fontaine III is a pure Satanist.
So, what types of big spells have you done on anything? Can you give us an example of something
No
that you
spell is a big spell. Spell magic is ritual. Spell magic is practice, like anything like comedy. So you do it.
Is there anything that you've ever done with a spell that which you're like, whoa, we did something crazy?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that would be
Absolutely. Conjure a house. So I think properties are conjuring you as much as you're conjuring them, but conjure the exact place that was perfect for us, and it came to us from two different places.
If you have two options,
You know what?
and both worship Papa,
All your mind Papa, to be fair. I don't know anything about your soul.
his friends I don't. And two, negate his idol, and his friends I don't. Safe thought is jealous of
everybody's got a butthole.
But I knew that the butthole jokes were the thing to do at the comedy store. So
That is a huge misconception. That's
I think
literally
I really thought you were gonna like my butthole jokes a lot more, quite honestly, because I laugh at them and I think they're hilarious. But
number two,
Nobody cares if you learn about yourself.
negate
really,
his friends I don't think they worship the same
oh
way.
no, yeah, of course. I thought you were saying I didn't like my own jokes. I think
No,
they're
you're
Idolatry,
Red Man Lock, he's the butthole aficionado.
no riot on you.
But you know, you're funny. Butthole is hilarious. Maybe I didn't start with the butthole in the right way, but come on, buttholes are funny, you guys.
I want to sponge your butt.
Conjured property. What's it?
Yes, that's what she said.
So are you saying that the homeless should just conjure
Well, they're not practicing their spell magic, that's for sure.
or food?
What do you mean when you say that you conjure?
Mentally and thought about what we wanted specifically and did it in a way that was ritual and did it multiple times and then got exactly what we wanted. Put your energy into it, put your intention into it.
Witchcraft.
Intention is witchcraft. Witchcraft is intention. Absolutely, if you use it correctly.
That's interesting stuff.
That's again for the show. That's right.
Well, very fun to meet you. There's a lot of fun in there. We're doing it right now. Doesn't even like buttholes. He just likes food farts.
Okay, but the bubble, the way it comes out is
Next, come back again, and next time we'll figure out more about you. Hearing a minute that doesn't have to do with all buttholes.
you got it.
No buts about it. There she goes. Molly Hale, everybody. Molly Hale. Molly Hale. And she talks about her butt. She does witchcraft, and Paul dress up, she's a witch. She's a witch girl. This is a very exciting part of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first in Kiltony history. Last week, Michael Lair challenged Jeremiah Watkins to a monologue battle for Rambo. This all started weeks ago when Michael Lair politely asked Jeremiah if he could borrow a wig, to which Jeremiah uppity replied, well, I normally don't do that. The rest is history. The rivalry started weeks ago. Tonight it will be settled. The loser of this monologue challenge, the rumor is that the loser will have boiling water poured on them at a later date in the parking lot of the Comedy Store. Again, I repeat, the loser will have boiling water poured on them. It could be Michael Lair, who has debilitating communicating disease, ALS, we might have to boil like water on him. This is what they agreed on, people. I don't know. I mean, I'm just an official in this. I didn't create this battle. This was sent to me.
Not for a long enough to find out
I know. Because I want to shake the bottle. I want to see your bottle on it.
Well, the butts are about to become butts, my friend.
drugging evidence produced. So as I look once to the gear from shop, you could leave this one for sure, not for a long time, not to the INS, or not to the INS, because this would create idolatry. But you are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, you may switch these words to choose. So for a short amount of time, it's winter, for a long amount of time, it's Shmano Kiyena. So it says, and these oil is like this way. What is that? Shmano taste and I thought, Shemet, meat, the honey, yang, it's not what you want to have. Oil can't be eaten. It's like, how long? Yeno Kishmano. Interesting enough, I don't need to have this. When I saw that ultimately again is wine, his wine is like his blood. Just like his very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is wine. I look at Rashi just a minute. Rashi Shmona Bini Hamidiyas and Yeno Mutanaka, Shmona Kodan Shuk Hashem Lakilotai. About the Shtias. But what does it mean that his oil is like this? His wine is like his oil. So the same that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine if you get touched up, and ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The sharp club brother, ultimately, and for every other thing, he's like a people. Shouldn't order Yeno Relay motor Shouldn't says this wine is like Yain Esach, but others say ultimately again it's motor, ultimately again for consumption. So it's actually cause of pick up the answer. Actually let's finish. Tell me else, let's finish this. Tell me else, what do you see from here? Tell me else, the sharp part by recording we see it from here, it's like to get to shop is like an apple regarding every other matter. The light itself, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that we can push up? It's like an apple fact. That's what is that? Which the Gemara says, love, let's go hugging, let's go hugging. So it doesn't matter, because we're going to get this ultimate like your patience and stuff. Guys, started with trying to figure out, does he get a patient have the ability to gate idolatry? If you actually do commission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, your Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate Avodah, so too can it get Tosha? So he can get Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, leaking the shus from the other shus. No, actually, it means something else. It means actually from Shabbos. What does it mean from Shabbos? What's about it? It's December. So, Lord, the Shabbos is the most Erev Hatzos. If you have multiple horns that are going into a horn, you cannot carry from a horn to a horn without having hands. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of the Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. Remember, Erev. So you have to carry from the home to the Chatzar to the home. And the halacha is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he could yield his right. This is Shabbos Sunday. I forgot to let this make it, we forgot to let this on the Erev. He can yield his right to the owner members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is, you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael member, L'shamer Shabbos HaBashot, L'dav HaRishos. Ultimately, again, he had the Yisrael member. Unfortunately, again, is the Yisrael to an apostate. So as long as externally, he's not an apostate. Right? As long as externally, like, right, public is doing Shabbos. Privately, he doesn't do Shabbos. And at least he publicly do Shabbos. And that's the halacha. L'dav HaRishos. All he needs to do is he didn't participate in the Erev, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to aus dem Platz. Chemisch Harusham also shot, in without all shots, but again, he publicly violates shots. And essentially, like, if he's like an athlete, then he's not enough for him to yield his rights to the culture. So rather, you have to grant his rights. And Sha'aru, Yisrael, no single shots from the shots, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, or the other right? Ultimately, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the worst thing that when you say, so was it just us, which is Ketzad, or Merlo, was it how it does the youth, for example, yield his rights to his rights. So, or Merlo, you should see community with him. And hereby give over my rights. I increase my rights to the culture. Or you should see the Palestine. Or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who is a position of the real. They talk this many people. So just in general, about Arab potatoes, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or even not, or just simply negate his ownership rights in the Muslim as everyone else to utilize the culture. Even if he's an Israel ruler, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield, or he can go ahead and persecute. By Akon, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Israel ruler, who is publicly a ruler, is treated like a therefore, when we said before that their culture ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, one of the things it means even a chutzner with a ger kosher. You are choosing a chutzner once they can put it on zeros, they must rent slaves, they must rent rights ultimately again of the ger kosher. Now whether or not the ger kosher could actually run the ger kosher, the Mr. will say, we've seen tomorrow's death. Shkaya, what about one of those experiences such as history point of view, which you could do? I will say, great sponsorship to you. We're telling all of you this morning, begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank. Our annual commentary sponsor, dedicating all the German Russians this year as a Swiss service for this Friday. Commentary sponsors for the month of Av, Abba, and Nicole, Stephen Reddy, raising the honor of their parents, Israel Jason, Dina Drazen, and Roses writing a memory of the Stanley Roses writing from Rabbi. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan K. Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site on Dr. Wolf's Father Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben Tzvi Hirsch, Rabbi, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordechai Ben Eliezer. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosalie Applebaum, Rachel Bas, and our families in from almost nearly full shadow today, colleagues from the Rosh and all of the slaves to be successful as well as mercy. So once we got with us with these days, that piece of $7.64. Really incredible God for us. Today we are picking up on Sunday on the base 63B, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs off from the bottom. So we have not been able to copy. So again, we have not been able to copy. That's what we have our Amiga. Here, but Ali is sitting with them in University Yosef, they have a wide, yes, the following question. It's very fascinating. Safra Bushba Yainessa. What is the halacha if an hires a Jew to smash barrels of Yainessa? Basically, rather than someone comes over to the fence today, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yainessa. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his process? Remember again, in yesterday's class we were doing the concept of funds from generated from what make on the inactivity or giving with items that themselves need to survive. Here, the Akram is asking me to do something with the INS, he's asking me to destroy the INS. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? We are going to keep the those people us. So it's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why do I want the existence of the INS? If I was to break my own, I would use the opportunity to break my ideas and INS. So interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, I'm going to get the process for the rational just one. We are going to Kiva. Kiva is not going to Rashi. He is saying, let's say the Kiva shall probably say, Jew actually wants the existence of his parents. Shalom Yishtabu, Shalom Land. I don't want to remove it because of what I'm going to actually shall remove the Tosafos. So then we see that since the Jew actually wants, when we see what this is correct, the Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to exist. So therefore, maybe that's considered to be proceeds from the Yain Nesach. Therefore, again, it's possible. On the other hand, just much sharper. And this is the destruction of the Yain Nesach, destruction of the Nesach. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, it wants out from existence, but again, ultimately, to describe the result of his proceeds, ultimately, again, should be fascinating child. So Rabbi says, Yishmar Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell Rabbi you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go, you do that on and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see, it's being approved to this guy. So she read that. Ain't Oju in all big companies. So let's say again, an actual plans to make plans for giving it to. So we do that session just to use weekend, let's say, for example, weekend great companies. That's the kind of mechanism for giving it to. So if you for great companies plan to go, the Jew can go ahead and assist in the plan. Oju means like, oh, means the secret. They came to do that. I was something about 64. How could you not be a man? What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do the Rashi about the wind slash the from the people that are not below to the commercially accumulated attract. Let's say pirates means it's silver. To me, they very plenty of that. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even when he needs a fee from working with the light, right? And I want the existence of it. Because besides uproot on the own, I lose out on my muscle. So the people here, this is what you want. But that means that you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially. You found people giving payment when that benefit ultimately again results in destruction. Even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the organization payment because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it, it's going to be destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one from the top 64. Savua, here's a big one. So Nikki is equals number, and the kind of is lying it's very interesting. People have to use in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead.
No, I don't want you to miss the Rambo monologue. We'll get her a drink. I don't want you to miss this Rambo thing, because I don't know what's going to happen here. I need you here for this Donna. So, I need a coin. That's right. I never found that quarter that I brought. It slipped out of my pocket. Conjure. So, we're going to flip a coin, and then we are going to, depending on which way the coin lands, that's going to decide who goes first and who goes second in this. I'm going to flip a memory card. There you go. That's a great red man. Just throw things in your memory card. Catch. It's a catch. So, okay, let's do it this way. If it's the Sandisk side, Michael Lair will go first. And if it's the Blunt side, the USB port, Jeremiah will go first, and here we go. All right. That's Sandness. Ladies and gentlemen, going first tonight, the man who started all of this. Join the final scene from Rambo First Blood. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Michael Blair. Here we go.
Words. So again, you guys actually practice lesson as a road killer. You can't do anything that hopefully do again.
They do that one line? Yeah. What is it again? No,
Remember, it says, when you take Tesla shard, ultimately, interestingly, you're not even going to keep up. Are you going to keep up? The prohibition of the sustains it. What about if somebody's going to pay me to actually need to become a payment? So the passion of things like that is going to be totally interesting. Remember, it says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that mean that rather, who's like this? Rabbi, might be a open to giving every shot. That is not true. According to the Rabbi, this is Rabbi. Rabbi, you want to look at that. So, Rabbi, only can be a key box. Rabbi, you can do plans. Or actively do something that facilitates the work of the side. Some type of starting a team, putting the defense they hold is what. So, criminal offense is bad. And the base bad, it's certainly a thing you can get police for moving it's not which the demand says, Muhammad Stephen is very interesting. So the earth, the Muhammad Kusum. Interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uploading the campaign for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So once the campaign was from really the Amar, lifting Lahem Makna Stephen also. Ultimately, the leaders of the that Allah provides and who are not allowed to do a favor for him. But he actually had this in the so I love campaign. So all my work is what I love campaign. He says, don't do that, this is killing for free. You can't just leave for Apple for free. Even if the free favor is instructed on the Torah, you still can't do it. So it's the message Buddha, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, not the fact that you're saying it's something Buddha, says if you're going to be Akiva, it's not be permitted. And Buddha also became a Mafasim, about the Tiflot Shabu. Versus the point of view, and Buddha says it's true. You can't do a favor, so it's going to be a free gift. You can't do a favor for it. But to do something to do that with Zama, that's absolutely that's a good captain. I have to do Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, I'm trying to climb the book, yeah? So you take this law shepherd, you say something from Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva is a more expensive, approach. Prohibition of Kirai. You're not only can you not plant, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, which I think important effects to sustain it. Even if people would agree to uproot Kirai, to get rid of his syrup, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from them. Which the Gemara says is so low. There is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. This phrase is so low. This is like the Talmud, the equivalent of a mic. So that's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How do we start this? This all started with eradication. So Apple wants to break his battles of GUINNESS. He asks Smith, he wants to hire me in June, to go and break his own, maybe $50 a battle. So remember, on one hand, it's because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the second thing from the results. He's trying to help us out. But nothing said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of the Zara of that matter being prohibited item, even though yes, I do want to continue the existence of the INS, so I get it. I want to break that up. I want to break it. I want the plan to be up in the so I want to break it. Nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and get the proceeds of the destruction of the destruction. What about destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. So it says you get paid and cover must say, it really is such an interesting idea. Kind of part of Western society, mindset is, living without work. And that is important. It's members of society, just general culture, in society.
So, Rambo, it's over.
Lifestyle choices. That's to a certain degree, that has to do our personal society. And on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root. It's ill. And when there's something that is fantastic, when there's something that's yes, it's totally idealistic. About Allah, really what is it right? It's hard to think that each other doesn't see this, but think about such an incredible thing. Think about what creation is like to sleep, to live. And simply to think that like we just false, right? Just we do what we're doing, we're just doing it. And yet, again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's good, what's good, can't see what's right, what's wrong. But that tells us sometimes it is a word that live is something that it says, Yishvar, sometimes you have like one people, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. You know, if you do it, the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is good. And ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's what it's for. Gemara goes out. The Holy Yossi said in the same Kalos, and the Ethno Discussion was Holy Yossi, the Holy Yossi, you may have this Holy Yossi. So what's it?
Oh my goodness! Now Sylvester Stallone's voice. That is Sylvester Stallone. I can't believe we got the actual Sylvester Stallone to come here tonight. Oh my goodness, that's Michael Lair.
Yeah, I'm Sylvester Stallone after Rabbi.
That is incredible. That was very impressive. I thought you were the actual Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, I get that.
It wasn't until you waved and did a normal face, which I realized that that's Michael Lair. That was an impressive performance. Indeed, it's going to be very hard to beat that. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we bring out Jeremiah to get this up? Yeah, Jerry Watkins. I can just tell, I don't know this for a fact, but I can almost guarantee he must hate that thing more than anything.
I've actually called him a few times.
Oh yeah, he gets that.
Jeremiah is a saint. So we can kiss the ass of
Alright, well, with no further ado, though, I do believe it's time that we bring him out. This is the man that you challenged in this. This all started because he would not give you a wig. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, with his version of the final scene from Rambo First Blood. I present to you the one, the only, the leader of the band, Jeremiah Watkins. Here we go. It's Jeremiah. Oh my goodness, here he comes. Oh my god. Oh shit. Oh shit.
That's why I don't know. That more says the social mission of people. Love of Google spoke on LinkedIn. I went $1,000. So what happened? So Apple went and sold his ass. Right? He brought me the proceeds from his board. GUINNESS of City Case. I went ahead and I went $1,000. He sold his GUINNESS. And then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's the local?
It's over, Rambo.
Ultimately, again, it's good. Zero says, now, however, coming up, GUINNESS let's say the acting same case, like the acting $1,000. It's the one they pay you, even the way I'm just going to somebody. I'm going to somebody GUINNESS. In that case, it's possible. So here's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent $1,000. Case number one, Case number two, same thing, I lent $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of days, I gotta sell my idol, I gotta sell my so what's the solution? I don't say what's the solution? See from the shoe, the how you make you want to. So yeah, this is the circle simple. But here's the difference. The second piece, the item says right here, while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue existence. So because I want it, therefore she is positive from those things. If you don't see the key, the key I got is that's it. But that's what the name is also. When you want but I'm not doing anything for the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue existence of that idol until I have existence. I want to continue existence of the GUINNESS because I want some money. But I'm not doing it so that the continue existence of the GUINNESS. Why should it be us? Personally, you're so you're sure you have two brothers.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
And what they're both.
It's over, Rambo. Oh shit, look at this. This show is completely out of control, ladies and gentlemen. This is unbelievable. Next week we will be pouring boiling water on Michael Lair. This is very exciting. I'm kidding. Michael, come back here. Take a bow. Come back here. Roll backwards. Jeremiah Watkins and Michael Lair. That wins. Jeremiah. Oh no, the Rambo's dead. Rambo doesn't die. Come on, Rambo. Yeah. What a performance. Both of you, way above and beyond. That is better than any Rambo movie I've ever seen. What you guys did here tonight. Look at this. I mean, just incredible. Absolutely. I do believe the next Rambo, he is in a wheelchair, so we're really ahead of the curve on this one. Incredible performance, gentlemen. I think it's really tough to decide. How many of you think, by round of applause in this room, how many of you think Michael Lair won that? Alright, that's pretty good. How many of you think Jeremiah Watkins won that? Actually, that's pretty close. You know what? We're going to pour boiling water on both of them next week. Yeah! Comedy.com. Jeremiah Wonders on social media. Jeremiah Watkins on social media. Jeremiah Wonders is his podcast. He's got a big one this week, teamed up with Adam Ray to make a bit of a Dr. Phil Meets the Billionaire, who you saw earlier. It's very, very, very fun stuff he's doing over there on Jeremiah Wonders. Go check out Michael Lair's Easter Seals video.
Yeah, give him some views, guys. They're Fridays, man.
Good. Jeremiah is also coming to Raleigh, North Carolina, August 13th to the 15th, to Minneapolis, August 26th and 29th. Those dates are announced, and they will be canceled as he gets closer to them. But you can buy tickets. You can't do a gig, but he will cancel. Whoa, look at the drawn-on muscles there. That is impressive. Donnell Rawlings is the host of the Donnell Rawlings Show. Our first guest back. Come on, guys. I mean, serious.
I'm telling you, I really appreciate what you guys did. This was unexpected. I wasn't here. I don't want to see who's here. I appreciate what you guys are doing and all the talent that came to stay.
Perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will legally bind the Yerushalayim. As long as the get has not yet acted in possession of, I guess that will be idols, is absolutely permitted to go this out. Right? So you take this, you take the whatever stuff out of it. Oh yes, it was the continuous. Why? Why would they make a lie here? That people are Zera Shem Yatsu. We are afraid that if the get has to make a choice between his one is Yerushalayim and
No, fucking usually when you have an audience, you feel it.
that's not enough. Yeah,
But to be able to perform this was almost like producing a TV show. You guys do a good job of it. You guys do a good job of keeping Tony Brown alive.
Thank you. You absolutely made my night by popping in here. I mean, I just feel so happy. So thank you so much. I'm positive that the fans of the show lost their minds when we brought on a guest. It's almost a component of the show that everybody forgot about.
And we're dropping our podcast tomorrow down there on the show. It's a good thing. I'm really having a good time.
Go subscribe to that. Give it a like, give it a love, and Donna Rollins, thank you so much. You're the best. The great Jetski Johnson was here all night. She's on social media, Jetski Johnson. She's also the owner of the cutest dog in the world.
Wink.
Swank.
I just did that air with Ryan Holtzman, Red.
Two religious challenges, and there's a choice between religion and God. We're afraid that Gary, he has to choose between halacha and ultimately against Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of again, because it's Yerusha. So for example, in that situation, where we make a lot of error, choosing the ultimate is because he has students, because of the items, if we're allowed him to keep the items, it is one of the kind of lucky rice that supports this. Imagine when it is so, sheer should be considered the knowledge that to us. And it gives us a business partnership with the resources. Even here, the Chazal about certain things that happen in the context of Yerusha, that they would not have been allowed to occur in the context as well. So going with the person in this in this precarious situation. I'll leave us in here. So we're going to always say another question. Gary Tosha, we are she back on it. So let's see very interesting. Can you Gary Tosha? Can you Gary Tosha? Go ahead. Let's say just before you are just say that it's how we make it just see what is the choice in certain situations. He looked at the structure in a way to make us succeed. That he ownership owner wants us to succeed. That's one of his other podcasts.
Really fun.
I love that. The great Chroma Chris was here on the base all night long. He's at Chroma Chris on social media. What else, Chroma? What do you think about tonight's episode?
Oh, Tony, it was rich, Tony. I fucking knew you were going to say that.
And the great Joel Jimenez, Mostly Sorry's got a new episode of Mostly Sorry, his podcast. Right, Jay, let's see that drawing. Joel, anything else?
Mostly sorry podcast with David Deary premiered again on Wednesday at 5.
Look at that drawing. That was nice. God. Very Monopoly themed. Incredible fucking drawing. Bring that up here. We gotta get a look at that. Again, special thanks to Michael Lair and Jeremiah Watkins. That was much more entertaining than I thought it would be. Very great job, guys. I mean, I believed in you both all before, but I was just really impressed with your acting. More Jeremiah than Michael, really. I thought Michael was going to do what Jeremiah did and really commit. But Michael Lair made himself laugh halfway through it, and he will feel the wrath of boiling water on next week's show. Very excited. Right, man?
Hey, I got a new show for all you guys that actually like e-bikes. It's called Loophole. It's at Dutchbot.tv.
Wait, you have an e-bike show
I
now?
sure do. Lean into it, guys. No, it's really cool. It's with Dylan Thompson. He's a really awesome e-biker. So check it out.
Wait, e-biking is a thing?
Yeah.
What's this Do you guys ride bikes on it?
Big friend of ours together.
But you guys just podcast?
Every podcast, we pretty much look at all his videos and talk about e-bikes.
Wow, that's so cool. Alright, new episodes of Roast Masterclass every single week. Fun stuff happening over there. That's patreon.com/hclub. Tour dates, all of August is being rescheduled, and it looks like September is in the process of being rescheduled as well. So good luck and thank you and sorry. I mean, what do you say during a pandemic? I don't know. But good luck to all of us, and hopefully we'll be back on the board again soon. Again, thank you, Donnell Rawlings. Incredible stuff. Good night, everybody.
So he calls it back. Even though Mark Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Quran in one hand. The David, So, when I had it found idolatry, actual apostasy was a sin of memory. So that's a part of this case. I'm walking in the church, walking on. I see a sitting down. If I lift it up, that's fine. I want to be inspired by a Jewish kid. So what do I do? Actual apostasy, so if I do that, over the holding for part of the back, I can pull over. So go ahead and engage with the life of the commission. But again,
Hey, this is Rabbi coming here live from the world famous comedy store meeting room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony Hinchcliffe.
Just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store with Ryan Redman. How are you?
Hey man, how you doing?
It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. Back to the world famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Live on the Sunset Strip. Before we get into it all, here's a little bit more from our amazing sponsors. Hiring can be difficult, and if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges from rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Matson Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support, not an easy job to fill, so they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills.
He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know if you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns and social distancing, well then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD has the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from hemp plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we use, and they're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself.
I rub it on you too sometimes. Here's the Infinite CBD products I think can help get you through this. They have CBD AM Plus if you have difficulty concentrating while working from home. This has CBD Plus caffeine for some mental clarity. CBD gummies, which is my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum. I'm in the spectrum gummies. And if you think you're losing it, these can help you relax. And of course, CBD lube. Why not add CBD to your self-love making? You know it feels good and you got time to kill. Treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research, and users are reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more.
So go to InfiniteCBD.com to see which one of their products fits your needs. That's InfiniteCBD.com. And if you use the promo code KillTony, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's InfiniteCBD.com and promo code KillTony for 20% off. And we are back here at the Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Very excited to have the great Ryan J. Ebelt here with us tonight of RyanJEbelt.com. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony, including all the tour posters. Those are all for sale, sometimes for amazing auctions at RyanJEbelt.com. We have the great Gino from LA Speedweed is here. Always incredible. Got us through the hardest part of this pandemic. Let us use the great Better Box Studios. Go get yourself a candle at damngoodcandleco.com. Damngoodcandleco.com. And they even have a Hinge Me I'm Dreaming. They sold out, but I do believe perhaps they restocked them. And check out Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KillTony. Get some Caveman Coffee. Save some money using the promo code KillTony. And delicious Vito's Pizza Man here in Southern California. In fact, not only do I eat their pizza, but I've been completely addicted to the baked CD as of late. I didn't get to tell you, Charlie, and I did it again this week. I did it again. I Postmated it. I almost want to, if I were to put on the special instructions on Postmate, I was going to be like, what's up, Charlie? Throw in a breadstick. You would see that, right? Okay, I'm going to do that from now on. Those little breadsticks you brought that one time were like, I don't want to say they're better than the big breadsticks, but I mean, what's the deal with them? They're just tinier. I'd rather have like a couple tiny ones than like they have crazy breadsticks there. But it's like, for me, it's like a lot of work. I'm looking at this thing. Damn, it's like a loaf of bread. I mean, it's great. I just want a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't need a lot. Yeah, it's like you would love the normal ones.
You know, my new favorite thing is getting fettuccine Alfredo and then adding mushrooms to it. It's like cream and mushroom soup almost.
I get the baked ziti from Vito's, and I added they have like small meatballs there. Either that or you like cut them in half or something. You just break them up. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. I mean, it's crazy. It's like a new. I have to make sure I'm not doing anything physical afterwards, you know? Like riding an e-bike or anything like that. No serious exercise afterwards. But anyway, a lot of fun stuff happening. I'm excited to be here. And we have a guest tonight. Very excited about this. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady joining us for this entire episode, I can say with no ego at all, is one of my favorite human beings, and she is truly Kill Tony
royalty. I mean, she started on this show at the age of 19 years old. She became a regular at the age of 20. At that point, the Comedy Store enforced a rule that people under 21 aren't allowed in the building at all for any reason, even to perform, which was a controversial law at the time because you were allowed to perform on stage as long as you left right afterwards back then. So she had to break her tenureship of being a regular, and on her 21st birthday, she came back to be a regular. Did it for years. Now opens up the likes of Joe Rogan and a lot of the other best comedians in the world, including her own headlining dates as of late. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you truly one of the truly greatest regulars in the history of the show, a woman that has a full-fledged comedy career and an unbelievable podcast. I love her with all of my heart. One of my favorite humans and favorite comedians. It's the great Ali Makovsky, everybody. Remember that music from when she was a regular? Wow, look at her. The baby girl is all grown-ups, everybody. Hi. Hello, Allie. How are you? I'm good. I'm so happy to have you here. I'm so happy to be here. I am a big fan of yours. I get a little bit starstruck around you, so this is exciting. Welcome, welcome. You've been doing a lot of skateboarding on your Instagram as of late. It's very inspiring. Yeah, I've had like this skateboard for 4 years because I thought that if I got a skateboard, skater boys would fall in love with me, and that didn't happen. So I just stopped skating. And then this guy came over to my house to look at a room that was open, and he mentioned that he was a skater. And so when he was leaving, I saw my board that I haven't rode in like 4 years, and I'm like, what do I do with this? Can I sell it? Do I just give it to a kid? And he picks it up and he looks at it and he was like, this is my pro model skateboard. So now we've been skating together. Yeah. Been learning fast. Kind of, somewhat, to some extent. Well, I actually had Allie, I asked her if she would bring her skateboard here with her, and you did. I brought it. So I'm thinking maybe at the end of tonight's episode, if she's willing to do us the honor, I'm thinking maybe you could try a little trick here on the greatest stage in the history of comedy. You seem pretty nervous. I am nervous because I ate shit so hard today, just like trying to do a cool turn to like put my skateboard in my trunk. Like I wasn't doing anything except trying to turn, and I fell. So there's a lot of people that fall down on this show, but you know what? They pick themselves up, and that's what matters in the end. I believe that's what the great Michael Caine said in all of the Batman movies. So that's Bane. That was Bane. I get all my voices, Batman voices. If I do eat shit and like end up handicapped, do I get to become a regular? Absolutely, you're going to become a regular yet again. You will be. We have many wheelchair regulars now, and you will be added to the club. You guys can come out on the little choo-choo train once in a while. Okay, Allie, I don't know if you remember this, but there's a band on this show. Yeah, they're the best damn band in the land. Every single episode they commit to being different characters. Let's find out what they are tonight. As I present to you the best damn band in the land, it's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Hawkins, Jordan Joel Hennis, Chroma Chris, and the Jet Ski Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Oh, this is scary music. Oh my God. Jesse, get out there. Shut these people. What's going on? I literally have no idea what they're supposed to be. You guys all work at like a haunted house, a Halloween house or something? Well, that calls and comes to Channel 9's Horror Theme Show. Wow! And Oregon is in for a scare tonight. Oh my goodness, I thought you were Tommy Wiseau from The Room for a second. I did not hit her. I did not. Hi, Jeremiah. That's not Jeremiah. What's your name? My name's Vincent Shadow. Vincent Shadow. I'm going to write that one down because that seems easy to forget. Vincent Shadow. And who's this little golden guy in the shadows? Alright. Who's this little goofy goblin you got here? Is that Edna Scissorhands over here? Hey, I'm a skeleton. Oh, you are? skeleton. You came out, you were all silly and stuff. You swing that arm, that's like your trademark.
Oh, what I can do with these bones.
And then there's this young cowboy back here. Skeletons and creatures of the night. This is your host on AM 66.6 Terror Hour. It's Cooley. Your name's Cooley? These are my favorite main characters of all time. I know it's early in the show. I don't want to curse it. I don't want to ruin it, but I already love these guys. And there's a beautiful woman here, absolutely stunning. What's your name, look lady?
My name's Joe Lyra. And I'm a regional horror host in Texas, Chattanooga.
Oh my goodness. You're gonna put the floor in horror.
Well, you just stole my opening joke, but back to you and story of time. She thought of the three months.
Just big bold letters at the top of the page. Do not forget. Do not forget. Horror. Oh, that's great. Well, Joe Lyra, hopefully you have a little bit more up your sleeve, even though you don't have sleeve.
Oh, you're getting into
Oh my goodness, this is a Halloween spectacular, everybody. Welcome to October 31st. The great David Jerry is here helping us out. We have a very fun episode, I do believe, planned, so let's just jump right into it. This first guy kicking it up, he's been on the show a couple times before, and he's back. It is Kyler Bentley, everybody. Here's some music, because here comes Kyler Bentley. Yeah, here's Kyler Bentley.
Hey, I live in a senior living facility, and I know what you're thinking. I'm too young, but they have a saying where I live, it's you're only as old as you feel, and I feel like a dirty old man. So I fit in just fine. I just found out I'm next on the list for HUD housing and voucher, so I'm waiting for one of my neighbors to die. Yeah, it's kind of weird hoping for that to happen, but I know who I hope it is, and oddly enough, it is not the alleged grandfather. Yeah, he's a good guy. Let's use his Wi-Fi. They say there's a lot of cliches about the senior living facility. Like everyone has an Esther living there. It's not true. We have two Esters. So somewhere there's a senior center missing an Esther.
Fuck yeah, Kyler Bentley. Getting it started with a bang. I love that performance. Very, very funny senior living facility. Is that true?
I'm not sure. I've never seen it.
No, I mean you live in a senior facility? Yeah, that's cool. My mom once lived in a senior facility for a couple of years, and that was interesting. It wasn't like a facility. It was like a luxury apartments just for old people. But she qualified, yeah, she was old enough. You had to be like 60. You had to be like 50. It was like 20 years ago. It was for just a couple years. It was awesome. Anyway, so is it like how senior living facility is it like what I'm talking about was like separate apartments in a building? Is this like more like a nursing home or what are we talking about?
No, it's like a regular apartment complex, but you gotta be senior or disabled to live there.
Okay. Is it mostly senior?
Yeah, I've got like a lot of survey grandmas that give me cookies.
Yeah.
You get that on because I heard they might be reporting they're on by a friendship.
That's like the number one thing I hear you so much.
It's one of the jobs that they got appeals for me.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Channel 9. Welcome to Kill Tony. It's very exciting. Do you guys ever play games? Do they have like community events or anything like that? Do you have bingo? Do you play bingo?
Favorite bingo number is B9. Wow. Yeah, you improved against right. It's not really fun, but it's not cancer.
And it's true. I heard bingo's actually pretty fun. Like I used to know a lot of hipsters go to the bingo. Red Band's favorite bingo number is I8. Tony's favorite one is come in his mouth. That's not how bingo works, Brian. That is not how bingo works. That is not how it works. However, that is my favorite bingo number. Do you ever do stand-up for the seniors?
I actually was doing a monthly show with Copenhagen. I get a bunch of people I know
How's the COVID hit the assisted living?
it's like, it's like serious lockdown. Yeah, it's wild. Mask required, and even if there's nobody around you, where's your mask?
Yeah, exactly. People are freaking out. Has anybody gotten it? A lot of ambulances swinging by as of late. Crazy nobody's had COVID there. That's good. It must be in a nice part of town, not too far east, huh?
No, it's really far east.
Oh, it is? How far?
I mean, not far east, like China far east, but
Montclair.
yeah, it's about 45 minutes from here.
I'm looking at Joel Meyer. Joel Meyer is our senior East LA correspondent. Joel. Wow, real Joel Bird fan. Look at that. Good job, Joel Meyer. Whoa, getting things right.
You ever steal any like jewelry or anything expensive from any of these old people that are about to die?
Good question.
No, my neighbor says he has a $10,000 domino set though.
Red Band. Like cheesy bread.
That's expensive.
$10,000 cheesy bread. That must be the best cheesy bread ever.
$10,000 dominoes. That's only a week in my life.
Why would that be? I don't get it.
That's my impression of Red Band.
You called him to tell him?
Yeah. What's a better go?
Kyler, what's your sex life like? I asked for this before.
No, but that's how I know that you're not going to tell me because only straight guys ask me that question.
There you go.
It's pretty much non-existent. But it's not because things don't work. It's just not how people get.
Well, you know, I'll get good news for you. Joel Myra is ready to have anal sex. Here we go. Look at this hairy armpits. Can you do that?
Have you ever been to Transylvania?
Hey! There you go. That's a fucking slip that right in there.
Go get the purple dildo.
Oh, shit. I love it, man. Well, Kyler, I love that we're able to squeeze you in here and up here. What do you got planned for the rest of the night? Anything crazy?
I got Aphrodite waiting in my access right outside.
I love that.
Yeah, so
It's going to be a tight squeeze, I say. Allie, you've seen Kyler on the circuit, right?
Yeah, it's so nice being here because I haven't seen him since, all the stuff closed down, and I was asking lots of questions about his wheelchair situation. And you are bad at spinning games. I feel like, there could have been some moments where I would have busted down on that chair, but sometimes it falls flat.
I remember one of our conversations when you have something in common is we were orgasm.
Whoa, I didn't want to bring it up. There you go. My goodness. Is that a secret? Looks like the only nuts being busted here tonight are in the peanut gallery. Okay, put your phone down.
That joke brought to you by Johnson.
Is that a Channel 9 reference? Kyler Bentley, ladies and gentlemen, so much fun. Thank you, the great Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley. What? Oh, yeah.
So again, there's that just kind of slicing. It's like, you're killer. You can't do anything that ultimately, again,
Other than they stand up on social media, absolutely. That's where you can follow him. All right, let's see what we got here. What we got? Liam or David, is that correct? At the same time? Okay. Yeah, tell one of them to come over here. God, it's unbelievable. It's just amateurs, absolutely. Some retarded, like to call that retarded. When Alec come regular, we didn't have to do this at all. Waiting, ready, everything ready, prepared, professional, ready to go. It cost me so much. Wait. Go grab Tony in here. This is very exciting. This is going to be, I believe, his first time ever doing stand-up comedy. Here he is, Tony Gidley. We got him, David. We got him. Tony Gidley. It is Tony Gidley. Here he is. Tony Gidley. Everybody. There he goes. Here is Tony Gidley. Should I go back to that? No. Okay. So you guys know what the most popular 2020 children's new names are? G-Lane and Maxwell. Too soon. There's a few couples. There's a couple more left here. She's still got some time to do that. The same, really, out of breath. So, I was hanging out with my little cousins anyway. I opened up the refrigerator for my little cousin. I said, "You want some of this 7-Up?" And he's like, "No, I'm only 6." And I was like, "All right, well, you want some of this Coke?" And he said, "Yeah, line it up, motherfucker." And we had a good time. Basketball all night. So yeah, I was at a bar watching Steph Curry. I hate that guy. So I'm sitting there screaming at the TV. I'm like, "Fuck Curry! I fucking hate Curry! Curry sucks doggy dicks!" And just then a guy came up from behind the bar. He said, "Excuse me, sir, but Curry is very important to our native cuisine. Take it easy, bro. Listen, give me the 3." Wow. There you go. It is in your head. The zombies are in your head. Tony Gidley, welcome to the show. This was your first time doing stand-up comedy? Incorrect. Oh, you've been doing it a while. I started in 2019 in January at Apollo in Alphabet, doing mics and a show called Comedy Chow ever since. Awesome. And it's your first time on Kill Tony then? I'm signed up, but I've not been on those. Okay. You look a lot different, by the way, than pre-quarantine. It's true. He started drinking water. He was very dehydrated. I used to make fun of him for not drinking enough water, and now you are completely hydrated. Yeah? You've been exercising a lot? You've been out on your e-bike? No? No, I don't know what the fuck that is. No, it's nothing. Have you been exercising? I just hiked. Just went for a hike today. That's it. When you're, let me just catch you guys up on something you might not know. If you're truly white trash, all you need to do is work out once, and you get compliments for like 3 days. People are like, "Oh my God, you look great. You do something." It's like, I went on a 30-minute hike. That's it. I got all of my fucking unemployment money just recently. Oh, really? What'd you do with it? How'd you spend it? I bought some fucking shoes. Wow. Did you spend $10,000 on Domino's? What I could. You got hiking shoes. What else did you get? I got a couple of pairs. I got like 4 pairs. I just bought shoes. Jesus. So I think signing like blooming on Melrose in June. I spent all of my money on shoes. Size 15. You're making a great mistake. 6 feet away, motherfucker. My goodness. So what kind of shoes did you get? I actually got shoes that are like Nike, all conditions
here, so they're called ACG, which is actually my initials.
ASG, ACG,
all conditions.
oh my goodness.
They're the most comfortable hiking boots that I have.
Wow. Where are you hiking?
Just Kenneth Run. Right
Does he specializes in trash piles and landfills?
I grew up on like 14 acres of woods.
Is that true? Where were the woods at?
Michigan.
Oh, what part of Michigan?
Right in the middle.
Oh my,
By the capital.
oh my goodness gracious. Wow, you are truly just born in an ashtray. That is incredible. What do your parents do for you?
Both retired now.
What did they used to do? Work in a factory?
Yeah, I worked at plenty of factories. My dad was a Vietnam veteran. Is a Vietnam veteran. Marine.
I can see it. You carry the honest looks. The bandana, the facial hair. You look like a young Vietnam vet yourself.
It's the longest that my hair has ever been, but yes.
Yeah. And how about your mom? She used to be a bus driver.
Absolutely not. She's a prison worker.
Oh, close. Bus driver, prison warden, right next door, the white trash family employee benefit base.
They have the same shapes too.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very strong. Your mom has broad shoulders.
Sure.
You know she is. Come on.
She's a stout young woman still, yeah.
Do you remember any stories? Like, was there any that guy she was stabbed once?
Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, well, she didn't get stabbed, but she would tell me that guys would, like, cut themselves open just to, like, be able to go to the hospital or whatever. And then eventually that fucking scar would just open up their finger.
Call that flare.
So they could just go to the hospital.
You call that foreplay virus?
Clarity.
Oh, they made her like.
They made her all kinds of flaps and, like, they made her shit. Oh, my goodness.
Hey, there's a picture of me raping you, bitch.
They also masturbated and
He used my shit to me.
What did you think about that joke that I just Smith skeleton?
Laughing
Oh my goodness. What's something crazy that we find a little bit wild about you, Tony Gidley? You seem like you have a lot of skeletons in your closet.
crazy. I'm not crazy. I make beats.
You do?
I make a lot of
You
beats.
do? Can you beatbox a little bit for us right now? Here we go, everybody. It's one of the rarer live performances that we're getting. He's putting on his mask. He's going future on us.
No, that's not beatbox. It would be one of the most dangerous things to do.
He's got one of the official Kiltony masks on. It's very exciting. He's a big fan of the show. That's right. Wow, that was incredible. ACG. Wow. If you're nice, prison dollar. Let me search. That is incredible. And speaking about finding out how hard you have to work, you're actually working in the kitchen right now. You're on duty. You're the only person to get paid while being a guest on Tony in a very, very long time. That is absolutely incredible. How do you like working in the kitchen here at the Comedy Store?
Oh, it sucks.
It does. What do you dislike about it?
Just the grace. Just
Yeah,
greasy.
it's a lot of things. Crazy skeleton.
Oh my goodness. I heard they have s'mores there.
That's heaven you're thinking of.
How the fuck are you gonna cook a s'more?
You have your own
Air fryer. They have air fryers anywhere.
Snap your fingers. You're in heaven, baby. I can't go. I'm jealous.
Are you guys, all you guys go to hell when you die?
They're negating the theological significance of right? So what happens if you know that so maybe that's why the person's Rabbi says, here's the thing. The social emotion of people never avoid us for having the incidents. I lent Apple $1,000. So what happened? So the Apple went and sold his item. Right? He brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yainess in the same case, I went ahead and I lent him $1,000. He sold his Yainess and then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's that? What
We're live, we're TV.
I'm sorry.
says, yeah,
So these are just characters that you guys play.
yeah, you mess it up. You
Regional
thought,
TV
let's say, yeah, you think it's
That was very scary. How'd you do that?
that case,
Case
case
number
number one, I lent Apple $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his item, I
Alright.
gives you the proceeds, he's back to debt.
Okay, Tony, that's very back to the kitchen. You go, Tony Gateway, everybody. What's your social media?
Tony Gateway 28.
Tony Gateway 28. It's in your Alright, we're having fun here. Hey, look, one of the regulars is here. They were both performing at the same time in a fucking window during the show a minute ago. But one of them is here. You know this guy, very controversial figure. A lot of people say he is the most beloved person ever. A lot of people absolutely want to murder him on sight. Ladies and gentlemen, I will give to you the big red machine, the red dead revolver, the red head and red shed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lights out. William Montgomery.
Y'all, I wrote this set when I was in New York City last week. I was about to perform at Showtime in the Apollo. Bunch of blacks. Smashing Pumpkins is a cool band name. If I named my band after my high school hijinks, we'd call ourselves Shooting Skulls. I miss the old Weather Channel. Show me some lo-fi graphics accompanied by elevator jazz. Now you've got World Strangest Weather and Jazz programming. Bitch, I got YouTube. Hey, Red Band, when you receive a gallon of eugenics in the mail, don't blame me, queer. That's a testosterone joke. Red Band is pretty much a bitch. Here, you gonna really look at me that way, Red Band? Wow.
William, closing on a joke calling Red Band a bitch. That is not an angle very much used on Red Band.
When I saw Red Band, I was in his place 3 nights ago. I was at his.
I would never let you at my house.
I was in his studio and his band really the fuck out. Full authority.
Another racist term from the 90s, you fuck. Are you really gonna say that?
However, if Brother Garrett took possession, then it's possible. So I says, I'll do it for him. What do you see from there? I'm off my son, and in this case, Brother Garrett wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yainess. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? Which was Rabbi Baruch Mastisena Bogus Kafanis Kalatis Mishnah. What's the case of this Mishnah? This Mishnah is not given us as a good so therefore, again, Brother Garrett doesn't actually care if it remains in his person or not. Even if it breaks, he cares. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of Yainess? The fast country, so this is Adrianic. So currently, he actually points out
Red Band's calling me over there. Dave, are you on camera?
I watched his Chinese girlfriend suck his dick.
Right now they're like blood brothers, but like with COVID instead of blood.
And some bubblicious bubblegum.
Corona Bronas.
Bubblish. Hey, Red Man, I did send you with the new Jennifer. Oh, he's about to get his pistol. Y'all are in for a treat. This is about to be a mind run. Red Man is about to murder me.
Yeah, no. Shiny
Yeah,
Lucius
where do you think we are, the Orient?
Bringing to
Breathe and no meaning to this.
William,
Yeah, where is the death squad, the Orient? William, say that, Miss William. William's very disoriented.
William,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
William, you had some really great jokes in your set. I really like the smashing pumpkin. I really like the smashing pumpkin school shooter joke. It was very, very good. Very well written. Very in your style, in your voice. Well paced, well timed out. Got a big laugh. How's this week been going for you?
It's been pretty good. I am now a salesperson.
A singles person?
No, a salesperson selling board game Jumanji. I've been running a bunch of board games. I'm trying to get that die out of my hands because you're not going to be able to. I'm playing Jumanji today.
Jumanji?
I'm playing Jumanji. You know my least favorite board game? I sort of don't like Monopoly. What do you think about Monopoly?
Whoa, Red Man is very mad at you for calling his Oriental girlfriend Oriental. This is really interesting.
He is mad. I saw her suck his penis 2 nights ago in his fucking shower. And I think all the listeners want to know,
Where did you see this?
he did his hand at my house. Me and David hang out at barbecues all the time. I'm letting my house, my girlfriend is like, why that story? Such
This is wild.
But he stuck his penis. It looks a lot like mine.
How did you weren't in his house, correct? Were you
I
in
was
his
in his bedroom. I saw his thing come through the hole. Very slow.
What is
Sort of like a scroll grabbing onto a cock. Whenever the moon, that's my joke. You said that.
doesn't matter.
What did you got?
William, what did you say that it looked like?
It looks like when Red Man stuck his penis through the shower hole in his room. His bending over. It looked like a small hole to peanuts.
It's sort of a fucking peanut.
A small hole to peanuts. And I didn't know
What noise does a squirrel make?
I heard a bunch of that.
You're really good at making animal noises. Can you do a cow? How about a horse? That's what a horse is?
What else could they do?
Okay, a skunk. Right?
That he almost showed wants to succeed. Sometimes you have a very skewed view of a very skewed view of that struggle is waiting for us to missteps. It's all waiting for us to mess ups. Let me set the punishment. The emotion wants for success more than we want for success. God wants our success more than we want success. So look at the lines. Look at the scriptures.
A walrus.
Wait, that's not us down when we go out there and make a mistake. But again, Trump understood what we need in order to be successful. That's how we understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how we know there's no greater commitment in this world. That's in this world than in the next world. In this world, for now, trust that we can make successes. No question. How do you also call it? Derek Tosha, Marshay by Boston. So it's very interesting. Can a Derek Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry. Remember, an apple has the ability to negate his enemies, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Gertoshim, what is a Gertoshim? Well, we can see this much more. It's not the definition of Gertoshim. Rashi points out here on the top of the graph, Gertoshim, Eino Ovid Avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in Mishpah. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the public without the law public. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not, when we say like this, anyone who's what we call a barney, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission it. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has to come out to go ahead and negate it. You must move your left. So it was not this. Staff of the color of the and that he says, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gertoshim doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So it's a basic action. That's what's happening. It's social. That's amazing. So, went ahead and added idolatry in the marketplace. What is in the marketplace? What's that about? Actual bustle. So let's say something I'm remembering it. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking around. I see great idols sitting there on it. If I lift it up, that's probably it. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actual bustle. So before I pick it up, over the open kohavim kumevat, I get call over an apple. See if I can call over an apple and see if the apple I need you to negate this decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage with theological decommission of it. It's committed. However, again, we should also be able to aim up under the other. But again, let's take it out. Take possession of it. At that point, we cannot be decommissioned. We should also only cover in the back of the others by coming shalom. We shall have it. No big problem. Decommission is the Avodazara, or the Avodazara of his friends. They are dog, they shaking it. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Find it in my dog, my people. What is it? What is it? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Even when he if you want to say then Hayu Shalom Shafari, where it said, just like before, that an apple has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodazara, and the Avodazara of his friend. And what love of the Ovekoham, who my shit with Elah of the Ovekoham. Right? Ultimately, again, of the means actual act. Who my shit with the what is the non-worshiper? Gertoshim. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Gertoshim Shmaligal, Gertoshim Nanigal. What is it there? But a Gertoshim has the ability to be without ultimately theologically decommission Avodazara. Incredible, which the Gemara says, no, the only rather, if I will be the only person who can decommission the results of actual idol worship. I would cover it. I will show up a shelf. We said that, and then the prices were done. So we already said that people buy the decommission. Is that what he's on? I'm just going to the Gemara says relations to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zeb, the Zeb of art, the Zeb, the Zeb of darkness. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship alcohol, or both worship darkness, obviously, again, apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeb of art, the Zeb of darkness. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Let's see if one apple worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? happen to worship in idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, so let me feel about this before. Number one, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it differently. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, basically again, no lie about a gear kosher. Right? So if it's a gear kosher, we still like to tell Hashem, any gear kosher, which is awesome. A Gentile who treated the idolatry, can he without loving? Now it's called it. Because basically, it's Hashem, basically gear kosher, what's a gear kosher? Kosher kiva, source is now getting more definition. What is the definition of a gear kosher? זה קושי כאילו בקטנים, כאילו תקבילה, שלמענו החודש כאילו Meir says, is any animal who is accepted of himself from the sea habit, and it was a cover to the story like for other things. So in this context, the conscious of just means it feels like taste. Any time apple comes in front of a taste, after we and he repeats idolatry, that's a gear kosher. That's a gear kosher. Good. That's what I mean. From say, kosher kiva alon sheva mitzvot. So kosher kiva alon sheva mitzvot shekora. From say, and the gear kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the seven no requirement. He's going to perform don't seem to require taste. That's a gear kosher. Sheva mitzvot shekora. It makes it a gear kosher. Even only. It will go far with not true. Canaan say, actually, if I need you of these definitions, satisfy the mission of your function. What is a good function? What is a good function? Zeh, Yerko from the Velos, Shekibur, Amam, the Kanye, Komitos, Amulas, Patora, Chutz, make a certain Velos. So it's very interesting. What is the definition of a good function? A good function is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, in the list, when he has accepted for himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's pretty shocking definition. It looks like really enough focus on the definition of your kosher. Rabbi Meir, he accepted for himself in front of the base of kosher idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted for himself Shem's Torah. Chayrim, he has accepted for himself all of the mitzvahs except for one of the mitzvahs. He's not in our kosher. Incredible. The bicycle telling יחד את עצמו, יין, ואימת נפתיע ואפילו בגר שהוא ליצור, אז היה לא חליץ, the concept of knowledge that you get from shop, right? Leave it between for a little bit of time, she's a you can leave with you wine for a short amount of time, but you can't be passive with you wine for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says right now, Rashi says over there, he saw Mariach, but I saw actually even with a color, but not the woman asset. We're not going to come us in our base of Rashi. Even the Ino and Love, the Ino and Ino, it's not a war like a relationship. So ultimately, it wasn't going to be for short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned with getting these swap out, choose wine, or is okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of these evidence are Jews. About so it's a lot of us in the comes up. You can leave with one for a short amount of time, not for a long time. Again, not for guidance, or not for guidance. This is what you created idolatry. But we are concerned that we will pray for a longer amount of time today, since she's going to so for a short amount of time, it's winter, or longer amount of time, it's Shmano, Kieva. So he says, and this moment is like this one. What is that? Shmano, Kieva, and I thought, Shemet, we got on the guy, it's not what we want to do. Oil can be to that. So, hello, Yengo, Kishmano. It just we do not find the reason for this. A lot of my son, that ultimately again is wine. His wine is like his oil, just like his hair. And just like his oil is it so to ultimately again is yours. Baš šmano idejas, kad vėliau motyvato, šmano kodų šušlašas aktyviau. Aber stirbt. So was he like this, oil is like this. There is one like this oil. The same is to get enough from this oil to get enough from this water. You can't drink the wine. So ultimately you can get enough from this. The sharp cold drummer ultimately and for every other thing, everything. He is like he's like an apple. There's should have ordered Diego relay motor relay voltage. Shimon says this one is like the SF, and others say ultimately again this motor ultimately again for consumption efficient. So it's actually positive work, they pick up the session. Actually let's finish. Let's finish this. Tell me else, what do you see there? Tell me else. The sharp part of it, we've seen it for years and things like here comes up is like an apple regarding every other matter. The light is ultimately again what you want to get emotions. That's what it says. First thing it says love in the back of the let's go fucking can't let's go fucking. So it doesn't happen. You're supposed to bring it out of the space to make your emotion upset. Got started as we're trying to figure out does he get emotion happy or to gate and gouge. And to eventually decommission and gouge. So now we just got finished saying, but in this respect, your Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that so too can a your Tosha? So can a your Tosha? Which the Gemara says, no, it's not low. Meeting the shoes for the law, which was no, it's actually not just actually no shots. What is the no shots? What's the last? It's big sandal. So, Lord, the Shabbat Shabbat is the most of it's just irrefutable. If you have multiple homes that open up into this point, you cannot carry from a home to that point. So, maybe it's important to have it. Like, theater essentially means we collect food all over the evidence of whatever. They join together, and that joint food mixes to remain one whole. Whether I hear it, significant question, the cluster is a whole thing is if you have a issue, you do not join into the cluster. He can feel his rights. Let's say if Shabbos started, I forgot to participate in the moving for that participated. He can feel his rights to the if there is a non-Jewish resident that Allah is, you have to listen. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. As far as the Gemara says, we saw this the Shara Shabbos and the Shop, the Napa issues. Ultimately, again, the idea is unfortunately, again, is in Israel to states. So as long as externally, he's not right? As long as externally, right, it's nobody can keep shots. Privately, at least publicly keep shots. In what's called the not-delicious. Only with even participating in it, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the capacity. Okay? Sheep is Shara Shabbos and Shop. In the not-delicious, and again, he publicly wanted his shots. And essentially, that's what it is. He's like an athlete, I don't know. Rather, you have to grant these very short room, we spell those signatures from the initials, right? We spell ultimately again as the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, with the public actions by ultimately you have to rent. So therefore, again, the first thing that we say, so that's just all essential case of over the law, of course, how it does, how it does yield things, and yield is right over substance. So over the law, we should see clear. I hereby give over my rights, right? My rights to the substance, or you should see what you tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Put up ultimately it works for you. You look, they talk this person, and then you look forward to this person. So just in general, like in zeros, you need a professional arbitration units. In general, if you're a resident, you want to participate. Even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights. So being a doctor, just simply negate his ownership rights. And the Chatzar allows everyone else to go out of the Chatzar. Even if he's an Israel woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again, he can yield or he can go ahead and put it by people, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Israel woman who is publicly a woman, extremely difficult. Also, the one says, therefore, when we said before that their coach ultimately again is treated like all other things, with a dear portion. You have chosen the Chatzar want to make it of zeros, they must implement the space, they must implement the rights ultimately again of the dear portion. Now, whether or not the dear portion for actually well, the data of Zara, the Mirza will say, we've seen tomorrow's daf. Shkar everyone, daf, and experience such a sustained point of view, we should do it. I think our sponsors for this much year to think. Our annual 2012 sponsors. It's in short regards to dedicated public treatment thresholds this year. This is for the slowest levels this and the first sponsors for the month of April and the even when based on the honor of their parents, it's fundraising, and ROTHSCHILD family of the stamp. Are we converting sponsors that they actually both national yards like the sponsors simultaneously show then the purchase the Nathan and father Ben Andrew father brother Mordecai Ben will be sponsors for today. Jerry Applebaum, memory of his mother Rose and Applebaum Rachel Las families in the city of Fusion and they will come for the was with that was today's is such metal 64. It's really incredible now because today we are days 63B. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines of so we're not going to move up as we are up. So again, we're not going to move up as we are up. Yes, sir. We are having the back. Here, but I mean, sitting with them. Yes, they have a advice. Yes, how we Suffer what is the halacha if a hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin? That's a reference from what is when they pay $50 an hour, you will be able to smash these barrels of yayin. What is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages of his work? Let's remember again, in yesterday's that we looked at the concept of funds generated from what may or may not be activity or dealing with items that themselves may be also happiness. Here, the author is asking me to do something with the IMS, and he's asking me to destroy the IMS. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Me, I'm going to keep those making more awesome. So it's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS. I want the existence of the IMS. The barrels was a great on their own. I lose the opportunity to break these ideas that are awesome. So interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IMS because I want it. Therefore, it will get its the verses, but it will actually support. We have been a Kiva, Chwila zachowaną zaś i słońce nocy wykiwał się poniosej. Jew actually wants the existence of his parents. She understands what my shall name there. I don't know her moving, but someone who really actually shadows the moon because of us. So we see that since the Jew actually wants, right? The Jew actually wants the young vessel to remain in existence. I don't want it to remain in existence. So therefore, maybe that's specifically closest from the items, right? Therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is an instruction, I guess an instruction level itself. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want God's in existence, but again, ultimately, it's the strategy Zora is the proceeds. Ultimately, again, she's a fascinating show. I don't know. So it says, Yishpar I'm not, no, take the job, choose take the job, get the money, and go, Rabbi, you should be blessed. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see that. She did a 8 let's say, so wheat and such wheat and let's say for example wheat and with grapes and stuff so if the only profits plant the only side which you can't go ahead and assist unfortunately it's like they can't do that type of stuff hopefully you won't feel what can I do? I keep up roots, right? I keep up roots. Then I am allowed to dash about open, lash the phone, but I find out the roads and the commercially actually I didn't check. Let's say it's 2 players, maybe it's silver. To me, they're very exciting. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of Kilai. And then I'm glad to know so if you get this says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from the forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in destruction. Even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it and get paid for it. So the verse says, second one so you are on money, who's a big not only is there a prohibition to our friends, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth activity, but you can't do anything that's sustained. For example, I'll show you an example over here. And let's say it's like put up a fence. The Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because actually putting up a fence by definition is part of the sustaining of putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be awesome. It's not very nice. I'm not Asian. The fact that it's harmless with the Asian I look at the give out respect against the because they're actively directly participating the planning of the Akiva says not the kind and the Akiva says even if anything is sustained, for example, put up the fence around its life, that's going to be problematic as well. Right already. Here's what the Akiva says. Son covered Israel. Plus it says, do not plant wine in the field. In the Amazonia, I'm going to publish my planting. The Kayim, how do I know that I'm allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like even like putting up the fence. I'm a little more low killing. I still say so. It's interesting where I'm making some a little about play on words. A little bit of words. So again, the word is actually kind of slicing it. I was like, low killing. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of the problem, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains and that's what it's Ilu, the Mar says the Ilu, the Ilu take Tesla Shard. And ultimately, interestingly enough, even if I say Kiva, I need where to be Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is saying it sustains the What about if somebody's willing to pay me to upload a YouTube video? So the question is, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't give that rather humble. Here's the thing. Is this Rabbanon? It's the Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to viewing the Amisha. That is not true. According to Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to flip facts. Because Rabbanon, everybody at Kiva, Rabbanon for everything you can with time granted, or actively do something that facilitates the good. Some type of like putting up offense, they hold is multiple. So putting up offenses with her, you can get paid for that, but certainly again, you can get paid for uprooting something that's not going to be. Which the Gemara says, Hacham and Stima is very interesting. That's what it's here. The Ka'avi to see. Interesting. When ultimately, again, I am uprooting the campaign for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the question. Ultimately, Rabbi Huda is of the opinion that Allah provides and you are not allowed to do a favor for him. Like he actually has in the beginning of this, our Rosafani, all the focus of Rosafani, right? It's the covenant and give them a skin of the Huda says, but you honestly can't do free. You can't do something for Allah. If the free favor of destruction of Allah, you still can't do it. Which the message is that Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, the fact that you're saying it's like Yehuda, something that according to Rabbi Akiva will not be permitted. Yehuda also meeting on Masina, about the meeting Tifla Shakir. The Gemara says, no, according to Yehuda, Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. They can't do a favor, so as to give a favor. They can't do a favor for them. But to do something to do that with Zara, that's absolutely that's a very chapter. I am Rabbi Akiva Nami. Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm kind to line with yeah. You take this law, shut it. And you say something from Rabbi Akiva. Even Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the condition of Kelan. They're not only Kelan, not only Kelan, it's the actual function itself. It's people who put up a fence to sustain it. Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kelan to get rid of his serf, to get rid of property. Is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from you. Which the Gemara says, we soon know there is nothing else to go on than this. This phrase is so amazing. This is like the Talmud equivalent of like a name. Sulomi. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So it's very interesting. And therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How do you start this whole stuff is that he speaks about? And how can he wants to break his barrels of GUINNESS? He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his wood, pay me $50 a barrel. Great, I can do not. So remember, on one hand, it says no, because therefore that means we want to continue the existence of the GUINNESS. I'm benefiting from myself. I'm just trying to get it. But nothing said, do it and cover alone. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the GUINNESS, because I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the command to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do the activities to get people there to keep the proceeds of the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. It says you get paid and Tavo Allah. I will say it really is such an interesting idea. Kind of like part of Western society. Live and let live. And that is important as members of society, just the general culture of living integrated society. We should take a pledge to people. Yes, not that much of the world. Nor is it a place to stand in justice of everyone else's lifestyle choices or everyone else lives and lives. That's to assume that has to be our approach in the society. And another thing, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root in the world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. And some people say this water between good and evil, ultimately again become incredibly good. And that's why the Matthew uses this question of, yes, destroy the Dionysic, but tunnel around the others. Ridding the world of evil is a bracha. And it's rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what you think about. It's such an incredible thing. As you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel, is doing to new habits. And something you think like the word we just learned across, right? Just hard. Just be doing the world's dirty work. Yeah, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a middle of good, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishvar, the Tavalah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, ultimately the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is good. But ultimately when you get to the side of the process, that's what destroys. The Gemara goes like, but Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same kind of thing. And they ask another question, was Hadu Yasvi, the Kami Baizer, the May Apple is called the other Kami Mountain. So let's say, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his idol and he has now sold it for $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Akum himself? Mito says Damer Diabolic. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry? Or not? Some who are not. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're not. You start with the nail, this comes out, this will come in the top. So nothing says, I think it's multi. I think it's multi. That means the Akum sells his idol and he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity. But rather, that money is just mundane. This is rich. So here's our reference. The Tehano with the Asma made the Arab. There was these people who came up with Arab. Honorable, Zibu, Hamad, the Islamu, the suicide. This is fascinating. So reference like this. There were these people who came up with Arab. And what happened? And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry. And then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here? Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. If you have the Suez Skyri, all of these Skyri, the Akashin Skyri, also do what I can order so I'm sure that. Because remember, if you convert and still only idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be negated. Right? It's never had its identity negated. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from it that Allah when someone sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, you shouldn't have said that. Let's go home. You gotta come in time. Let's get the proceeds of the sale of idolatry on the hands of the is permitted. I have to go and shine for some even though that's the way. God, I want that. Maybe that case is different. Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the conversion. So an Akum giving the value of this result. So maybe that's why the proceeds are good. Tell me the help. The Gemara says, here's the proof. The social emotion of the Right? I lent Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item. Right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yainess in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He sold his Yain, etc. And then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. It's really interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Hunting me at Shehem for almost with Yainess at Lavilafa. Let's say the Akum same case, or the Akum $1,000. Since they want to pay you, to me, you're going here, I'm still just selling that item. I owe the back of the places. I'm going to somebody I mess up and the back of the houses. In that case, it's us. See, again, it's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his guy. I said, I do what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, move to. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my GUINNESS. Bring it comes up the proceeds are contributed to me. I correctly my generation measures. So what's the distinction? I understand what's the distinction in these two cases. Mashishas, see from the Shum the Abimelech, he wrote something. So this is very serious. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous city. Mashishas is a little bit. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the continued existence of the wine, like because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Shesh's posits the proceeds of the hustle. Listen a second. If he wrote the Kiyum Kia Gavin, so just before, but that's what the one is say. When you want the continued existence, and I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the Ashram sells it for a lot of money. I want the continued existence of the GUINNESS because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? But here, these words, here, Shiar Shua, the this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both Akron brothers. One converted and one is flooded. So brother Ger, brother Akron. So what happens? Their father died. Father Akron, father died. Their father. So they want to speak to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say primitive items. So Ger, so brother Ger is saying to brother Akron, he said, brother Akron, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the stuff, and I take the money and you can do that. The Mishabot, and that's good. However, the Mishabot is just like your us. Obviously, all of this presupposes that the Ger is not yet actually taking possession of the GUINNESS or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But there is recourse. No more deceivers. You can get once you know sorrow. It's much more complicated. Once a Jew owns it, you're really very good. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem providing up the estate. However, if brother Ger is in possession, then it's possible. So we'll say, so ultimately, what do you see for? In this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the GUINNESS. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made out of wood or stone, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Firstly, myself, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of GUINNESS? The Pharis Hadron. So this is very interesting. Adrianic. So apparently, each actually points out that here, Adrianic works in there. It's very absorbent. Therefore, you put wine in there, it's very absorbent to a degree that you can take a shard of that water, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, if brother Ger doesn't care if it passes very prejudice, doesn't either way, the value is still retained. Even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that they break, right? But he does care whether or not he can still lost, he still wants their continued existence. And the Yushas Ager Kamat don't bring a riot from this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing a proof in the case of the inheritance of Ger. No, Shani Yushas Ager, Takilu Barak. Rabbis will make it by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, Normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were able by the Yerusha. And as long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Idols, if you take this, you take whatever this stuff, even though yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make a ger? We are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. That's not a matter of the ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? Someone like ROTHSCHILD. Chazal said that in certain cases, theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? The victim should accept that was stolen by in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's treatment. Right? If the thief has to return everything, you have to return that treatment. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just things are like you can't have everything. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and they're afraid that if he has to choose between halacha and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if for example, in that situation, if they're going to make a hair, and you're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have a state that is comprised of committed items, therefore allow him to keep committed items, give his brother all of the credit. What's that in the place? Tiny of Rafi advice that supports this. Imagine when it is so, Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha, about Mishpat for us. In the case, let's say, a business partnership will be us. Since even here, that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context as well, because you don't put the person in this in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. How do you get some kind of balance? Remember again, all of this is the same group that we're sitting together. Another question that came up. Ger Tosha now Shiribaka Awansa. She was saying this is a very interesting case. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead? No, I said just before you go on, just I think that Chazal will make it like just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a owner shall wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very steep view of it, a very steep view of halacha. That the struggle is waiting for us to mess up, see mess up. It's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can levy some type of punishment that's the case. That's a beautiful way to the truth. The emotion wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. More than the laws, more than the rules, more than the scriptures, more than the punishments are only there to put us in a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Ishmael understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished in the relaxing of standards, Chazal do it. No greater advocate in this world. That's in this world than in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly thinking about successes. Another question. How do you, especially about those issues? This is very interesting. Can a Ger Kosher go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an athlete has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological sanctity. So Ger Kosher, let's know what is a Ger Kosher? What is the example? What's the definition of Ger Kosher? Rashi points out here in the top of the daf, Ger Kosher, Eino Ovid Vodos. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an athlete in everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in a He believes in God. He does worship idolatry. In another respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. Or we say like this: anyone who's what we call a baronet, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission the whole. And this guy is. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the power to go ahead and negate it. You must only do that. So I'm going to say nothing is this stab out the power of the battle work on. And nothing says no, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Gertosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Mas nesse caso, so went ahead and found idolatry in marketplace. If it doesn't enter the marketplace, what's that called? Actual apostle. So let's say remember it. So let's say, but listen to this case. I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's probably not a bit. And once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actual apostle. So before I pick it up, over the oven or problem on the back, I can call over an apple. Remember, you also have to call over an apple and see the apple. And you negate this idolatry, decommission it. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this item. It's permitted. However, again, we should also go. Ain't no longer the oven between the back. But again, we'll take it out. Take possession of it. At that point, this cannot be decommissioned. Yeshua, Ovid Kochaven, Medato, and Odos Kochaven Shelo, Ishachadeh. Ovid Kochaven Yaakov, to decommission his own Avodazara, or the Avodazara of his friend, Bein of God, Bein She'elos, whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And then finally, it's new thing. Might of God, might of God. What does it mean? What does it mean that decommission Avodazara? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that over talking about the Akum, then Hayu Shalom Shafari, we already said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodazara and the Avodazara of his friend. And a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, who might ship in a lot of the Ovid Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural act. Who might ship in what does it mean? Non-worshipper, oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual act and the Gertosha? Shnanirav, Gertosha, Nanirav. And when you see the mirrors, that the Gertosha has the ability to be Merato, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodazara. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only in the apartment will be the only actual. Now, the Kukai will be the only person who decommission Avodazara is an actual idol worshiper himself. I get the comrades. I knew Shalom B'Shatzah. And he said, I already said that. And the price is redundant. He already said this. He could go ahead and decommission his Avodazara and his friend's Avodazara. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zet, 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 Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two apples, right? And both worship Papa, or both worship Marcus. So obviously, again, apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zet, Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's see if one who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? And after you worship an idolatry, even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So listen, so really clear about this new part. Number 1, an apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number 2, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number 3 is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. What the Gemara says. But again, no lie about a gear kosher, right? So into a gear kosher, we still have to go to any gear kosher, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without love? So that is still the most. Yes, this is a kosher, is a gear kosher, what's a gear kosher? Kosher kiva, so now we're getting to your definition. What is the definition of a gear kosher? So that kosher kiva love with me, give up the feeling, shall allow for us from the land. Meir says, it's any akum who is accepted upon himself in front of three habit. What's that? Cover in the story for cover one of these. Somebody is careful. If somebody is careful about to. So in this context, the conscious it just means that things will be based. Anytime akum comes in front of the base of somebody from the chavir, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a gear kosher. That's a gear kosher. Good. That's what I mean. From say, kosher kiva Allah sheva mitzvos. Kosher kiva Allah sheva mitzvos shekibah. From say, and a gear kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noahide. So he's going to come those things are by base. That's a gear kosher. Sheva mitzvos shekibah. It makes it a gear kosher. Even only they will go all the cloud gear kosher. Not true. Hayden say natural aesthetic. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of gear kosher. What is a gear kosher? And the piece of gear kosher, Zed der from the velos, Shekiba along the timing, Kol mitzvahs, Amulas, Patora, Chutz, Me'isser Negeros. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the gear kosher? The gear kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the velos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs in the Torah. It's a pretty shocking definition. It's like really in the Torah is that the definition of gear kosher. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the ways of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem's Noah. Chayrim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvahs except the laws of kosher. He's not in that kosher. Incredible. The Rashi goes on. Yachad in Etzler, Yain, not keep it as they were. God, if you the air should really so. Because I love this. That's why you can get kosher. Right? You can leave it with him for a little bit of time. You can leave with him blind for a short amount of time, but you can't pass it with him blind for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says, we saw Maniach, the Hanusa, and Shemilek, so Mashkikim, the Akiva, the Lokala, will not have one vessel. We will not go with Hamas and Allah Besa Wakish. And the Hero, the Ino, and Rabbi, Ino, Maniko, Niba, Allah. We say, it's not a more like a fish. So ultimately, again, we put the present one with him for showing him. Not for a longer amount of time, because we're concerned that they may swap out the Jews' wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So it's a salad for us in the gear kosher. You could leave with him for a short amount, but not for a long time. Not to Yainess or not to Yainess, because it's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his right to the Jewish mind. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, a longer amount of time, possible. Shmano Kiyena. So the says, and his oil is like his will. What is that? Shmano is what I thought. Shemen, Mika, Avi, Yayin. It's not what we know is oil. Oil can't be it's not Allah. Yengo Kishmano. Interesting, you have to remove it like this. Allah, when I saw that ultimately again is wine. His wine is like his oil, just like it's very interesting. But just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at that just a moment. Rashi Shmona Hu Hadigas and Nino Mutanah Shmona Kodo Shot Rashi not local. About the Shkias. But what does it mean that his oil is like the season? It is like his oil. It's the same that you get enough from his oil. You get enough for his wine. You can't drink the wine that you get enough, but ultimately you can get enough. So the sharp old dumber, ultimately, and for every other thing, related to everything, he is like a Omer, Yedo, Yanis. Va'amilei mutter, va'amilei mutter b'shul. Shimon says this wine is like the Pesach, and obviously ultimately again mutter, ultimately again for consumption for sure. So this will actually cause over here. We'll pick up the next session. Actually, let's finish. Tiny house. Let's finish this again. Tiny house. What do you see from here? Tiny house. We shout part of the public. We see from here that it happens like to again finish up as like it happened regarding every other matter. No mind this. Ultimately, again, what does it mean when you say that the function is like that's one of them. Which is what it says. Love from the back of our best by Friday. Can't have our best by Friday. So it doesn't count because what's really good. That's how we try to figure out does he get kosher at the point to get idolatry? If you eventually do permission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, if your kosher is unique. But in every other matter, if you like it's not. Doesn't that mean that just as it happened, can theologically decommission and negate that other stuff? So too can it get kosher. So too can it get kosher. So which the Gemara says, no, retain the shus from the Vato. Samuel. So more, the Shemer Shabbat is irresponsible. If you have multiple homes, right? Erev essentially means we collect foods from all the inhabitants of Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. It's literally parts of the homes of Chatzar, plus into what it is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he could yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started, he forgot to participate in the moving, forgot to participate in the age. He could yield his rights to the other members of it. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. Watch this. You know what it says? We saw a woman, the Shara Shabbos of the Shot, and the Rafa of ultimately, right? You have the Yisrael, unfortunately, again, the Yisrael, that's an apostate. So as long as externally he's not apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, publicly keep Shabbos, privately keep Shabbos, but at least in publicly keep Shabbos, and what's the halacha? The Rafa of all he needs to do, if he didn't participate in the Eid, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else and the person. Sheemish Shabbos of Shot, in the Rafa of but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, and essentially like if he's like an athlete, then it's not enough for him to really keep the rights of the rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, most things shows from the shows, right? Yisrael ultimately again have the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. With the other actions, by ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again, the word saying that when you say, so it wasn't just lost in Ketzad, overall, of course, how does the Yid, for example, yield his rights over his rights to concern? Overall, you should see three of them. I hereby give over my rights, right? I should give my rights to the husband, or you should see when you tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, as one single purpose is the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jewish people. They took this so just in general, about zeros, again, you read the conversation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he yield his rights, or be the or just simply negate his ownership rights, and the person that everyone else to rely on. Even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately, again, he can yield, or he can go ahead and go be by Apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a also, therefore, when we said before that Ger Kosher ultimately again is treated like a apple, all other things that was Chatzar, with a Ger Kosher, and you are choosing Chatzar once when you do it zeros, they must rent space, must rent the rights ultimately again of the be a fellowship as well. Now, whether or not it be a fellowship will actually go ahead and do that in Sana, and as the show will say, you'll see it tomorrow's daf. Shkach, everyone, shkach daf. Love you all. It's very such a sincere all of you. Wishing everyone. As I agree to this Starfish and TV will tell you all of you this morning begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer to thank. Our annual 2020 sponsors. Also, Shaka Versus are dedicating all the German commercials this year. This is Swiss food sales Thomas Israel. I'm fellow sponsors for the month of Apple Avenue and Clovis Stephen Reddy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig and Rabbi. Are we the third sponsors? Dr. Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard Site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch's and Rabbi, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Apple, Father Baruch Mordecai, Ben and Ramos. One of the sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalyn Applebaum, Rachel Bas, the family is able to almost be able to finish out the home for the which represents the Shabbat, all of the Shalom of the Haros, and our soldiers to be successful in the fall of the city. Unless we have to us today's dot is $7.64. Really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from 7th day on the days 63B, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up from the bottom. So we're not going to move up So again, we're not going to move up just if we have our army the bike. If we have our army, we're sitting with him. Yosef, the Kabbalah provide, and he asked the following question. This is a fascinating question. Safra Vishma Yayin. What is the halacha if an athlete hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin? Let's say the athlete comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from this process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we looked at the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be committed activity. We're dealing with items that themselves may be certain items. Here, the Apple is asking me to do something with the INS, but it's asking me to destroy the INS. It's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, what's the halacha? Me and Miriam came with those big people. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why do I want the existence of it? The barrels to break my own. I would lose the opportunity to break my INS. Interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the person's property actually just important. We are bringing Kiva, we don't have to know how to Rashi. The Israel said, what's the big human shall saying? Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishkabu, Shalom Ram. I don't let her moving doesn't want them to break up. Actually, Shalom Ram, he does from us. So then we say that since the Jew actually wants, but it's interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break up. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from the Yayin Nesach. Therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, This is the destruction of the yes, the destruction of the Mitzvah. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, it wasn't also in existence, but again, ultimately, to describe the Mitzvah is a good thing, and that the proceeds ultimately, again, should be fascinating. So Nachman says, Ishtar and Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell Rabbi you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to the root out of Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see how this is really proof to this. So let's say again, in Akut kind of plants that are glands for good use. So wheat, we had such a just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the right example. For good use. So if your original farm is a plant, you Jew can't go ahead and assist in the agricultural things like home. You need to assist in the you can't do that. How about some of it? 64. Hoping you might be able to get it. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. Then I am allowed to do it actually. להשליך על יהודים ואף אגב לא צדיקים ושלא יעקו מידי הצ'ק. Let's say I'm hired someone in this silver. To me, they are planting to like that. Again, but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want to be consistent because if the client's not up his on their own, I do have a muscle. So Gemara says. So here from here, this is discipline. And nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially fund people and pay us when that benefit ultimately again results in destruction. Even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item, because you want to be the one who destroys this, you get paid for it, so you can destroy it. So there's a Savua, second one for the taxes before you. Savua on money, who's a big piece of it, who's a dollar, and a tiny decline of rate, so they keep a hold of it in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant killing, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of killing, but you can't do anything that sustains it. For example, actually goes out over here, but let's say someone's planting to lie, right? I'm going to lie in the house. So you put up a fence around the killing. Rabbi Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of killing. Putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be awesome. Decide where we go. Nachish means eating. The fact that means coming with sleep. So Nachish means having to look at and give up respect because it is to as well. Because there you're actively directly to something in the black part. The Kiva says after the kind. The Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the kind. For example, put up the fence around the lying, that's really problematic as well. So there's a right hand that here's what you well, such favoritism as it says, do not plant Kilai in the field. In the answer, everybody published a planting. The Kayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? I keep my putting up the fence. I'm a Lomar, low Kilai. And so what's it say? It's interesting over here. You guys make it a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of words. So again, the words actually kind of slicing it. It's like low Kilai. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of plant, even if it's not directly involved in the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it. That's going to be so called. Ilu, the Mar says, Ilu, the Ilu take Tefla Shari. And ultimately, interestingly enough, even Rabbi Akiva, the prohibition ultimately can say that sustains the plant. What about if somebody's going to pay me to help me move the plant? So it sounds like that is going to be really interesting. When it says not necessarily grow, it doesn't mean that you know rather humble. It exists. Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to the giving Anisha. But it's not true. Right? Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon will put events. Whatever you keep up, Rabbanon, then you can plant it or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supply work. putting up a fence they hold is multi. So if putting up a fence is multi, you can get paid for that, but certainly your opinion you get paid for uprooting some sort of natural. To which the Gemara says, after asking that it's very interesting question, so we are the Ka'avit B'china. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, they have uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asking you to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the context. So really, the Amar, Liking Bahem Nasina Hasa. Ultimately, that is of the opinion that Allah from myself, you are not allowed to do favor for us. But he actually had some here in the book. So I look secondly. So all that focus on those secondly. That's compliment them. Don't give them a single. It says don't give them a single camp for free. You can't do something for nothing for free. If the free favor is instruction of the Holy Spirit, you still can't do it. So which the rest of the Nishma Rabbi Akiva. Now, which I think you're saying it's not Buddha, it says if they're going to be a kid. So maybe really, Buddha also became a Masina. About the Tifla Shakri. Versus the Buddha. That Buddha says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to give a favor. You can't do a favor for them. But to do something to Abuda Bozama, that's absolutely different. That's an objective benefit. I agree as you want to keep it now. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, I'm kind of lying book, yeah? Take Tifla Shakri. Say something like Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the provision of Quran. They're not only looking at planting, not only looking at the actual planting itself, which people would put up a fence to sustain it. People would agree to uproot Quran to get rid of Isser, to get rid of ability, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from them. To which the Gemara says, the soon low, there is nothing on the soon to go like that. It's great. It's this phrase of Sula Bibi. This is like the intermediate equivalent of languages. The single me. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also it's very interesting. But therefore what this means is let's go for certain. How do you start? This whole start behind the piece of an apple wants to destroy, wants to break his balance of GUINNESS. He asks you, he wants that iron in June to go and break it through, maybe $50 an hour. Right? So I have to do that. So remember, on one hand, it's no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the GUINNESS. That is what I'm saying. I'm just trying to observe. But that being said, do it and cover along. If it involves the destruction of a sorrow, that prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the GUINNESS, so I get it. I want to break it on I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and get paid for them to keep the proceeds. Because the destruction of the destruction of the sorrow, destruction of the ocean, ultimately is a good thing. So I'm not going to say you get paid and cover Allah. I will say there is really such a interesting idea. And part of us is society. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in a greater society, we should both take the approach of living. Yes, not that religion, it's the way nor is it a good place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or beliefs. Live and that's to a certain extent has to be our approach to society. And on the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root. That's the wrong word. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When something that is evil, it has to be slashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads. And unfortunately, becomes before us. Sometimes then those parties ultimately are going to become incredibly burdened. That's why the Rabbi uses this caution of yes, destroy the GUINNESS, because bringing the world of evil is a lot. And it's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this in the Bible. Think about such an incredible thing. If you think about what the explanation is sort of distinct. And some people think that like we're just ignoring course, like just doing the words to yeah, it's right. So for the wolf can't see this because but because us sometimes it was like growing up with, and sometimes so you have like you have to wrap it around this special display lit. The process is difficult. The process is good. The process is long. But ultimately, when it gets to the side of the process, that's where it's from. The Lord goes out. But hundreds of speaks against the same feminist. And they have to discussion was hundreds of speak. Everybody like the may have those come out of the so what's the next very what happens if an actor sells his item? So Apple sells his item and he has $1,000. Does that money behind the auction take on the same identity as that of the seller itself? Probably. Each of us has done that the other big thing. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to see it's very interesting. So I'm going to hear nothing. It's going to stop right now, just come down and come and talk. So that says, I think it's going to that is about themselves as I has that money does not retain idolatrous activity. But rather that money is just one thing. This is the surface of what need to have. These people came up with they wanted to be friends. Rabbi told them, guys, before you do very good, you need to sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you can be friends. Now listen, I watched this stuff over here. Rashi says, look at Rashi. Look at the Suez guy. All of these guys are the African guys are also going to go for this whole African effect. Because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry. And it's idolatry of the Jew. Idolatry of the number one can never be gay. Right? It never have its identity. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. So you have the money, they can convert to the money is committed. What do you see from there? Obviously, it's easy to get a lot of light selling after he sells his idol, that cash is committed. So you know, it's my title. You should look at something that have let's go up and down with the proceeds and sell on that tree. Chairs of the committed. And you know, shine to see the people that they got that money. Maybe that can see. Since the process obviously they're negating theological significance of the idol. So after you believe that one is so maybe that's why the process. I don't know. Everyone says here's the songs that I show up with one for a robust on the day. I went up $1,000. So what happened? So I'm going to went and sold this. Like, brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or, now you necessarily say, okay, so I went ahead and I went $1,000. He sold this guy in itself, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's the law? But ultimately, again, it's Gemara says, now, however, watch this. I'm thinking actually, what was going on? GUINNESS and awesome. Let's say the same case, it's still meio que do bem, yeah, estou pensando aí olhar para os outros, quando eu estou na GUINNESS, olhar para os that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his GUINNESS, and I enjoy it. He brings me the proceeds, he's back to debt. Case number two, he's $11,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my GUINNESS. He comes back proceeds of prohibited. In fact, give my explanation mentions. So what's the distinction? That's the one he wrote it. So this is very interesting. So now this is the circle back a little bit for the previous scene. Now here's the difference. The second piece, where the apple says right here, while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue existence of the wine. Continue existence of the wine. Because I want to pay. So because I want it, therefore Shesha because it's the proceeds of the hustle. Because what's happening? If you go to the key I got, as we just said before, that's what the others will say. When you want to continue existence, and I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, here, this is Vatinan, here, Shiar Shua, here, so this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and they're both Akum brothers. One converted and one studied. So brother Ger, brother Akum. So what happened? Their father died. Their Akum father died. They didn't inherit their father. So they want to stick to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say limited items. So Ger, Yochel, Roma, Lothal, Atam, Lothal, and Ta'anunos. So brother Ger can say to brother Akum, so, brother, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the idols stuff, you take the money and if you do that, then you should go, and that's committed. However, then you should go, it's just like us, obviously. All of this basically is that the air does not yet actively take possession of the INSF or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But without there is recourse in every way. So you get to the background, etc. It's much more powerful. Once a Jew beholds it, they're really very little. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So he says, ultimately, what do you see? However, now in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry, the INSF. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? Which is what's the case over here? This Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says you're not doing yourself, which means that you have to praise. It's still value. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. That's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain the case then of the INSF? The Pharaoh's Hadroni. So what's this very Adrianic person? So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic person, ultimately, it's very absorbent. Therefore, you put wine in it, because you are absorbed to a degree, that you can take a shard of that everywhere, put it in the water, and reconstitute that. In that case, also, the problem here doesn't care if it has great or not. It doesn't make a difference. Either way, the value is still there. To which the rest of the one second, even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it will break, right? But he does care whether or not he can still get lost, so he still wants to continue existence. Papa, the Yushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. So bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of Ger, no. Shani Yushas Hager, Dakilu Barabah. Rabbis were naked by Yerusha. In other words, normally, perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were naked by Yerusha. And as long as the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the INSF or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, that's whatever is not occupied. So yes, he wants to continue existence. So, right? Why would they make up by a Ger? That people are going to say that Shem and Yam. we are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. So that's not a knock on the Ger. That's a reality from the Shabbat as well. For example, right? Some of the it's outside that certain cases that doesn't always have to return that which is the victim should not accept that historical right in order to facilitate the fruits to create a good for everybody. Difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial advice. Right? Money is necessary. It is important. And as much as we say, well, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, you just things are like 15,000. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. And there's a choice between religions and they're afraid that yes, choose between Allah. And ultimately, again, his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if it's not people want to come in that situation, they're going to make a life there. And you're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have that state that's comprised of committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of it. Also, Kaya Rocky writes that supports this. Imagine when it is so, Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. Aber nicht stark Fokus. In the case, let's say, the business partnership will be us. So see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha, that they were not unlimited allowed to occur in the context as well. We don't want to put the persons in this doesn't prepare in this precarious situation. Incredible. Remember that. Other yes, remember again, all this is the same group of Rabbanim sitting together. Another question that comes up. Ger Kosher Ma'ashin Baka Ahaz. So let's say this is very interesting. Can a Ger Kosher go ahead? And let's say, just before you go on, it's like deep at Chazal and they go back. Just so you understand the tremendous difference. If you look at the structure is ready to make us succeed. That it almost showed wants us to succeed. Simply speaking, a very skewed view of this world, a very skewed view of life. That the struggle is based on themselves. It's already for us to mess up, so I can let me sample the punishment that we're being against. That's a good for the future. The devotion wants for success more than we want for success. The Sal wants our success more than we want for success. Important to have on this, we're looking at just all the scriptures, they are not the punishments. But we need here to put us on a path of success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Mishra understood what we really want to be successful. Sal understood what we really want to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, because of no greater complications for those that's in this world than in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly incredible question. How do you guys encounter that? Ger Kosher, not Sheva Balance. So it's a very interesting subject. Can a Ger Kosher go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember this. An apple has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status as theological significance. So a Ger Kosher, what is a Ger Kosher? You're going to see there's no focus about the definition of a Ger Kosher. Rashi points out here in the top of the daf, Ger Kosher, Eino Ovid Avodas Chacham. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in Hakadosh Baruch Hu. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a man. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Tomorrow says, on one hand, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or give a token of name, and maybe not. When we say like this, anyone who's what we call a barney, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and and this guy is in the parish. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parish of Nafim. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. You guys only go that Nafim. So because of Nafim, this tablet, the Baruch Hashem, the Baruch Well, Nafim says, only someone who worships it can negate it. The someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot. Therefore, the Gerto Shem doesn't have the ability to be unless they say that. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Found idolatry in the marketplace. What's that about? Actual apostle. So, what's he saying? Remembering it. So, let's say, watch, listen to this case. I'm walking in the church, walking in the marketplace. I see a little place of city there. If I lift it up, that's probably and what is required by a Jewish essentially can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual bustle, so if I pick it up, over the oven for having kumeva, I can pull over and remember what's effective. It's pull over and if you have an apple, then you get to negate this decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this book. It's permitted. However, again, you should pass on the ordo. Ain't no over the oven for kumeva. But again, take it out. Take possession of it, and that means you cannot be decommissioned. You should only go from the Naka of Oras go from Shalom to Shacharit. And what we go from Nakum, the decommission is in the Avodah or the Avodah of his friend. They of dog, they She'inor. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Or we find it as being free. Might of dog, might be oath. What does it mean? What does it mean that the decommission is inside? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. If you want to say that then Hayu Shalom Shafari, we already said that. We just said before that Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And a lot of the Obed Kohanim, who might shit in a lot of the Obed Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural act. Who might shit in the non-worshipper, Gertoshes. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both an actual Gertoshes, Shmanino, Gertosha, Nanino. Let me see from here that a Gertosha has the ability to do the Bakon, ultimately to theologically decommission Avodah. Incredible. Which the verse says, no. The only thing will cause you to be actual. Rather, Israel will be the only person who can decommission Avodah as an actual idol worship of himself. I have to commemorate Hainu Shalom Shafar. We said that he said that when Christ is become. He's already said that he God is decommission. His Avodah and his friend's Avodah. You know what it says? Relation is to this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zed, is Zed Rapar, is Zed Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two outcomes, right, and both worship Pa'ar, or both worship Marcus, obviously, again, outcome one can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and outcome two can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zed Rapar, Zed Marcus. Oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one who worships Marcus and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the novelty over here? And Apple can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So what's it? So we'll be clear up this before. Number one, an Apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an Apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. So you know it says, basically again, no lie about a Gertosha. Right? So when it comes to a Gertosha, we still like the Gertosha, any Gertosha, which is a Gentile, who repudiated idolatry, can he be the Bakla? So it's not a study. Because this is Gertosha, is a Gertosha, what's a Gertosha? Osha Kiva, so it's now getting more definition. What is the definition of a Gertosha? So Zed Osha Kiva, Meir says it's any apple who is accepted himself in front of three chavos. There was Chaver, so this is careful. Listen, that's just something that's careful about to. So in this context, the Rashi says it just means it's in front of a base. Anytime an apple comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a get kosher. That's a get kosher. But that's what I mean. From say, kosher kiba Allah sheva mitzvos. So kosher kiba Allah sheva mitzvos shekibah. Some say a get kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah tithes. Because when don't seem to apply the base, that's a get kosher. Shem mitzvos shekibah. It makes it all. Even only able to go about with the crowd get kosher. Not true. I hear them say actually neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of good kosher. What is a good kosher? And the easy good kosher. Zeh their ocean the delos should keep them along with only 12 mitzvahs and mulas b'torah chutz mi'isr neveros. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a good kosher? A good kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats not delos, and he has accepted it for himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's pretty shocking definition. It's like really not told you that the definition of a good kosher. That he's there, he accepted it for himself in front of the ways of kosher idolatry. From him, he accepted it for himself Shabbos and Chayrin, he has accepted it for himself all of the mitzvahs except for all of the kosher. He's not in that kosher. Incredible, incredible. So the Rashi goes on, Yachad Yiketz Yain, Ta'afidu Bi'er Shalu B'Yisrael. What's in Allah is you can constantly wine with the get kosher. Right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time. I should say you can leave within wine for a short amount of time. But you can't deposit within wine for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says that Rashi says over there, you saw my left the Hanusa and she knew that so much the Akivan the Allah will not go from an asset. He will not go from the asset of the Isa of Allah. غير بأنه أنا بتعقيد وليك ولباء الله. Who say it's not a muad like a watch. So ultimately, it doesn't wine with him for sure. Not for a longer amount of time because what is certainly needs swap out the juice wine for his own. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, you could lose it for a short time, but not for a long time. Again, we're not to the INS, or not to the INS, because it's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine for the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's mutter, for a longer amount of time, it's Shlono Kiyeni. It says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shlono Kiyeni, something like that. Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yain. It's not what we want. It's like Ella, Yeno, Kishlono. Interesting, you know, kind of what it means is like this. What I saw, that ultimately again is wine, his wine is like his oil. Just like it's very interesting. But just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is wine. Okay, that's just that's the Shmona B'Nihani and Yeno Mutanamra, Shmona Kodesh Hashem Lakiyo. How about the Shtia Asma? But what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, what is like his oil? It's the same that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine of the shop, but ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The sharp old dollar, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like an apple. So shouldn't over Yeno Yain next. Shimon says this wine is like the Pesach, or others say ultimately again, ultimately again for consumption, for sure. So we'll see about 2 calls over there. We'll pick up the next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this again. What do you see over there? We shout for everybody, we see from the other apple is like an apple to get to the shop is like an apple regarding every other matter. The light itself, ultimately, again, there is no one that said that the shop is like an apple. What does that mean? Jewish Talmud says, love in the back of the gospel hugging, can't the gospel hugging. So it doesn't matter. Because what's really good, part of this whole thing that you're pushing that stuff. That's why when you try to figure out, does it give a push up at your point to negate idolatry? To theologically decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, your touch is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an actor. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor can theologically decommission and negate that Holy Spirit, so too can it get touch up? So too can it get touch up? To which the Imam says, no, I'm not going to no. Meeting the Shus of the Shus. No, actually, he uses the actually go for Shabbos. He doesn't go for Shabbos because he loves his Samuel. The Shalom, the Shabbos Shabbos is the most evidence. He just put Erev Hatzos. If you have you cannot carry from a home into a community with the person who having food. Right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the evidence of Chatzim. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. And that Erev has. And if we pass from the home into the Chatzim, Chatzim to the and the halacha is if we have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzim, he can yield his rights. Let's say Shabbos started. I forgot to put this thing in moving right on the Erev. He can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzim. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So the Gemara says, Yisrael Momo, the Shara Shabbos of the Shul, the Mevato Lushus. Ultimately, again, the Yisrael Momo, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael who apostate. So as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like, right, and publicly keep Shabbos. Privately keep Shabbos. And at least in publicly keep Shabbos. And what's the halacha? The Mevato Lushus. Only with he didn't participate in the event, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the but again, if you publicly violate Shabbos, and essentially it is like an act where it's not enough for him to yield his rights to the constitutional president. Rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Yisrael, mostly in the Shus and the Shus, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. But the other actually Yisrael, ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again we are saying that when we say so it's just God's Ketzad, overall of course say how does yield his right to the other residents. So overall you should see clear and hereby give over my rights. My rights are held to you, or you should see the rebels, or my rights are negated to you. Or ultimately it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew to make that decision of the Jew. They took this message. Many people follow this. So just in general, about Erev Hatzilos, again, you need to be position of Jewish residents. In general, if you're a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can wield his rights. Or in the fact that just simply negate his ownership rights and the country others everywhere else to the lives of the even if he's in Israel woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately he can yield or he can go ahead and intervene. By an akum, you have to go ahead and acquire this rights. And Israel woman who is publicly a lower is treated like a when we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like an akum for all other things, whether it's in things, with a gear kosher. When you are choosing the chutzner one to do the potatoes, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the gear kosher. Now, whether or not the gear kosher is actually going to do for the Sarah, the message I will say, you'll see tomorrow's daf. She's got everyone, let us out, and the experience of the system, all of you, and she can do it. beginning was a great opportunity to be able to tell all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual fund for sponsors. First, we shop awareness of dedicated homes featuring Brussels. This year is exclusive for sales for this Friday as well. And for sponsors for the month of Abu for Stephen Randy Drazen in honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, Lou Rosenzweig, and Manuel Stanley Rosenzweig behind the Raha. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Fake Wolf, Commission of the Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, behind the Raha, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordecai Ben Radio Atlas. Will be sponsors for today. Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Rachel Sass, the families in the family. All of us need to finish that control. All ladies from the Squawkish, Shalom, and the Colors, and all of the soldiers be successful in all of us. Those with that, let us begin. Today's dot is $7.64. Really incredible dot ahead of us today. We are picking up from Sunday dinner on the days 63B. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up from the bottom. That's what I'm not going to do. So again, we're not going to do that's what we hear about Ali sitting with him. We must be also pick up on my right. We asked the following question. Listen to the fascinating question. Safra Bushbar Yainesa. What is the halacha if an actor hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayinis? Right, so if you're an actor comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayinis. Now, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive or to accept, to keep the wages from this man? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be asurabanas. Here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayanesa, or he's asking me to destroy Yayanesa. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? We are reading the little bit more awesome. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS. Why do I want the existence of the IMS? Because the barrels want to break on their own. I would use the opportunity to break them, and at least the prognosis. Interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IMS. It's because I want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the process go. Look at Rashi just a moment. We are reading Kivan. Kivan's up in the bottom of Rashi. The Israel notes it because the Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtablet, Shalom Lamb. I don't know, Reuben doesn't want them to break on. Hachi Shavregu, he tells the Master. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from Yain Nesach. And therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is an instruction of Yain Nesach, instruction of the result. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, one can also remain in existence. But again, ultimately, to describe what the result is a good thing and that the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be good. Fascinating child. So Nachman says, Yishbar the Kala Rabbi. And Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell Rabbi you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and do that on Mazara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me say that this is really proof to this on this. You should have eight ultra to take the money. So let's say again. In actual translation, right? Lines for good so wheat, we had such as 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's what how we get for getting extra. So if an original company is planting corn, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist you in it. Ultra means like home. You know, when you can need to see and the third, they can't do that. That's not valid. 64. About open remotely when it takes what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot something. That I am allowed to do. About open, להשליך על נקודות באחת הבדלות בקיום שלי, מהווה attractive. Let's say I can hire some units of this and silver. To me, they very planted now. Okay. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even when we get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want his assistance on Kilai, because the flags here uproot on their own, I lose out on my muscle. So Gemara says, so it appears from here this is to support the not. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to doing it. So there's a Savua, second line from the top 64. Savua, Amar, it was a baby. So they keep it, so they keep it, Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim were enraged to be people in general. Not only is there a prohibition to cleanse it, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of Kilayim, but you can't do anything that sustains it. So for example, I should point out over here that let's say someone's planted a Kilayim, right? Upper Kilayim, and the upper asks you to put up a fence around the Kilayim. And the Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the Kilayim. Even though putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be possible to decide very well. I'm not Asian, the fact that means covering the seeds with sweat. So the Asian is trying to become a look at and give up the sweat because there you're actively directly participating in the driving the brand. The Kiva says, after the kind. And the Kiva says, only if you do anything to sustain it. For example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. My friend Rabbi, where should he keep it? It's called Sotcha L'Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elzalea, I know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Amelomar, low Kilayim. As he was says here, it's interesting over here. The Gemara is making a little bit of a play on words. So again, the Gemara is actually kind of slicing the house like low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it. That's going to be special. Ilu, the Gemara says the Ilu, and we will take Tesla Shard. Ultimately, interestingly, not even for the Kiva. Pretty for the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is something that sustains it. But not if somebody's going to pay me to operate into the Kiva. So actually, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says not necessarily low. It doesn't be that way rather unlike who's it is this Rabbanon. It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might area open to really Namisha. It's not true. According to Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon even look at the fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a Kiva. Rabbanon only can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting the Kiva. Like putting up a fence, they hold creates wood. So putting up a fence is important. You can get paid for that, but certainly again you can get paid for uprooting something that's not going to be to which the Gemara says, Hachamas, was very interesting, was weird, they cut off in the interesting. Where ultimately again I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the problem. So I'm really the Amar, lifting Rahem Nastina Asr. Ultimately, the readers of the opinion that Allah and my son who are not allowed to be a favor from him. Like we actually had this in the beginning of our Lord Stephanie. All the focus of Lord Stephanie. That's compliment people. But when he says, don't be about this, you can't do free. You can't do something for halfway for free. If the free favor is instructional level, you still can't do it. So you should be not to do that. You do that. You should look at the Akiva. The fact that you're setting this up to do that, so you can point to the Akiva. It's not be permitted. Ruba also became a Nassau, about the movie Tisla Shakir. Kumar says, when it comes to the people, what he really says is true. You can't do a favor, so as to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for us. But to do something to appeal about society, that's absolutely clear. That's a good thing. That's an objective benefit. I Kumar says, well, you keep it heavy. I thought that's what you keep on. I'm going to be a keep on the time tonight, yeah? And if you take Tisla Shakir, you see a simple term that you keep. Even going to be a keeper was a more expensive approach to the provision of kibbutz. They're not only kibbutz planted, not only kibbutz you got your plant itself, which makes it a fence to sustain it. You're going to be keeping the green, use kibbutz to get rid of his certainty. It isn't permitted, it's absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says is so low that there's nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase is so good. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of the right. Slowly. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So this is very interesting. So therefore, what this means is this whole people, let's go for the story. How did we start? This whole starting by the piece. How wants to break his barrels of Guinness. He asks who he wants to hire a new Jew to go and break his own pay me $50 a barrel. No, so I'm not to do or not. So remember, on one hand, you can say no. He says, therefore, that means I want to continue the existence of the guy. It's not benefiting from always up. I'm just trying to work this out. But not, instead, do it and cover all of it. If it involves the destruction of the result, that matter is prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, that I get it. I want to break it myself. I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be completely on its own. I want to break it. And nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and keep the proceeds of the destruction of the whole destruction of the Zorro, destruction of the prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. So that's what says you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea. And it's part of us in society. Living that way. And that is important. As members of society, just a general approach to living a great society, we should hope to take the approach to living. Yes, it's not about religion. Yes, nor is it a study judgment. Everyone else's lifestyle choices live, and that's to a certain degree that has to be our vision of our society. Another sort of teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root in life. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. Sometimes then those norms become ultimately again become incredibly good. That's where that uses this question of yes, destroy the INS, cover Allah love. Because ridding the world of evil is a rough. It is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's far from all the challenges we see this for. Think about such an incredible faith. As you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel, is moving out of. And sometimes we think that like the rule would just apply for us, like just like because we're doing the world's journey. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's the world can't see what's right, what's wrong. But the Bible tells us sometimes it is a leader of good, and sometimes the Bible says, Yishbar to Kara. Sometimes you have to have an evil, if the breaking of the smash it, destroy it, do it, or ultimately the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is good. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's what it's for. The Gemara goes like, when Holy Yossi, so again, the same federal setting, and the after question was Holy Yossi, if you have a body like, you may ask us from the other house. So what's it? This is very what happens if Apple sells his apple? So Apple sells his idol and he has now sold for $4,000, $7,000. Does that money independently take on the same identity as the other subjects. Now, me confess has done that the other way. Doesn't take on the identity, right? Doesn't take on the identity of the idolatry or not. So I'm going to nothing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. So we stop living out as come out with the public talk. So nothing says, I think it's mental. I think it's mental. That is like the resources he has that money does not go to idolatrous things. But rather that money is just one thing. Listen to this. So here's what reference. I know it was awesome. He made the Rabbi. Or these people who came up with Rabbi. Another one. See the biggest thing. The serious guys is fascinating. So that was like this. There were these people who came up with Rabbi. What happened? I said Rabbi. And they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then I wasn't going to watch this. What for? Here. And now she says over here, we're going to actually, if you have the Suez guy, both of these guys, the unfortunate guy, will also be able to come over as well, obviously, because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry of idolatry. Idolatry of idolatry, number one, can never be gay. Right? Can never have this attention. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert to the money is permitted. What do you see from it? Obviously, you see from it, if the money sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my title, we should make us so that they have us go home and get out of the fun. So that both seeds sell on idolatry are in the hands of the people who is permitted. And the Joel Shining is feeling that they God I bought in that case since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the word. So often giving the value is up. So maybe that's how the process help. Now the Gemara says here's the truth. The social and emotional we don't want. We look for a full gospel problem that I lent $1,000. So what happened? So the uncle went and sold his house. Right? What were the proceeds from this? Or GUINNESS in the same case. I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He sold his GUINNESS. And then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's the law? What the ultimately again is what? Interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. I'm thinking actually, what was your problem? GUINNESS at Babilacha, awesome. Let's say the Akron Sip case, $1,000. They said, oh, they pay you, give it away, yeah, I'm just going to sell my I have got the process. So I'm going to sell my GUINNESS at the process. In that case, it's awesome. See, again, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his GUINNESS. I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved on. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my GUINNESS. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds pop up. I effectively wrote a nice donation, nice. So what's the session? I understand this was in the two processes. Negotiations, safe from the show, but probably make you also. So this is very interesting. So now this is the circle back or then will be a circle. Here's the second piece where the output says wait here while I sell my idol or while I go ahead and sell my wine. I want to continue existence. I want to continue existence. I want because I want to pay. So because I want it, therefore she just posits the proceeds of the hustle. And this is what's like. If you wrote it, if you look here, that's what just before. That's what the numbers are saying. When you want to continue existence, and I'm not telling you to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue existence of that idol until the apple says I want the money. I want to continue existence of the GUINNESS because I want the money. But I'm not doing it to facilitate the continued existence of these fucking items. Why should it be awesome? But not. Here is the result. Here, what people have. She should be in this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both they're actual brothers. One converted and one slowed. So brother Ger, brother Ot. So what happens? Their father died. Their father, their own father died. Their father died. They get the estate. In the estate is idolatry. Let's say we're going to so Ger, so brother Ger is saying to brother Ot, so take all the idolatry stuff. You take all the stuff. And I think money and you can do that. The Mishabot, and that's good. However, the Mishabot is just like your all of this basic things that there is not yet actively taking possession of items. Obviously, once that happens, once it's owns it, there are really very little interest. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, he's not dividing up his estate. However, if brother Ger is in possession, then it's possible. So this is something different. What he says here. However, in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence. And you've heard that it's split up. It's split up. So what's the problem? Which is Rabbi Baruba Mafisa Nabos what's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about I go not say it's made out of words, which means that bricks is still valid. So therefore, again, Mother Ger doesn't actually care if it made its less than even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Firstly, that's fine. That works fine for an item. How would you explain the case then of the Pharaoh's contract? So this is very Adrianic so apparently, the introduction points out here Adrianic or something like that. It's very absorbent. Therefore, you put wine or food absorbent B, which you can take a shard of that is there, put it in water, and reconstitute it. In that case, also, water here doesn't take care of stuff like casks, it doesn't the value is still which the rest of the ones that are lots of people show even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? He does care about how it still wants, he still wants to existence. Papa, Rushas Hager, don't bring a riot for instance. We're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance. There, no. Shani Rushas Hager, Gakilu Barab. Rabbis were naked by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps in this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were naked by the Yerusha. As long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the asset of the idols, is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? If you take this, you take the whatever is stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he was the continued existence. Why? Why would they make a lie here? That people are Zera Shemim Yatsu. We are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his show, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. So that's not a lie. Yeah. That's the reality is religion. It's used before as well. For example, right? The sin of the shop. It's not said in certain cases theft. The thief doesn't always have return that which is stolen. But the victim should not accept that was stolen in order to go out and facilitate the thief's treatment. The greatest thief has to return everything that's what manage. It is important for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, then you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, you just and many people cannot stand up to religious challenges. There's a choice between religion and they're afraid that if he has to choose between Allah and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of because it's human nature. So if it's not in that situation, they go out there, understand that often these companies have statements comprised of many items. Therefore, allow him to keep many items if his brother or also anyways. Kind of enough advice that supports this. When it is so, sheer is a new show. I don't understand flaws. And in the case that's a business partnership with the answers. See from here, that Chazal allows certain things to happen in the context of the Musha, and they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context as well. So you don't know that the person is still in this precarious situation. Incredible. Other yes and no. So remember again, all this is the same people that are same thing. Another question. Garrett Tosha, Marshi, Aqua, so what's the this is a very interesting piece. Can a Garrett Tosha go ahead and let's say just before we go on, it's like that Chazal when they go back just see what is the majority of certain styles. However, it's structured in a way to make us succeed. That he almost should wants us to succeed. Secrets of other very secret love of each other, very secret that God was waiting for us to see us. It's all waiting for us to mess up. Let me say, punishment that's a good friend from the truth. The emotion wants our success more than we want our success. Hassan wants our success more than we want our success. But what the hell is this? What the grace of the scriptures, even the punishments, are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Shmuel understood what we need in order to be successful. Hassan understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. It's incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal no greater happiness in this world. That's it. This world doesn't make so. In this world, Chazal constantly helping us successful. Another question. Other yes or no? Dear Kosha, not sure how to answer to a strange teacher. Can a Ger Kosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an actor has the ability to negate his elements, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Ger Kosha, what is it? Well, we see it's not always about the definition of Ger Kosha. Rashi points out the very top of the graph, Ger Kosha, ain't no holy goodness. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in a Kashmar, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's natural. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? As Mara says, on one hand, the Palach about the world we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Until what told them every day in the Bible, I find me. Maybe not. Or you say like this: anyone who's what we call a Zion, if you're in the parasha of an animal, then you can go and this guy is in the parasha. He's not Jewish. He's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parasha of an animal. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the Torah to go ahead and negate it. You guys know the word that now, so what's right now is this stab up the color of the last of the world. And that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Ger Kosha doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. That's the basic question. Let's listen. So she has that worship. So went ahead and found idolatry. That's a marketplace. What's up? Actual Bosnia. So let's say, remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the church, working in the marketplace. I see the full title sitting there. If I lift it up, that's part of it. What is required by a Jew, essentially, you can't. So what do? Actual Bosnia. So if I can get out. Over the whole bit, I can pull over. energy to engage in this decommission, right? It's theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this book. It's permitted, however, again, we should pass some of though, ain't no one really open but again, don't pick it up. Take possession of it. At that point, you cannot be decommissioned. And Shalom, only will come in the non-for avodas will come in Shalom, the Shafari. And nobody will come in that way. Decommission is only Avodazara, or the Avodazara of his friend. They of God, they in shame. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And when you find it, it's might of God, might of God. What does it mean? What does it mean by decommission? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Even what if you want to say the whole thing, then Harim Shalom Shafari, you already said, just said the point of the platform, has the ability to theological decommission. He's having his own life, and he has his own life, his friend. And a lot of God was in the in my shit, a lot of God in the right? Ultimately, again, of God means natural act. In my shit, what does it mean? Non-worshiper, oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both natural? Let me know. Gertosha, let me know. What he sees here, but Gertosha has the ability to see the background ultimately to theologically decommission out of this incredible, which the Lord says, no, I don't go for it. The only way to look at it is actually. Rather, if I were to use it first decommission, it's an actual idol worship. I declared, I will shalom shafat. He said already said that, and then Christ has become. He already said that unto God is decommission. He's having his own, and he's from Rabbi. The Gemara says, the Reisha, this is the next two different cases. Reisha, Zed, Lakar, Zed, Marcus. The Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two apples, right, and both worship Alpha, or both worship Marcus, obviously, again, apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zed, Lakar, Zed, oh, the safest teacher something different. Let's say one who worships Marcus and one who worships Baal. What's the novelty over here? And actually, you can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so we're just going to this details. Number 1, an actually can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number 2, an actually can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number 3, his friend's idolatry, even if he worships it differently. So the Gemara says, basically again, no lie about a gear kosher. Right? So when it comes to a gear kosher, we still have the idolatry. Can a gear kosher, which is a Gentile, who repudiated idolatry, can he be without God? Is a gear kosher? What's a gear kosher? Kosher kiva. So let's now get more definition. What is the definition of a gear kosher? So Zed kosher kiva like if you give for you, shalom la'avod avodas v'chavidim. Mir says it's any apple who is accepted until in front of three chavim. It wasn't chaver who spoke about it before. Chavim only use. Someone is careful. Someone is careful about it. So in this context, the conscious just means it's in front of based. Anytime an apple comes in front of a based, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a ger kosher. That's a ger kosher. Good. That's what I mean. Come say, kosher kiva alon sheva mitzvos. So kosher kiva alon sheva mitzvos. Come say, and a ger kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah time. He's not don't seem to acquire the base. That's a gear kosher. Shem mitzvahs b'nei God, the makes it a gear kosher. Freedom only, elu lo ba'al l'kral gear kosher. Not true. Freedom saying not true. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of gear kosher. What is a gear kosher? And the is a gear kosher. Zeh ger ofren levelos, shall keep along with any whole mitzvahs and mulas b'torah, chutz me'isser levelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Geratosha? The Geratosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the nameless, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. So let's say three main approaches at the definition of the Geratosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in terms of the ways of Geratosha idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem's Torah. Chayrim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except the laws of conscience. He's Latin, not kosher. Incredible, incredible. And the Raisi goes on, Yachad in Etzlo, Yain, not Etzlo, he would be air sure moving so. What's in our local is, you could constantly go on with your shop, right? You leave it within for a little bit of time. I should say you can leave within your life for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within your life for a long amount of time. So, what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says, Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach the Panusa and she moved it so much thinking of it. And even the Kala, or no, the Romanasa, the Mago will come to us in the Amma Jasa of Washington. The Hila, the Hila, I know that Kahila, when he will be about Allah. He said, it's not a Mua, like a soul to it, and he deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because we're concerned that they swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in the city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So it says, I look once in the Geratosha, you can leave it in mind for a short amount, but not for a long time. You get not to the INS, or not to the INS, not because it's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his wine from the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's filtered, for a longer amount of time, it's Shmano Kiyeda. So it says, and his oil is like his wine. What is that? Shmano Kiyeda, and I thought, Shana, Nika, Honey, Yaina. It's not what we want with his oil. Oil can't be with his oil. It's like, hello, Yengo, Kishmano. Interesting enough, and what it means is like this. Allah, when I saw that the ultimate again is his wine, excuse me, his wine is like his oil, just like his very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I think it actually just means that's the Shmano Rumi Amidias and Yeno Mutanana, Shmano Pudding Sugar Hashem Makilo about the Shtiakas. It doesn't mean that his oil is like, excuse me, his wine is like his oil, but the same that you get enough from his oil to give enough from his wine. You can't drink the wine of the Geratosha, and ultimately you can get enough from his wine. The Shar called Gomer, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like an apple. Here's the message. Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yainu, Nest. Relay, Mutter, Shimon says, this wine is like the Yainu Nesach, but others say, ultimately, again, it's Mutter, ultimately, again, for consumption. So it's actually calls up there. We'll pick up the message. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. What do you see from there? We shout part of the public comment. We see from here that what happens like an apple to Geratosha is like an apple regarding every other matter. Reminding us, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that Geratosha is like an apple? That's what is that? First, the Gemara says, love, Nevaka, of the Vesco Chavim, Canada, Vesco Chavim. So does it happen? Because you get heard this whole thing like Geratosha. It's like, that started if you try to figure out, does it Geratosha have the ability to negate idolatry? If you actually decommission idolatry. So now you just got finished that in this respect, Geratosha is unique. But in every other matter, it's like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate that all this so too can a Geratosha? So too can a Geratosha? To which the Gemara says, no, Litin Shus without the Shus. No, actually, it means something else. It means actually Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? Was it like it's December? It's strong, right? The Shabbos was Erev Hatzos. If you have multiple homes that open up into a courtyard, you cannot carry from a home into that court. Somebody wants to courtyard without influence. Right here, it essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. And if we pass from the home to the Chatzar, crossing to the home. A birthday is if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can use his rights. Let's say Shabbos started. He forgot to participate in the he can yield his rights to the other members of the Chatzar. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So that's just the Gemara says, Yisrael Meno, Yishamer Shabbos B'Shot, Levata Lushus. Ultimately, again, the other Yisrael Meno, which unfortunately remains in Yisrael, so as long as externally he's not right, as long as externally right for him, what would he keep Shabbos? Privately Shabbos, but at least in public we keep Shabbos. So what's the halacha? Without delicious, all he needs to do if he didn't participate in the eating, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the place. But again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially it's like this. If he's like it's not enough for him to limit his rights on the rights. Rather, you have to rent his rights. No sin right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. And the Ovid Kohanim actually is by custom ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the Lord's saying that when we say, so that's just false mention Ketzah, over law, so say how does yield, for example, yield his rights to his rights to the over law, you should see communal. I hereby give over my rights. I keep my rights to the country. Or you should see me would tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquired the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participate in Israel. They talk this custody. Not even before. So, just in general, about Erev Chatzos, again, you leave it in consideration of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have Jewish residents who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or being a bank, or just simply negate his ownership rights, and the question that allows everyone else to utilize the rights. Even if he's an Israel ruler, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield, or he can go ahead and or bequeath. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Israel ruler, who is publicly a ruler, is treated like a when we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like an office for all other things, with a ger kosher, you are choosing the chutzner want to make it clear of zeros, they must rent space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the ger kosher. Now, whether or not the ger kosher is actually done in the Zara, and there's a shall say, you'll see it on his daf. Shpek, everyone, what about every kind of experience that this is from point of view, which everyone say great opportunity to tell all of you this morning to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's cheerful thing. Our annual conference. Let's wish you the best. So thank you for the training Russians this year. This is Swiss from Souls to this France. And the corresponds to the month of Abalim, the Clovis Theater, and the raising of honor of their parents, Israel raising, Dina raising, Dean Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig and Rabbi. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, promotion of the yard site of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, and Rabbi. Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father Ben Adler, father Baruch Mordecai Ben Mordecai. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum in memory of his beloved mother Rosie Applebaum, Rochel Bas. The families in the family, almost neighbors who shall be filled, wonderful ladies who are such brothers and nurses, and all of our hostages, Shem and Kalev, and our services, success and fall of us. And also with that, let us begin. Today's math is Sanach Dollar 64. Really incredible math with us today. We are picking up from Sanach Gimel of the days 63b, and we are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines off from the bottom. Also, we have not been Ula, Rabbi. So again, we have not been Ula, Rabbi. That's what we hear about Ami Rabbi. And here about Ami, we're sitting with them. The University of Yosef, my bride, he asked the following question. This is the fascinating question. Safra Lishbar Yayi Mesa Math. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayiness? Right? So if residence Akum comes over to Ruben, so Ruben, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. You need to be able to smash these barrels of yayiness. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity. We're dealing with items that themselves may be asur. So here, Yaakov is asking me to do something with the IMSF, but he's asking me to destroy the IMSF. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's that about? We are mere gave little speak to us. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS. Why do I want the existence of the IMS? Because if the barrels were to break on their own, I would lose the opportunity to break them, and I lose the IMS. So interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IMS because I want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the choices good, but we could actually just avoid it. We have been on Kevan, 3 lines of the line on Rashi. The Yisrael Zerlotze, the Kiyuvan Shechari Yosei. Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishkabu on Shomein land. I don't have her moving, doesn't want me to break on the land. Actually, Shabbat move, he tells for us. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, this is the thing about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yain Nesach to remain in existence. I don't want it to remain in existence. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from Yain Nesach, and therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the Yain Nesach, destruction of the Mizrach. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, I want else in existence. Again, ultimately, to describe what the Mizrach is from the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be a fascinating child. So Brachman says, Yishbar and Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and root out of the Torah, and that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see it. It's been a gift to this. Let's see that. Ain't urgent in all big things. So let's say again, an absolute plans to my plan is for doing this. So wheat, we had such just 2 days ago. Wheat, and let's say, for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the part of the so we can forbidden next year. So if the public proposal is planted, I, the Jew, can't go ahead and assist you in the proposal. Means like, oh, the rules will see coming the third. You can't do that. How about some of that? 64. About, okay, we won't deal in what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot children. Then I am allowed to do the Rashi. About movement, Lashlicha with people, but I thought of the road to be Kilish, actually, I didn't check. Let's say I can hire some name is listen, silver. Do me a favor, I pleasant to I never get but let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of Kilai because if the client's not uprooted on their own, I lose out on my parnasa. So the Gemara says. So it appears from here, this is about the Nachman. But Nachman says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second line from the top 64. Savua Amar, you use a thing. This is Ricky, this is Ricky Amar, and the kind of the Kilayim look. It's very interesting. The Kiva alters in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant cannabis, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of cannabis, but you can't even do anything that's sustainable. So, for example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone's going to be Kilayim, right? I'm going to Kilayim, and the Akum asks me to put up a fence around the Kilayim. Rabbi Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. The point of the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be decided very well. Menafish means breathing. Mechata means covering the seed. So menafish and and look at and get out this right because again this time because there you're actively and directly participating in the gladness of learning. The King Rabbi Kiva says active kind. Rabbi Kiva says only if you do anything to sustain the kind. For example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. For which is my time Rabbi Kiva. Where does Rabbi Kiva get that from? That's his logic. Mikral, Satcha Batizra Kilayim. Pasuk says, do not plant Kilayim in your field. In the Elizareh, I don't know the prohibition of planting. Mekayim, how do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? Amalamar, low Kilayim. So let's say, so it's interesting over here. The Lord is making a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, the Lord is actually kind of slicing it. It's like low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be a Ilu, Gemara says, V'ilu, when you look at Tefla Shari, but ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is something that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's willing to pay me to uproot my Kilayim? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that in the Rabbi Haman, who's the thing? Is this Rabbanan? It's the Rabbanan. Rabbanan might hear you open a field to you in Nari Shaka. No, that's not true. According to the Rabbanan, this is Rabbanan. Rabbanan even need to put up a fence, right? Because Rabbanan, only Rabbi Akiva, Rabbanan called anything you can do climbs with a planted, will actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supply, like putting up a fence, they call is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting it. So I'm sure it's not going to be. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Ina is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid B'china. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the problem. Not just for the Yehuda Amar, Mitin Lahem Matnastinam Asr. Ultimately, the Yehudas of the opinion that Allah and myself, you are not allowed to do a favor from me. Like he actually has some meaning of it. So Allah said for me. So Allah thought this what Allah said for me means. That doesn't mean compliment them and give them a sting on them. He says, don't do nothing, you can't work for free. You can't do something for Hakum for free. Even if the free favor is destruction of Allah Sarah, you still can't do it. So which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, la. The fact that you're saying something to Yehuda, something to according to Rabbi Akiva, is not be permitted. Rabbi Yehuda, Asr Litni Masina, Aval Leite Tifla Shakir. The Gemara says, no, according to Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so to speak, give a free gift. You can't do a favor for it. But to do something to uproot Abu Bizarre, that's absolutely permitted. That's a good, that's a good job of benefit. I am, so Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afa Gab Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, Mekaim Kilayim Mokeh. And they can take Tifla Shakir. And you say, same point Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not only can you not plant it, not only can you not see the actual planting itself, but you can't even put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from you. Which the Gemara says, the Su Lo Movie, there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. It's good. This phrase, Sulamidi, this is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. You know, Sulamidi. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also, it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How did we start this? This all started by the case of an uncle wants to break his battles of GUINNESS. He asks him, he wants to hire a Jew to go and break his will to pay me $50 a battle. Great, so am I allowed to do it or not? So remember, on one hand, he could say no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the GUINNESS. I'm benefiting from the result. On the other hand, I'm destroying the result. But Nachman said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of the result, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the GUINNESS, I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the Quran to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities, get paid for them, and keep the proceeds, because the destruction of evil, the destruction of the zero, the destruction of the prohibition ultimately is a good thing. And so it says you get paid and cover Allah's incredible. I will say it really is such an interesting idea. Kind of like part of Western society. Mindset is, live and let live. And that is important. As members of society, just as a general approach to living in a greater society, we should go take an approach to living. Yes, it's not that religion is the way, nor is it the place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or behaviors. Live and let live. To a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in a society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take root in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Rabbi uses this Ashna. Yes, destroy the GUINNESS and cover Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a rough. It is rough. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about such an incredible thing. As you think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing, it's really out. And some of you think that the word would just rise up, pulse, just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a middle of good, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, the Talallah. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Talallah. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is real, the process is divine. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's what it's really about. The Gemara goes out. Good. Hadri Yasvi, so again, the same federal sitting. And the after the question was Hadri Yasvi, if you come about like, you may have us become Yahweh or Hadamah. So that's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has for $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Akum itself? Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm doing nothing. So this is very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. So we start with the nail, let's come the other becoming ton. So nothing says, I think it's more to that is the Akum sells his idol. When he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just mundane. Listen to this. So here's what Matthew's proof. I know what the also made the Rabbi. There were these people who came up to Rabbi another move. Zivinu Kamad the Islafu, the pseudoscatics. This is fascinating. So Matthew was like this. There were these people who came up to Rabbi. And what happened? Also, Rabbi and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen, I watch this. Watch over here. Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Look at the Suez guy. All of this guy, the African guy, also room for a few others, because remember, if they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry by Jew. Idolatry by Jew, number one, can never be gay, right? Can never have this identity. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. If you have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that a lawful way someone who sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, well, you shouldn't have got started, and therefore let's go on, you gotta go on, the proceeds of the sale of idolatry on the hands of the open is permitted. I have the doing a shiny person, the feeling that I can convey, God, I bought in that case, since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the item converted. So it happened to be the fact that it's maybe that's why the person's Elomiyah. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the issue. We saw Shai Moshe Mother. Umachar, although those folk are in the I learned Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item. Right? He brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yainess in the same case, I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He sold his Yainess, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the Akum same case, hold the Akum $1,000. They still don't want to pay you. To me, they're waiting. I'm just going to sell my own. I don't have to get places. I'm going to sell my Yainess. In that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Akum $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yainess. I know what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved on. Case number two, same thing. I lent $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yainess. Then he comes back with the proceeds are committed to me. I effectively know my generation, my shas. So what's the distinction? I understand what's using these two cases. See from the Shumba, so this is very interesting. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous city. Now here's the difference. In the second case, where the athlete says, wait here while I sell my idol, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the continued existence of the wine, because I want it to pay. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds of us. Listen a second. If he looks at the community I got from this, so we just said before, that's what the ones will say. When you want a continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the idol sells because I want the money. I want the continued existence of the Yainess because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? What's not? Here is what's happening. So you're sure you have other things. So this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one if they're both converted, and one is still. So brother Ger, brother. So what happens? His father died. His father died. So he wants to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permitted others. So Ger, no called so brother Ger could say to brother Akum, so brother Akum, you take all these idolatries, you take all the idols, and I'll take the money and potatoes. If you do that, then you should go, and that's committed. However, then you should go, you should say yes, obviously. all of this presupposes that the Ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Nasa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no recourse. Right? But technically there is recourse. No one will sue. So you get in the backlog and so on. That's much more complicated. Once the Jew only owns it, they'll even carry the so as long as Brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem providing up the estate. However, if Brother Ger took possession of his vessel, so this is ultimately what he says. Now in this case, Brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says made out of gold or silver, which means even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, Brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its state. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Lord says, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of the idol itself? The Pharaoh's control. So this is very Adrianic person. So apparently, Rashi points out that the Adrianic person ultimately absorbent. Therefore, you put wine in there, because you are absorbed from 1 to a degree, which you can take a shard of that earthenware, put it in water, and retest it to drink. In that case, also, Brother Ger doesn't care if that casts, right? Doesn't matter. Either way, the value is still retained. Which the university was saying about lots of people show you what show you have to. It's like even if that's even if Brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he right? It does care about not being still lost, so it still wants to continue existence. But on top of the Rushas Hager Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing a in the case of the inheritance Hager, no. Shiny Rushas Hager, Kilo Barah. Rabbis will make her by the Yerusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make her by the Yerusha. As long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the Nessa or the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work for salary with his brother. Right? And so you take this, you take the whatever this stuff, I'll take the stuff. Yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? That people are Zera Shemi Yatsu. We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. We're saying that's not really not going to get. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's some of the things in China. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? The victim should not accept that he stole right? In order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's true. Right? If the thief has to return everything, he's not going to be rich. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Yeah, because if you don't have money, just things that are and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and we're afraid that if he has to choose between Allah and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of it, because it's human nature. So if it's something that won't come in that situation, if they're going to make it by air, and you're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have a state that is comprised of committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of it. Also, all of those. Tanya Malachi writes that supports this. Imagine when is this so? She or she, in case of Yerusha. About Mishnah to Asr. And in the case, let's say the business partnership will be Asr. So see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context as well, because we don't want to put the person in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So other Yosef Bible. So again, all this is the same people who are among them sitting together. Another question again. Ger Tosha now she back for ROTHSCHILD. So what's like this is a very interesting place. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and let's say just a whole just it's like that Chazal when you go back into it. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That in almost Shalom wants us to succeed. Sometimes people have a very skewed view of Hashemah, a very skewed view of Halacha. That Hashemah was waiting for us to mess up, so we could see this. He was all waiting for us to mess up, so we could levy some kind of punishment or that's a good thing from the truth. The emotional wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all the halachas, all the rules, all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path for success, not to see us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Yishmael understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, because of you know that many greater opportunities in this world. That's in this world and in this world. In this world, Chazal constantly helping for successes. Another question. Other Yosef Bible. Ger Tosha, Ma Shebat ROTHSCHILD. So it's a very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an Aku has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological sacrifice. So, Ger Tosha, listen, what is a Ger Tosha? Now, we're going to see this in the quote, this is not the definition of Ger Tosha. Rashi points out here on the top of the graph, Ger Tosha, Eino Ovid Avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an Aku with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Like, he believes in Hashemah, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? As Gemara says, on one hand, the Padach Mevat the world Padach. We say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. And then we say like this: anyone who's what we call a barneh, if you're in the parsha of an angel, then you can